Is on.
Sure, I'm a 2.6, I suppose, and
Nice.
I have mainly been working on the new payroll model, as well as some, just kind of follow up from the consensus yesterday. As I mentioned yesterday, I am, you know, letting go of the concept of preventing half pay stop tomorrow for my partial leave, and I think that's okay. I think it's fine. I think there are things that are more important than pay stops and money, and I feel like that's where we are right now as an organization and a team. And if we can address these things that are more important than the pay stop, then we can prevent future pay stops from happening over and over and over again. So I'm hoping to get through some good stuff. I'm in California, daytime, computer, audio, everything. Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. California, computer. You're Jennifer. You are in.
Time to
right?
pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yes, Alberto. Going back, I am in Egypt.
You're in Egypt, correct? So you're in Egypt.
Yes, I have everything also.
You're from the
User
Philippines.
audio. Yes. I'm from Philippines, but located in Egypt. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Who's next? Do we have any other? Ateh, please.
We have Ateh and Joyce.
Joyce, nice. So Ateh, Joyce, whoever wants to go next, please.
And Jennifer is 2x night.
Egypt is 1.5, I think, at the moment. It's already 2x. Yes.
Okay, let me go in.
Ateh,
I'm at a 2.
2.
I'm working on the payroll database. The accounting support now look forward to session check.
Okay, great. And you are in Yaoundé, right? And it's 1.5, right?
Yeah, 10 p.m.
I guess, Jay, we're taking this because of the new Vortex session tokens, right? And everything?
Yeah, this is just part of our normal check-ins that you always do, whether you're audio, text, computer, daytime, nighttime.
Yeah, but we were not doing that because we were not.
Yes, we're trying to get back to what we should be doing.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And we're also supposed to do statements, but we do not have any pay stops at this time, so we're good on that.
Well, that is not true. We have pay stop, have quarter pay stop for payrolls. Huh?
Well, but I
verified that yesterday.
I was reviewing and verifying it all, but my understanding of the responsibility is that after you vote and you determine the priority that there is an interest in setting up a half pay stop, it still needs to be voted on by the team, and the vote never happened. So there was never actually certification and verification to actually initiate pay stops.
No, but that's different, Jay, because there is a half pay stop is to do the work, to do this what you just said. Then we can decide to go on half pay stop to prioritize.
Anyway. Okay, so that would take us back to a deadline from a previous deadline. So that's interesting. Okay, cool. We'll go over it during the session. Yeah.
The fourth. Yeah, was. Anyways, Joyce, please. Next.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
Yes.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
taking notes. Very well. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm a 2, and I've been working on accounting support status update report, payroll 58. So we use some income calculations and worker criteria involvement verification. And I'm on computer, and the time is 2 times night.
Great, Joyce. Thank you so much. You're in Egypt as well. Egypt, computer audio, and 2x. Who else do we have? Alex,
Mahmoud.
sir, you wanna? Mahmoud. It's okay. Alex first, please.
Yes. I'm feeling 6.2.
Yes.
I'm in Venezuela, computer audio, 1 times X. I've been catching up with the scheduling. I've been overgoing over the coming deadlines, the comms, I've been doing some follow-ups. Not so much because I have been doing some other things here, but trying to catch up. Yeah, trying to catch up with all the going things and looking forward for this section also to get organized, focused, to get clear on all the team or all the organization roles and I don't know, maybe scopes to all the work. And well, really with good attitude to move on. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you, Alex. Amun, you wanna go next?
Hi everyone,
Hi, Mahmoud.
Hi, Mamun.
I'm at 4.5. I
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
yeah, forward to discuss my reactivation in this session.
Thank you. Okay. I am a.
You want me to take the notes, Alberto?
I'm taking notes.
Joyce got it.
3.33. I'm in Ilhéus, Brazil, computer audio, 1x, 1.5x. No, 1x. Sorry, 1x. I've been working on leadership, organizing with Jay, and the contentious session mainly most of the time yesterday. So I've been working on some trading. I've been developing this real-time trading system that is moving forward very well. Great results today. So we'll see. Looking forward to present it to Jay as soon as I'm sure that it's working. And I mean, super excited about this session because looking forward to compact the team so that with these new components that we are prioritizing, which are the new payroll system, the real-time VA sessions, and the training, prioritizing the training. I think it's the three components that we need to compact so that we can finally move forward to launch. Yes. Check. Roles. So, human timekeeping. Jay, you want to facilitate, please?
Yes.
Yes, Jay, facilitator, note taker. Joyce, Alberto. You want to do, Jennifer, you want to do organization timekeeper? I mean, you're
Yes, please.
Yes, work priorities. I can do that. Storytelling. Alex, wanna do storytelling?
I don't know how to do that. It's calling my attention since the first time. I want to do it.
Yeah, we were very good in doing that. We stopped. I don't know why. What happened? But it's very important. Just telling a story about the session.
Time to stretch.
What
Please
happened?
stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Yeah, a little stretch. I show you, Alex. Okay, I show you.
Okay. Good.
And value tracker.
I can help with value tracking. I've been doing that. I'm getting fun. It's been enjoyment doing the value tracking. If anyone wants to work on that at the end of the session, let me know. And go through it.
Yeah, great. Policy keeper Ateh, vocabulary lister, we can do. Okay, cool. Focus desired outcome, guys. Oh, this is Jay, yeah, doing.
So yeah, all of our topics are already pre-prioritized from our voting from yesterday. So
Yes.
if there's other topics that people have, you can let us know. I linked the voting on line 12 if you want voting or anything, or add new topics that we want to vote on. But basically, I'm proposing based on the voting that we start with Mamoon, 90-18 minutes. We go quick payroll status, consistent components of payroll that we need to address. And then we would go into the new payroll system introduction, which is basically our top priority. And I think that would be anywhere from, I don't know, like 18 to, that would be 36 minutes, something like that. And then we can do a view up.
Yeah, so the desired outcome, Jay, is the review what you created. But I think what we want to really do, I mean, from what I saw yesterday, it's ready to go. It's not complete, but we're
ready.
Yeah, let's train.
It's ready for base, upfront, base equity payroll, base payroll, base upfront payroll, and base token payroll is ready.
Yeah, it's ready for us to start using it. Start, yes. So I included also training to start implementing now. So you tell us how to use it, how to track hours.
I mean, it's not perfect at all of that, but it will work. And then as we improve over the next couple months, it'll just get better and better and better, and be, it'll probably take. Well, we'll go over. So that's the proposal for the first 3 topics. But I'm open to any other suggestions or ideas or other topics or anything else that we want to go through.
I mean, I think that this is.
And then we go over training models and systems.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
But if we are going to,
no, Jay, I would like to.
We do need to vote quickly on the new percentage vortex schedule model.
Yes, but instead of the training model system, I would prioritize real-time session policies.
Real-time session policies are line 23, so they're pretty low.
I know. I'm doing a proposal on that though, because the
higher than that is the policy for showing up on time. So I personally want to do this on time. We have that one ready to go, so we don't need to go through all the real-time session policies all at once. We can cut them apart. So the policy for showing up on time, Alberto's probation was higher priority than that. And getting full stipends during pay stops is higher priority. So there's a lot of higher priority in real-time session policy. We'll go during the view up. We'll go over it. Okay.
Yes. So I agree on the first 3 topics, and no objections from my side.
I also agree with the first 3 topics. Have no questions, no concerns.
Does anyone
object
to the first 3 topics?
No objection.
Okay. So I think we're ready to go into it.
Creating the topic.
Yeah. So you are up.
Okay, topic.
Wait. Someone just come in? Lucy check in?
Yes, Lucy has just arrived.
Okay, Lucy's checking in before we go into the topic. Lucy, you're on mute.
Two to have a great session. I've been working on normal voting form, worker criteria. Yeah.
Cool. Before we, I just want to remind the people who are twos, and it's late at night and everything like that. If you need to go at any time, nobody's required to be here. Question, just let us know if you need to check out, if you're not feeling well or whatever. Cool. So let's go into topic number 1.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Timer starts now for 18 minutes.
Yes. Well, 9 to 18 minutes, yes. So, Mamoon, this is your topic. The proposal is to
I'm here.
anyone wants to get the previous session that Mamoon is here, and also it's third time's the charm on showing up on time. Did anyone verify Mamoon's top?
I have it here. I was going to open it, but
I am doing it now. So probably Mamoon is that 1, 2, 3. So it's applicable to November, October. The current update to the POP payroll proposal that he made was made in September 28th, which means that the applicable moon month, given the 6 weeks policy, is November, December. So this is not.
But there's no change to it. You see how there's no change? Like he made a change and they changed it back. So
no, there is
the
a change.
36th Street East is exactly the same. See how there's no change?
Yes, exactly. That's applicable. That's the one that we can. Oh yeah, it's the same as before.
There's no change. The date is irrelevant if there's no change. The date.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So this is good. This is good.
Okay, but double check the previous for that one is verified as well, right? Just check back and make sure these are all verified.
Yeah, this is the one that was from before. When he was deactivated, he was hired. I mean, he's in the budget with this proposal.
160 for 10 hours a week.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So the proposal is to reactivate for $160 per month for 10 hours per week. So that is the proposal. So the details would need to be like the expectations, responsibilities, position, et cetera, et cetera. What are we expecting?
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And that would be the question for you, Mamoon, is why do you want to be working in our system? What do you want to do?
What are you going to do?
Or what are you going to do if you get reactivated?
First of all, it is very difficult for me to work on cobalt or intermediate. But
What's difficult?
if I get chance like Sonic, Hydra, these at that time are my actually mm, convenient time. And also
I didn't understand any of it.
also I'd like to um, take the position of uh, USW as I have taken last time as a USW coordinator, and
What does
I just
USW
uh,
what does
um,
USW stand for?
umbrella showcase website,
Okay, very
and um, yeah, I know there are some delegation. You actually, especially Jay, uh, uh, Jay said last time about the punctuality and the policy and the policy and following the policies. So I would just I would follow them, and also I would like to work on um, basics and also the client works. Also, maybe weekly times I can do Andromeda and Cobalt, but not every day. Maybe one or two session on Andromeda. But Sonic and Hydra or any other Octant um,
Time to take a break.
my
Please stop. Write
convenient
down
time.
whatever you were about to say
So
and take a break for 6 minutes.
let me interrupt you here, Ramon, and take a break so that you can think about what you're saying. Because to me, you should come here very clear what you're going to do. Instead, you're here and you're saying, maybe I will do, maybe I would like to do, maybe. So let's take a break and make clarity because maybe, for sure, I'm voting one if I hear this. So try to have some clarity, even if it's one thing that you're going to commit to do. Let's have one clear thing, not a bunch of things that is maybe I would like, I'm thinking. Try to find one thing that you can commit in front of the team and say, I will do this. So this is the way that I, in my opinion, would suggest for you to but you do whatever you want. Okay, so let's take a break.
Yeah, words are very powerful. When you say that you will do something, you commit to that, it does matter. But maybe another option that could help out would be to cut everything apart. Like just do one thing at a time. What position are you going to do? What is your commitment? And then stop. And then what are your expectations? And then stop. And then what are the responsibilities you're going to take on and stop. So just to kind of have it organized,
Yeah. Yes.
maybe that might help you get more clarity for the team. But yeah, break. Time for break.
Break is
Jay, did you ask me something?
We're going to take a break.
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Okay, Mamoon, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Good. Let's just go through one at a time, starting with the position that you are requesting is coordinator. Great. So obviously, I have lots of questions on that, but let's let you finish. So how about your commitment? Start go to
Sorry.
that next. Your commitment.
How about you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed.
So your position is clear as the showcase coordinator that you're proposing. So then for commitment, what about that? Where's your commitment?
Oh, my commitment. Did you mean what commitment? I mean time commitment
Yeah,
or
your time commitment.
oh, Jay. First of all, 10 hours is my time budget, but
Correct.
but I would work like 25 to 30 hours. I mean, all of them will goes to my back pay.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that would actually
25.
help your ranking very
Yeah,
quickly.
yeah. Mm-hmm. What?
That would help your ranking very quickly. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
so
exactly, exactly.
how
Yeah.
about expectations?
Sorry.
Expectations slash responsibilities, like
Oh,
what would
responsibilities. Yeah.
deliverable?
Um. Yeah. Expectation and responsibilities. Yeah. I actually missed to mention that. I will work on ACU where I can work and learn. At the same time, also this is a fun work. I have been working on ACU documentation, so it was uh, the whole thing was good, and I'd like to work on that again.
So,
Also, other responsibilities like definitely budget, payroll, also taxes, and I'm not sure I'm gonna do that, but after I can achieve these goals, then I will go for sponsorship
okay.
programs.
So there's a lot of priorities, like, which is good. So I was
Time to
thinking like,
pause.
uh,
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
but it would be nice if you could say like a specific deliverable or responsibility or some, that's something you would actually be working on. Otherwise, we're good, and then we can go on to questions.
Already 7 minutes on the topic.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Jay, are you asking me to save for some responsibilities?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, the responsibility would be setup, removal from budget, also for payroll. I have seen there is a new payroll system. I haven't done it in yet, but hopefully I will done it with the team. Also the reimbursement, also definitely the SU coordination and documentation with the team, and
Okay, all
the
right. Anyway,
sponsorship
that's
program.
sponsorship.
Yeah.
Okay, so sounds good. Lots of priorities. Let's go to questions. So, is there anything else you want to add, Maroon, or before we go to questions?
No, no,
All
no,
right,
no, no.
questions for a moment.
Yeah, question. So you keep bringing up this ACU documentation, ACU documentation. So I haven't seen any uh, input of value from you in ACU documentation, although you keep saying that you have been working on that. Can you
Uh,
please? I just as client, I just approved the invoice. Thank you, Joyce, for sending it to me. Just answered. It's approved. I'll proceed with the next transfer of 12,000 USDT. But I mean, I'm very concerned for you saying that you will work on issue documentation because first of all, uh, you are not onboarded for working directly with me on that. So SVG gives you tasks to do. That's something different. But can you please specify what you mean at the time this
Well, I want to make sure it's clear that overall with ACU, even if this proposal is approved, you still are going to have to do a separate recruitment process with ACU before you can get involved in ACU. So just make that very, very clear that now is not the time to do ACU recruitment process unless we want to
No,
do that.
it's not. I'm not doing a recruitment process. I want to understand because Mamoon, I've had problems in the past, as everybody knows, right?
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
We've had problems in the
yeah,
past
thank you.
with Mamoon in regards to my opinion that Mamoon kind of has, in my opinion, a free a the right
Right,
word
but
would be
the point is that that's not the topic right now to get into all of the past problems with Mamoon. The question is, are we reactivating Mamoon or not? And I feel like, yes, Mamoon brought up ACU, but it's irrelevant because the proposal is not to hire Mamoon back into ACU. In fact, it's clear in the details here that we're not ready to do that, right? Details, this proposal is not applicable to ACU.
I'm taking ACU as an example
An
to
example.
understand if Mamoon is coming back with a different mindset and attitude, or are we expecting the old Mamoon? That's what I'm asking. Because Mamoon is
Okay, but then
here.
what is your question?
My question is, I mean, Mamoon,
Yeah.
be real, right? Why you keep saying ACU documentation? I don't see what you did on ACU documentation. So
Okay.
say things that you
Alberto.
know, like payrolls, reimbursement. This is correct.
So, do you have a question, Alberto or Mamoon? Like, it's perfectly fine. To
My question is, Mamoon,
need to respond.
let's can you be more
Specific.
yeah, can you be more specific on
Yeah.
things that we can trust you that you're gonna be working on? That's my question. Can you do that?
Yeah.
10 minutes on the topic already.
Okay. I worked with your documentation, um, including using the AI chat GPT, and I've done it 2 times. And actually, this is I already said one time. This is great fun to work and also the learning at the same time. So that's
Okay.
it.
Okay. Thank you.
I just like it. Check.
Perfect. I believe you.
All right. Any other questions, Alberto?
No.
All right. Anyone else? Jennifer, Joyce, Lucy, Tay, Alex.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Personally, I don't have questions.
Okay. So, do you have? Is there? If there's no more questions from Mamoon, then if there are any comments or questions or concerns about the proposal? The proposal is to reactivate Mamoon for $160. So
Yes, sir, Manny.
I think that the primary detail in relationship to the budget is $160 in relationship to our $5,000 HR budget is equal to. You said it's $4,000.
I mean, I'm very fine.
We'll say 4,500, 3%. So this would result in about 3.5% cuts at some point. So I mean, obviously, if we're hiring Mamoon, $160, we're going to need a cut on the other side. So it is 5,000, 5,500.
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, what happened? Correcting the formula.
2.88%. So about 3% cuts. That would happen somewhere. I mean, generally speaking, pretty minor. But it's just good to note that the $160 has to come from somewhere. Does that $558 include the $750 of the back pay or not?
$750 of back pay.
Back pay?
The $750 of back pay that we have here is Mamoon?
No, it was Joyce and Ateh.
Okay. Yeah, it includes the $750.
Okay, so I would subtract that for future months. So if you subtract the $750, the correct percentage should be right around 3%. Yeah, 3%. 3.33%.
Wow. 3.33.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so other questions on the proposal? I'm not hearing questions, but we do have concerns. So what was the concern? It obviously, requires some minor cuts. If we add, we can also note here that there is also already reactivation for Jennifer. Was $162 for Jennifer. So if you add Jennifer and Mamoon, we're looking at about.
Time to stretch. Please stop. stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
And we are
4
about
minutes more.
over, so
Excuse me?
we're about 25% over in general. So 25% over in general on our base. So any other concerns besides that our budget is tight? Tight budget. Tight budget. Any other questions for Mamoon? I think we are ready to vote.
Hmm. No.
All right, no more questions about the proposal, no more questions for Moon, so let's go ahead and vote. So we're going to Alberto, Ateh, Mamoon, Jennifer, Lucy. That's everybody. There should be, is anyone not here? There should be 9 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ateh.
Ateh is here. I got Ateh. Oh, Ateh's not. No, Ateh's here. Alberto, Alex. So there must be one person who's not here, right?
So we have
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Because we have
Jay
7
and
people.
Alex.
We have 7 people activated in the budget, and then Mamoon would make 8. So wait, we have 8 people. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5,
It's,
6, 7, 8. Okay. So we have 8. Yeah, correct. Everybody is here. I'm gonna vote. Actually, I don't know. I'm gonna vote yet. I'm gonna think about it for a minute.
The 3.3 is unexpected.
I mean, I'm definitely in the range of like a 6 to a 7. I mean, I don't know. I'm totally against giving Mamoon another chance. You know,
I was in the range.
on his responsibilities. You know, we need people
Yeah.
to work payroll, people to work on. I mean, we have a lot of work to do. So
I'm gonna vote 6.5.
I was in the range of 2 to 3, but after seeing this 3.3, since I'm going with the flow.
Mamoon, you should. No, I'm not gonna say nothing.
I'm gonna vote 6.5 as well. I'm gonna be a 6 point. I go for 6.7.
Can I have note, please? Can someone send me the note?
Yeah, we can send them
Right,
into
for
the
1
chat
second.
right here. So I just put the notes in the chat.
Right.
And then we can also put them on.
Hey.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So Alberto voting, you went from a 2 to an 8.88.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so Lucy, would you like to vote? Ateh, vote.
I like your attitude, Alberto.
I am all systems go to give Mamoon another chance, but better make it count because we don't have. You can give a lot, but I don't want to be harsh.
1 minute more.
You gotta grow up.
Thank you.
All right. So Mamoon, Ateh, do you want to vote? Are you voting Ateh or what? All right. Well, either way, I think Ateh, I think it passes regardless. What happens if Ateh does a 2? But yeah, it still passes even if Ateh voted 2. So the proposal passes. Congratulations, Mamoon. You
Welcome back.
on the team and reactivated.
Thank you, Jay.
So that
Thank
is
you, everyone.
exciting and slightly unexpected. Your position's still not clear though. I do want to get some clarity on the position. I don't know if that's the best position for you, but for now, we can address it for the budget or something like that. I mean, I don't think it's a huge priority, but I know we have more important positions than just showcase. But it is, you know, we can evolve our showcase. We'll talk about this later, but it's not just the showcase. It's also our functionality because we want to go into this like lineage thing. And like, I think Mamoon should be focusing on functionality, you know? relationship to our launch.
Okay.
But it's good that we have a coordinator for the launch. We need it.
Yes, I mean, the coordinator for the launch should be focusing on functionality for the launch. Like that's the prime lineage is the launch, right? Does that make sense?
18 minutes, it's up.
Okay, we are ready to go on to the next topic. Very
Yes.
good.
Very good. Very good, Mabu. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So
Welcome back.
a couple
Thank
things,
you. Thank
a
you,
couple things
everyone.
to note here. Yes, awesome. Just continue back hours normally. So a couple things to note here. One, being on time does all the wonders and the difference. And being on time, not only it changes your own status and behavior and presence at a session, it also affects other people's behavior as well.
Time for breath.
Totally agree.
Please stop
Totally
and
agree.
get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So, overall, I'm just generally impressed at the session so far, that we have gone from like starting on time to getting into our first topic very quickly, and now we're getting into our second topic. So this is really impressive. So I want to quickly go through the payroll status. And we currently have 4 payroll on our list. The first one's obviously the new payroll system. And I'm going to be presenting that in the next topic. I've worked for probably hours by now on this proposal, and on this new system, and it's probably only like, a third complete at this point. A lot of progress, and we'll present that. Then we have the payroll pay stop situation with the current payroll. And according to Alberto, the current status is not that we are potentially on quarter pay stop. He's saying we're actually on half pay stop. And this is because the actual deadline for doing the voting was never completed, and that this would be actually policy tracking as well. So we need to do policy tracking as well. I would do policy tracking myself because I feel like partly responsible for it, because we allowed it to happen, right? We allowed the deadline to pass because we did the voting, but then we never followed up on the voting. So the question is, I think we delete all of the previous deadlines, so I don't think we can actually see the deadline.
Jay, we did not delete the deadlines. It's on the archive of
The archive simple list?
archive. Yeah.
Okay, so this would be, thanks, Joyce. So if we come into the archive, we are looking at pay stop deadlines updating. What Alberto is saying is that on Tuesday, September 26th, we were required to finish the pay stop deadlines updating. Well, sorry. It's not that one. It is the payroll requirement to propose the money stops to all workers. So this is Sunday, September 24th. So it's also possible we made mistakes because it was a Sunday. But this is basically the payroll is required to propose the money stops to all workers. And the deadline to do that was September 24th. But the
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
You actually have to follow through with the voting. Certify the vote during main session or buddy team, and then finalize the pay stop. And notify the team. So basically, this responsibility. So according to Alberto, we've been on half pay stop since Sunday, September 24th. That we are
No. It's not 24 because oh yes. Maybe.
We didn't get off half pay stop until September 29th. So we're only talking about a very few, like 4 days of additional. that we thought we were on off half pay stub, but actually we weren't. So under our policies, this is kind of a wonky area. I mean, I would say it'd be a proposal, you know, to reactivate half pay stop would be one option, and option two would be to, you know, to have been on half pay stop since September 24th. So I think the difference of these is half pay stop since September 24th, there's no policy tracking. Whereas if we say we're reactivating the half pay stop, you know, immediately, it would be, I don't know, maybe 1 hour policy tracking. And then the other option, so this would be three options. Option one, option two, option three would be just focusing on the next deadline. So the next deadline for payroll is October 9th. So just focus on October 9th deadline, not worry about previous. So this would be 2 hours of policy tracking. 2 hours policy tracking. We made a mistake. Let's move on, not worry about it, and then that's that. All right, so that would put us at least in the correct status for the current payroll model. All right. So are there any questions about that? We don't have to vote on this now, but if people wanted to, we could. But it's just good to at least know what the status is. Does that make sense? And then we are currently on the 58-degree west front base payroll. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
So unless someone wants to vote on this during the break, I think when we come back, we'll just finish the status update on the two other details, and then we will go on to the next topic. Sound good?
Yeah, please, team, during the break, virtual celebration is mandatory for Mamu. In the core team, if you may, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mamu. Welcome back.
Mamoon, your first assigned task is to update your goals because you're required to have goals.
Okay.
So if someone can link the goals report, it's all public storytelling. You just need to update.
I'm going to find it. No problem.
Yeah, and you need to find the previous one as well, and you need to copy the previous goals into, like, make a tab and copy the previous goals in, okay? Because we probably deleted you. All right, 5 minutes.
5-minute break.
Recording has stopped.
Timothy, ready to go. I was looking all over for you.
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right.
We have 2 minutes for the talk.
So, who is the value coordinator that's working payroll?
Jennifer, right?
What?
Yes, please.
So, Jennifer, I just want to make sure it's clear that the problem of missing the pay stop deadline and not following through in the policy tracking and us all having to do policy tracking is technically your responsibility, okay?
Oh,
So you want to get clarity on all your responsibilities and you want to make sure that under your purview and you're the one who's supposed to be verifying getting that, okay? And knowing the status, okay? So it's really, unless someone else wants to do it, Jennifer, you advise the person who should deal with these 3 options, the organization forward, on whether or not we are going to be on half pay stop for payroll or whether we're going to do policy tracking for 2 hours. Okay? Do you want to do that? Does someone else want to step up and do that instead?
I think I need some help for that.
Who wants to work with Jennifer on that?
On what?
Coordinating our current payroll and the current pay stop deadline and our current status on current payroll.
Can we go? I'd like to, but can you just give it a little brief? It's like being aware of or of all the deadlines. Keep reminding all the deadlines.
We need to
coming
vote
and
on
that.
these 3 options. So someone needs to prioritize this, make sure as a team we address this, make sure it gets in the voting forms. Like it either needs to be now or someone needs to deal with it in the future. Someone needs to be continually updating the status of the payroll. We have a major problem with payroll. I hear nothing day after day after day. Whoever is responsible for payroll needs to be like, we have a payroll crisis in the organization. I would recommend 5 updates every 3 hours to every 6 hours. There should be an update to the organization. What is the current status of payroll? If nothing has happened, the update would be nothing payroll in the last 6 hours, right? If you don't want to do it 5 times a day, that's fine. Do it once a day. We don't even get weekly updates. Do you understand what I'm asking or not?
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
is responsible for telling the team what the current status is on the payroll. We're in the middle of a payroll crisis. The status update will be basically constant, minimal once a day, but again, we're not really getting any status updates on payroll.
Okay, I will have you join.
So Alex, you want to take that
Time
one?
to pause.
Yes.
Please stop.
Okay, so let's say
Close your
Alex,
eyes.
and then
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, Jennifer, are you good? You and Alex?
Yes, Jay.
Yeah, and don't hesitate to ask for help. You don't have to just magically do everything on your own with no help. But you just have to be responsible to follow up with it. And all right, so the next one is
Ask.
Exactly. So the next one is this back pay proposal for a one-time estimated simplified payroll that basically would catch us up on the current payroll, and then we move forward with the new system. So the question on this is, do this. There's no clarity on this. It's not really, it came up once yesterday during our contentious situation. Ateh was talking about how she's been paid for so long. Everybody needs to take care of their kids or whatever. Like, we have our families, we have bills. Like, if someone wants to make a back, if someone wants to change the payroll process, since we're in the middle of our payroll evolution, someone can take that on. It's not my responsibility.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would do something simple. It's just like, we know there's a bunch of payrolls that need to be run. So let's do something very simple like you did yesterday. List of names, how much do you need, put an amount there that will be discounted from the next base, and we see if it's like for Alex, new workers, Jennifer, we can check if it's something that makes sense or not, depending on the amount. But everybody states an amount. There wouldn't be a back pay. That would burden the budget even more. It would be just an advance on the next base after the base.
Well, no, it wouldn't be an advance. Advances and back pay are the same thing. This would be the actual payroll. It would be agreeing
Yes.
on a new process of payroll. Like instead of doing the full payroll process, we just do a quick estimation and then basically say, this is the payroll, this is your pay. So
No. The work still needs to happen.
Correct.
The work still needs to happen. We're just given the situation, the team morale, and everything. We understand that
yeah,
higher priority money.
The work would be more of a reconciliation as opposed to the payroll itself.
Correct. Exactly. But it's still the work for payroll. We still need to do all the payroll processes and everything needs to happen. Absolutely.
Well, we
But
can use the new model for that. But the point that I'm
Yes.
trying to make here is that this is a very new idea.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So the point is that this is a very new idea, and it's not clear who is responsible for it and who's doing it and whether or not we're doing it at all. So
I mean, I think it's something we do now at the main session. We're together as a team. We have everybody acknowledging that there is this emergency that everybody
Okay.
wants to get paid after the contentious session.
it's line 30. Like if we get these in order, currently in our priority list, this particular topic is number 16. So I don't know if we're going to get to it today. Either way, whether we're going to get to it today or not, for me, is determined based on interest. I want to know who's interested. If you're interested, you're taking on priority and responsibility for it. You're prioritizing it. So if that's you, Alberto, then you step up and say, I want to propose this. I want to oversee it. No. Okay, so Alberto's not interested. I'm not doing it. It's not my priority. The question is, does anyone else in the team want to take this on to initiate a one-time payroll simplified estimated model to immediately get people funds? Or someone could propose a back pay too. But the question is, does anyone want to do this? Otherwise, we'll just say no one, not happening. And that's the status for now. What, Ateh? Ateh, what was that?
Yes.
So Ateh, you want to do it?
Yes, but I'd like to. I bet to please mute for like from 5 minutes. There's an air that comes from your background. I don't
I'm
really
sorry.
get
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I've been having difficulties in getting what I say. So, Jay, I would like to really understand what exactly is the responsibility at this level.
Right now, it's just prioritizing it and making sure it's followed through with and happening it. This is not the time to go over the details of how to do it. This is just a quick status update. And the answer is we don't know because it's never been done before and it's a one-time thing. So it would probably, like Alberto's saying, we could, I could go through all the responsibilities and details and possibly even the proposal as a team. If we want to prioritize this later during the session, then it's up to you to prioritize it during the view up. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Nice. But there's a couple options for how this will work. I think the model that Alberto just recommended is a perfectly viable option. You ask each person how much money do they need. We write up a list of the amount of money, what month.
Time to pause.
Payroll,
Please stop.
and then we vote on it.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So,
All right. Anyone? Yeah, Ateh?
yes. So my question is, after this, let's just say, for example, everyone propose how much he wants, and then we vote on it. Are we still going to calculate the payrolls for the past months, or just move ahead?
It's all based on what we get agreement on. Until we have agreement, there's no criteria and there's no policy. So the policy itself needs to be written up and get agreement on. So that's the question for you to discussed. It could be options. Option number one could be, once we do this, the work is done. We don't have to do any more. Option number two, like Alberto just mentioned, that the work would still need to get done. So it just depends on what we agree on. That makes sense?
So that would be like an advance.
I don't know. We could do back pays or advances. We can also do what Alberto's talking about, which is that it would replace payroll. And then this would be the payroll for those moon months. And then anything additional to that would just be a reconciliation to make sure people are getting the right amount, but that it would literally be a replacement for the payroll to get us caught up and move on with the new payroll system.
Okay.
Okay, do you understand?
Anyway,
Yes, I
Ateh,
understand.
like with Jennifer, ask support. I said
Yeah,
I'm not
of
going to
course.
be taking responsibility, but if you want to work together, I'm available.
Yeah,
Ateh, if
I'll
you
step in on
want,
that.
I can also help you. I like the idea,
Yes,
the
from my side
this
as well.
initial proposal that Jay and Alberto is doing, and
See
Alberto
the
is
beauty of leadership? This is leadership in action, Ateh. You step up and people follow. So now you have 3 helpers, right? No one's alone.
Yeah.
Anyone
I
else?
would like as well if I may.
Perfect.
okay.
All right.
Good.
So we have 5 people now who are wanting to work on this proposal. So again, we can prioritize it as the next topic after the view up if people want to. We could also, if we don't get to it today, we can do a buddy team and then make a proposal and then get this all. I mean, we could get this set up, voted on, get everyone paid before I even leave for my partial leave. So it's all just up to what you all want to do. All right. So are we ready to move on to the last?
Jay, but one thing,
Yes, Albert.
does it need the HR board approval or not?
HR board approval is in relationship to back pay and advances.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
All right, quick stretch and then I'll finish. All right, so what I was saying is that the HR board has to approve budget changes, but my understanding is that if this is the payroll, as long as the payroll fits within the budget and the estimated income, or whatever we decide to do, that this would qualify for our normal pay and would not require HR board approval unless it changes the budget.
Thank you, Jay.
All right. Next, this brings us to the last one, which is the concept of getting your full stipends during pay stop. So I'm just, obviously I've been coordinating this. This is also basically eval. I think Alberto, you're the eval coordinator, right?
Yes.
I don't know, Jay. We were proposing for you to become the UX coordinator. Right?
Okay. Well,
I stepped down. I mean,
what
as
is
primary position and cooperative ship coordinator.
Oh, you're doing cooperative ship program? Okay, either way, we don't need to worry about the position for now. I'm going down to line 70. So in this, there's currently 3 ways that you can get your full stipend during pay stops. And so we will go over these in detail when we get there and make sure there's clarity on it. But basically, you can get your bonuses pay for deliverables. You can do efficient work above the 1.5 hours per response per week. And then also for half pay stop, you simply can double your time to get full stipend. So we'll go over these in detail. These are the 3 ways that I know of getting your full stipend, even if we're on a pay stop. And so we can go over that because I think it's important for people to know and understand the policies and understand that, pay stops are deadlines. They're not necessarily, means that no one's getting any pay or any money. All right, so let's move on then. Any other questions on any of this stuff?
No.
Cool. So I think we're ready for topic 3, which is getting into the new payroll system.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right, so we ready for the new payroll system?
Yes.
Yes.
Shall we
Okay.
do a segmentation for this or no?
I mean, we're recording already, so it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot that goes into this. So I've done about 30 hours of work, and it's certainly not completed by any means. I would say overall this represents 1/3, so about 33% completed. 33% completed. So I wanted to kind of go over what exists currently based on the work that's done. And there's a lot. There's about 10 to 15 different things that are already included. So basically you have daily overtime and double overtime, similar to before. But we also include the daily pay stop. So based on the daily pay stop, it changes your outcome of your calculations for your daily work. There's also the 4 hours or more with no break overtime, which is not currently an upfront overtime. It's one of our 10 different overtimes that relate to equity value. Eventually, but we want all of our overtimes to be related to upfront value, but that'll come. So anytime you work more than 4 hours without like a full 30-minute like lunch break, you go into overtime. And so, for example, if our session lasts for 6 hours, that's 2 hours of overtime, regardless of whether it's day or night. If it's nighttime, you're adding double overtime plus time and a half, and so it just adds up on top of it. Okay. So these particular 3 overtime models are only calculable per day. So basically, the biggest difference between our old model and our new model is that there will be daily value and work hours tracking. That is the primary format. All right. But you're not required to track daily, and there's also weekly estimates and monthly estimates. So let me actually go and show you.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So I'm going to show you here what that looks like. So currently we're in the week of the full moon. I don't know if you're able to see my screen here. But we're in the week of the full moon, and currently we don't have pay stops, although this could change based on voting on that thing. But it's very easy. If we're going to add a pay stop, you can add like a half pay stop. You can add, even a 3/4 pay stop, right? Or you can add a, 1/4, like a 25% pay stop versus a 75% pay stop, or a full. You can have full pay stop would just be like 0, right? So we have them like color coded and everything. But obviously, if there's no pay stop, it's just going to be green. Right, so that, and then you have there's 8 days, up to 8 days in a moon week, right? And then you have the weekly estimates, right? And then you have your normal overtime, your double overtime, and your overtime for 4 hours or more with no lunch. So these are all the things that are tracked daily. Okay, so and then it automatically calculates your overtime and everything like that, and adds it all up automatically. So in the context of understanding the days, I put the days of the Gregorian calendar in here to kind of get clarity. And for now, we are on day 7 of the week. for me. But it doesn't matter because all of our calculations end up with weekly totals. So it doesn't matter if you do daily tracking or if you have your dates different. Like, so if my date is today's October 5th, but for you it's October 6th, it doesn't matter in relationship to the overall calculations. Also, if day 1 starts as a half day and then day 9 is a half day because of the Gregorian calendar, you can actually put 9 days in a week. You could also just have 4 days. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that it eventually adds up to the weekly totals, which is this column here. Okay, so that's sort of like the general idea of the daily tracking. So you don't have to do daily tracking, and you can also completely ignore daily tracking entirely and just do weekly estimates, which we will cover in a bit. So then again, as I said, we have separate columns for weekly estimating and monthly estimating. So here you have your monthly totals, and you can actually do monthly estimating as well for people who don't even get their weekly value tracking done. No, it doesn't matter what day you track because calculations only apply to weekly except for pay stop. Automatically tracks 1.5 hours assigned responsibilities. So I already covered that. So as far as the tracking the 1.5 hour responsibilities, you actually
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
You actually won't have to worry about this. And I wanted to, if we have time, to set up Jennifer's to be the first one to set up because Jennifer's is, she only has 9 hours in the time budget. So the time budget for Jennifer is just very low and very simple to do. And so I would think this would be a great one to do first and show how the time budget works in relationship to the automated calculations. But the point is that, like, so for on mine here, I've been working a lot on the budget. So I could do an hour and a half on the budget each week. This week I've done 13 and a half hours on the budget and counting. And so we go down here into, this is the section on internal operations. And I would go into the payroll coordination and oversight. And then I'm adding my hours down here. And I'll go over this in more detail. And then it automatically calculates my total hours and tells me whether or not I have, I met my hour and a half per week goal. And then it tracks my base hours automatically. So you don't even have to worry about your base hours. You can just see whether you're meeting your base hours, but you just track all your value together, okay? So I'll explain that more and we can also do questions, but I want to do example for Jennifer when we're ready for that. So then we have separate value and time tracking from assigned 1.5 hour priorities to work on. So this is extremely important. Like I just mentioned, we're going to separate out the hour and a half responsibility priorities that you're assigned, and you do not track your hours, which is why this is all grayed out. So in this whole top part, and we'll go over it with Jennifer first, you just don't even worry about that and you don't track your hours there, and we separate out all the actual hour tracking in the value. Instead of trying to figure out where to track your time, every single possible category of work is prioritized and listed together for every worker. What this means is that all workers are assigned exactly the same priorities for your equity work. No one's required to do equity work. You can just work on exactly what you have been assigned to do, right? And nothing else. So it's up to you. So there's about 10 to 20 categories of work, which you're going to want to understand and know the categories because this is how you find the work. And then there's going to be 100 to 200 actual specific priorities that the organization has assigned to the team. And every single worker will have all of those priorities. So this is the main tracking hours spreadsheet right here. It starts on line 33. And the first one is anything hours. So anything that doesn't fit to anything else, you do that. Then you have your general responsibilities.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
All right, let me just take 1 minute to finish this part and then we'll take a break. So you have your general responsibilities, your training priorities, your main session. So for example, right now, today, we are in the core team main session. So you don't have to think about, okay, where do I put my hours? You just go to the core team main sessions. You know, you just went to the core team. I'm looking at October 5th right here. And I put, okay, we've done 1 hour so far. We'll probably end up doing 2 or 3 hours. So right now I'll put 2 here. And then I can come back to that whenever I want to and keep updating it because it's a live session, right? So you don't have to worry about where do I put my time. It's all listed here. You have all of your budget responsibilities and priorities. You have all of your payroll responsibilities and priorities. You have all of your recruitment responsibilities and priorities, all of your documentation. So these are the internal operations, the staffing, internal staffing, the showcase, FQV, SVG, life support pipeline, all there for the showcase. This is the trainer responsibilities. So these are the people who are overseeing the training, right? As opposed to your own training is the training responsibilities. Whereas when people are doing internal operations to coordinate the training, this is now going to be billable work and brings an income to the team. Then you have the overall coordination, which includes all of the leadership, tactical ops management, general management, team scheduling, deputy evaluation, and executive coordination and oversight. All right, so those are the internal operations. So every single category of internal operations is there. Once you understand and learn them, you'll know them. Everybody's assigned to do all the work, but you yourself might only in any particular week might only do some of these, but it's just good to know what all of the work is. Every worker will basically have access to all of the work on their work hours tracking spreadsheet all the time. So then you go over the client work, you have ACU, Vortex, the rest of them are Jurison, taxes. So it goes through each of the different types of taxes, your bills, your fortnight bills, your quarterly bills updating, ACG. Then you got your sponsorship, your POS and all your assets and reporting. And then you have your executive support and all the different executive priorities, including Jurison, invoicing, client. Okay. So, and then we're slightly changing the model. And this is the next topic that's being proposed, is that the new model would be the 33% communications and general teamwork, 32% internal operations and SQV showcase. This is the prime trajectory, and then 33% client work and team income. So this is the new updated model, and there is exactly currently 119 established, and there's going to be a specific order, and this order will be exactly the same for every single person. So for example, if you're just like, okay, where do I go to track my, I just worked on recruitment, where do I go? Someone could be like, oh, you did recruitment follow-up? Yeah, that's number 28, right? So I can tell you, oh yeah, it's number 28, and then you can easily find that number 28. It'll be the same on every single person's work hour tracking spreadsheet, okay? So let's take a break for 3 minutes. When we come back, I'll continue going over the new PayStop model. And just to remind you, once you track your hours here, it automatically updates your 1.5 hours and then automatically updates from there into the client work and the all of the deliverables and everything else. So it just all automatically goes from that. But I'll go over the details when we get back. So 3-minute break.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Jennifer, if you're still here, or anyone can get Jennifer's current work hours tracking spreadsheet. That's what I need. So get Jennifer's
Yes.
current work hours tracking spreadsheet.
Jay?
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right. Are we ready to continue? Anyone
Yes.
back? Okay, cool. So as I was saying, in this new model, there's currently exactly 119 different work priorities. And just to make sure it's clear again, these 119 work priorities are the same for the entire team. This is literally all of the work for the entire team is listed there, period. Right? Does that make sense? So anytime we find work that we are assigning that's not listed, we would want to make sure it's listed. And to update the list, it'll only be able to happen at the end of the month to prepare for the next month's spreadsheet, because we won't be able to actually make changes and update the list without changing everybody simultaneously, and it will affect all of the automated calculations. So unless there's any initial question on all of the work that's kind of being presented for the work hours tracking spreadsheet, I'm going to go into some of the automated calculations that have already been set up and are ready to go. Okay?
Okay.
So the first thing is that it will automatically track the hours from the work hours tracking spreadsheet to the client work income. So when you track hours, and then you go into, you have client work and you have internal ops, right? It will just automatically bring the hours into this column right here, which is the setup and training hours, right? So what that means is that if you're working on, let's say, ACU or something, so if I go, let's just give an example. So if I say, see, I haven't updated, this does need to be updated with the new template. So the fact that we have the new template is very, very exciting. And so I can show you how that works. So this is the new template here. And we have all of the new client work. That is always going to be exactly the same. So this is, I did this yesterday to get the template set up. So then when you go into the actual client work, it'll always be the same order.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yeah, so as I said, there's definitely still plenty of details to update. But just to give you an example here, for the client work, you would say, for example, okay, wait, what did I do here? Did I mess something up somehow? I got off by just a little bit. So you have ACU documenting practice, okay? So you would go in here, and then this would be basically, let's just say, well, any ACU work, we'll just put it here for now. You come into my work hours tracking spreadsheet, and then it's going to just sum up the totals for the month on all of my ACU work, okay? So then if I have ACU work, then it will automatically put that ACU work into our client work. And it says I did 10 hours, but it brings it in as setup and training work. So the key thing here that's different, and this is why the efficient work, so EFF stands for efficient, SET stands for setup, and then you also have preparation for client hours, because we also do preparation client hours. So basically what happens is that this value will get deducted. So it will basically deduct anything you put in your work hours. So if I said, okay, half of those hours were efficient hours, it'll automatically subtract the hours from the setup. If I say I'm doing 3 hours, then it'll still say 7 for the training. So you don't really have to worry about the training and the setup hours. But for the efficient hours, you do have to manually enter efficient hours. because it's just a little complicated because it tracks hours, but it doesn't track the type of hour automatically. So you do have to manually come in and state like if this is efficient hours. But most of the hours that we track for client work aren't efficient hours. So I figured we should first say all the hours are efficient hours, and you just come in and you just write, okay, I did 5 hours of efficient hours, and then that's it, you move on. You can also just choose to not worry about the other hours and just do track your hours here. And if you accidentally do both places, it will automatically remove that. So it's just the correct number of hours. All right, so that's the client hours. You basically only have to track the efficient hours. You will still be updating all of your hours on the Discord income channels. So at the end of the month, if we're worried about our client hours and getting all of our hours updated, we really just have to focus on efficient hours as long as you're tracking your own hours, okay? And so that'll make it a little bit easier.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So when you come in, you would go through just the efficient hours to get them all updated into our client work. And the same thing would be true for the internal ops work as well. Although internal ops, we don't really need to break down into each individual category, because for us, the internal ops are just general pools. So it would just be, you have your budget internal ops, your payroll internal ops, your recruitment, your documentations, your staffing, your showcase, and your trainer and coordination, right? So it would just automatically sum. So for example, I'm working on the budget currently. So for internal ops, it already is calculating automatically that I've done 9 hours of budget work. None of it efficient budget work, was all set up. So if I say, okay, I added 5 hours of here, it would automatically deduct the 5 hours from there. So it doesn't matter if I accidentally add additional hours while I'm doing efficient setup. But you don't have to. You can just leave that blank and it automatically tracks your setup. Oh, this is supposed to be
reached.
So I put that.
Sorry. We've reached 19 minutes.
19 minutes, cool. All right, so let's see if there's anything else I want to mention. Automatic links internal check. Go to the client work, internal ops work to log efficient hours. Check, I covered that. Full network account. So the other thing that's really cool is at the end of all our main sessions, you have session value tracking. I updated the session value tracking to be basically automatically calculated. All you have to do is put in your total time, whether you're day or night, participation level, and the points. And then it automatically calculates everything. And then you come into here to our Vortex equity and our sessions log. And then I made a section for new world sessions. So for today, it would be the core team session. And this would be, October 5th and 6th. And then I would even go ahead and link the, the actual value tracking notes in here so that you can actually verify it directly. So what's important about this is that you end up with what we call power value, right? So I can give maybe an example from a previous session.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
No, I need 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll give an example of a previous session. I'll go to our management team session. So what you're going to see here is that the power credits is irrespective of value, of money, right? Of money value. So this is the time that you're putting into the organization, which
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So this represents your power in relationship to your contribution, right? So if you're contributing to the organization, you get power for making decisions. So if someone tried to come and usurp our organization and or bring like 100 people in and just take over, the power credits hold the primary decision-making power in the organization, not time or not just individual voting. And if you bring 100 people in or a bunch of people pay a bunch of money, they can't buy votes, right? Only contribution is primary power, and all of our contributions, like if you do the same amount of time, 4 hours, and you are doing the same participation level and you're actually active and engaged, everyone gets the same power. So all the same. The value credits is based on your jurisdiction. And we decided to do family jurisdiction since that seems to be what actually matters for people. And then that represents all your time and value. So the jurisdiction is different based on where you are and the actual value you need to live for your actual jurisdiction. But the power credits are the same for everyone for equal time. Okay, and so then that goes in it goes in here, and then will automatically get added to the token bonus payroll. All right, so that part is done. And I think that's pretty much it. Automatically link deliverables work from work hours tracking spreadsheet, but have to manually finalize. So I don't quite know about the deliverables work yet, but we will list the deliverables. The deliverables are slightly different than client work because some of it's the same as client work, but other times the client work is just a little bit different for the deliverables versus the category. But either way, it'll automatically update when it's applicable. But to finalize bonuses, we'll still be manual, and it does need to be agreed upon and verified before the bonus is issued. So it'll be the percentage complete, the estimated time to bonus. But what we can do is we can show, okay, here's how much work needs to be done to complete the bonus. And then we can show in the calculations, basically this would be part of the bonus calculations, which I haven't done yet, exactly how much more bonus you would get if you completed the bonus work. So we can have that available automatically in the calculations, so you can see how much bonus you've accumulated, even though you don't have access to that bonus until the work has been completed. All right, so that'll be really cool for people to be able to see how close they are and exactly how much value in bonuses that they have automatically. As far as what's already done, we can already do base equity payroll.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
All right, quick stretch. Okay. So as I was saying, we can already do base equity payroll, base upfront payroll, base token payroll. We have the token budget, and we can only do the current workers, right? So there's the token budget, which I'm very excited about. It adds up to $45,000 a month, which gives you an idea of the actual value and the global jurisdiction and the actual value of being a worker versus what we're actually able to pay people for. Because people are approved for 30 hours a week if you do, your full work, but we just don't have enough money for the upfront budget, right? So this token budget is very important and is the foundation to all of our automated calculations for the bonuses and the equity and the tokens. Right, so that's exciting as well. So if you take a quick look at, the calculations, obviously we haven't finished the calculations, but you can see, okay, Jake, so far I've tracked 141 hours for this month, and I've worked about 35 hours a week, and my jurisdiction back pay rate would be 3,546. So if we add in the rest of the calculations here, we'll just automatically calculate out the base equity, but we basically already have those calculations. We just need to copy and paste them for the normal payroll. The key thing is just that it automatically calculates all and gets it all added up. And then for the base upfront calcs, it would say, okay, here is your base hours, which I haven't finished yet on mine, but I want to do that for Jennifer. And then it would do your overtime, and then it would automatically, I guess your overtime is not applicable to your base upfront pay, so you can delete that. So it would just be your base hours times your pay rate, which my pay rate is $17.20, and then it would multiply that together, and then you would be able to add that up. So that's pretty much ready. And then I think that's pretty much it. And then it's just good to note that the entire spreadsheet will be protected except what you're able to access for your own work hours tracking spreadsheet, because there's so many calculations that are going to be being done and coordinated. It's just important to do that and keep everything protected. So at this point, I'm done. If we want to spend, it would probably take me 5 to 10 minutes. We could go over Jennifer. Otherwise, I can answer questions and we can go on to the view up and do the next topic. But if we want to, this is pretty much ready to go. I would just duplicate this. I already duplicated it for Jennifer because I wanted to go over for Jennifer, but then we would duplicate it for each person. And you
Time
can
to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And then you can start automatically tracking your hours and value for this moon month for the last couple of weeks, and you can start estimating or adding hours from the previous value hours tracking spreadsheets into these ones. And then also we can duplicate this entire spreadsheet, right? You just come in and say, okay, make a copy. And then we can use the automated calculations that we set up to actually do previous payrolls as well. And then we can just put in all the previous payroll data, and then it will just spit out the final calculations. Okay, so we're not quite ready for that, but we could be ready for that within a couple of days if people wanted to start working on finalizing everything for this month. All right, so what do we want to do? Do people have questions? I mean, the main question for me is, are we going the right direction? Does this look good? Do people like the idea of the 119 priorities? So everyone has the same priorities, everyone tracks their hours the same, and then it just automatically updates your assigned work. So do everyone like this model? Do they like the daily option, but you don't have to do daily? You can also do the weekly estimate. And this also aligns with our weekly check-in. So I think everything is pretty good, but I just want to make sure we're going the right direction. Because if I continue down this road, it'll be more and more difficult to make changes on the actual template. Because now everything will be sort of set in the template for the actual calculation.
For me, Jay, this is perfect.
It looks good?
Splendid.
It looks
Okay,
really
I like it.
Thank you, Jay. You must have spent so much time doing this.
Yeah, this has been like 30 hours over the last month, and it's still far from completed. It is, it will significantly improve the payroll for the future, that's for sure, though. Which I'm excited.
Jay, I have a question.
Yeah, question.
I'm not sure if this is a relevant one, but I want to bring it on the table. Just related to the policy tracking. Is this like somewhere also we can find it over here? So how we are implementing it as well?
So that's something that's not added, but yes, for what is not done yet is the bonus token payroll, bonus upfront payroll, all the automated invoicing, loans, decision makers, inactive workers, other contributors. Like there's a lot that's not done yet. Again, more than half of all the automated calculation systems have not been done yet, and this will include policy tracking.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So I did add it in. So it's right here. So policy stars, policy tracking and stars will be an automated spreadsheet that gets added in. And this will be something that we will be tracking into the spreadsheet, and then it will automatically update our bonuses and have all of our policy tracking and stars in relationship to our bonuses. There's many different bonuses that are also automatically going to be added in, including leadership bonuses, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just like so much that still needs to be added. I think 33% is probably on the high range, but I think that's about right. We're about 1/3 the way done, on all of it. But yes, eventually the policy tracking will automatically be added into our bonuses, right? But again, I haven't started working on the bonuses yet. The bonuses are a little more complicated than just the base pay. Does that answer your question, Jennifer?
Yes. So just to recap, if I got it correctly, those policy tracking or stars that we are getting, that is applicable on the bonuses, not on the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, only all of the policy tracking only affects our bonus. Yeah, absolutely. So and just to remind you, this is kind of an off topic here, but basically if you do 10 hours of policy tracking, 10 hours of policy tracking relates to 10% of your bonus, 0% of your base pay, And your base pay is the budget, right? So what you're budgeted in the budget is your base pay. It doesn't affect that at all. It only affects your bonus, which is included for your overtime work and extra hours for deliverables. Okay. So
Okay.
when you look at this, if you have 10 hours of policy tracking, that will equal 1 hour of value reduction. Right. So if your jurisdiction is $6 per hour, and you have 1 hour, you work 10 hours of policy tracking, you would be $6 reduction to your bonus, which would relate to your your extra value in your tokens and bonus output. Okay, it doesn't affect your base pay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. We got 4 minutes more for the topic.
Oh, we do have a little more time? All right. So, I mean, I would love to go over first. If there's any other questions, let's address the questions. But otherwise, I think the best use of our
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
The other thing I want to note and mention here is that, if you're on half pay stop, right, and you enter, okay, you worked on the budget for 10 hours, you're going to get your hour and a half. You technically only need to work on the budget for, to go down to the budget hours. So it says budget. Oh, here it goes. That was not as payroll. Sorry, payroll. So let's say I change this to an hour and a half. Then that hour and a half is now 0.75 for the 1.5 hours tracking. So the 1/2 pay stop means that if you work an hour and a half, you don't get your base pay totals for the full time. But what I was saying before, you can still get your full base stipend if you simply, one of the 3 options is to do double the time and you do 3 hours. So if I worked on 3 hours for the payroll, now it's green, it hits your hour and a half, and then you get your full base pay. Right? So that's one of the ways in order to get your full base pay, is just simply working the extra time to make up for the half pay stop. Okay. So anyways, let's go through this. If you look at Jennifer's past value tracking spreadsheet, we're going to ignore the anything, because this basically is going to go into just the equity value, because it's 0. And then you have 3 responsibilities. You've got your general responsibilities, your training, and then your main sessions. Okay. So then you go into your internal operation work, and you basically are doing the budget and the payroll, right? And then you've got recruitment. I think you're no longer doing ORC coordinator, so I think you're doing recruitment, right? Recruitment. So, this one would get deleted, right? So you have 3. You have monthly budget, payroll, monthly budget. So payrolls, budget, and then you've got client work. So for client work, you've got taxes. I think everybody actually does get showcase. I think everyone does get a showcase time. Although, yeah, and that would help you with your outreach. You can do some showcase work. So this would be like general launch support, right? So then that would be everything for your...
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
All right, so let's take a 6-minute break, and then I'm gonna just finish updating Jennifer's work hours tracking spreadsheet during the break, and then I'll show you what it's gonna look like. And when we get back, okay, sound good? So 5 minutes.
Okay, Jay.
No,
Jay, that is previous month that you are looking into.
What?
no, Jay.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Yes, Alberto?
Yeah. Please, can you take the break and we update it later?
Well, I'm going to be taking a break. I won't take the whole break to update this.
Okay, take some break though. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a little break. Okay.
Break is good. Thank you. Break.
Okay. Jay,
Yep.
uh, do you have time to check my goals? I just done it.
Um, no, not right this second, but we can go over them later. It's be fine.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Well, all right. Is Jennifer back?
Yes, I'm here, Jay.
You here? Okay, cool. All right. So basically, I just wanted to. Let me finish going over your client work responsibilities. Right. So in relation to ACU, are you currently involved in ACU? Yes or no?
No, not yet.
Okay, so we're going to delete that. And then as far as POS, are you involved in reporting or support work, VA work for POS?
No.
No. Okay, so we're going to delete that. Sponsorship, I think you could get involved in multimedia websites coordination for outreach. I think that's something you'd be good at. And then I don't know if you're involved in sales or overall like money organization or invoicing. Are you involved in that?
No, not yet.
Okay. So we'll just keep it simple with taxes and sponsorship for the website coordination, right? So this would be for work hours tracking spreadsheet would look like. And you currently have 9 hours in the time budget, and then you've got 13.5 hours assigned work. So you only have to do, you know, whatever it is, 9 divided by 1.5 to meet your threshold. You have to do 6 of these per week, right? So let's go over it. So for example, so again, you do not track any hours in this section. You're going to track all your hours below down here. So for example, right now we're in the core team main session. So, I'm just going to track for weekly for now, but let's say you did, 3 hours today. And then we had the contentious situation yesterday was 4 hours. So obviously you've already met 7 hours of your main session commitment and you've done this. So 1 of 6 completed, check, right? You didn't do any training. Your general communications would be like on your Discord communications. Maybe you spent, a half an hour or an hour on that over the week. And then maybe you did some scheduling for like a half an hour. And then maybe you got organized and tried to get yourself set up and organized. and maybe you spent some time tracking your hours for like 15 minutes, a half an hour, whatever. You actually make sure that you're always tracking your hours for tracking your hours. Does everyone understand that it's very, very important to track your hours for tracking your hours? And then you spent like at least 2 hours on your general basic responsibilities.
Time to pause.
So
Please stop.
that's
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So then you would come down to the budget and payroll. So you're the value coordinator. So you're supposed to be working on budget and payroll every week, right? And then your primary coordination would be coordinating the budget and planning and oversight of the budget. So maybe you come in here, okay, oh, this week, I did, 2 hours on budget coordination. And then I actually worked on the base upfront payroll for 2, maybe 3 hours. And that's what you did, right? And so then it automatically will register up here in the payroll and the budget that you did 2 hours on each of these. And so then it marks that, yes, you've completed these 1.5 hour responsibilities, right? So then you go into recruitment. Okay, if I worked on recruitment, and I don't think I actually, let's do the showcase one, right? So the showcase, if I go in here, I would say some, and you come up and you're working on your showcase. So here's all of the showcase work from 39 to 47, right? So basically, if you're working on all the showcase work, it would come up here, and then we just pull that across. So let's say you come in, you're working on the showcase, and you did some multimedia or something for the website on, today. You put in, like say you put in an hour, right? So, and then maybe, sometime in the week, you don't remember when, it was a half hour. So we put an hour and a half on that too. So you can see how that would get covered as well, right? But let's say we're on half pay stop. If we're on half pay stop, right, it, wow, that
It's automatically.
work actually. I think it only works for the days instead of the week. No, for some reason it doesn't work for that. Anyways, let's not worry about that part, but I'll fix that. So the point is that you can see that you met 7.5 hours of your 9-hour total, right? So if you just want to work an hour and a half on each thing, that's perfectly fine. You do not have to be here right now. You can say, okay, I did my hour and a half on the main session. I'm done. I don't want to do any more main sessions. And then you leave, and it's perfectly fine, right? So you only have to do an hour and a half work for the week and towards the meeting that. And if you do overtime, let's say you did, a bunch of overtime, so you did 2-3 hours of overtime every day throughout the week, then the overtime hours would calculate out, and you have 10 hours of overtime as well. Okay, so this would be, the overtime would be your bonus, right? So this is basically what someone's work hours tracking spreadsheet would look like.
Okay.
Okay, and so overall, what we want to do for people who have very minimal hours, like if you only have 9 hours a week, it's like
time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So these are your responsibilities that you would want to be focusing on, even though you have access to track hours and work on any of these responsibilities that you want to get your back pay for it, right? Right. But if someone wants to increase their hours, then it's like first track your base hours, then you can increase your hours and we'll add you more responsibilities. But you need to take care of your current responsibilities first before we start giving you more responsibilities. So if you have 30 hours, if you have 30 hours of responsibilities, you're only doing like 5-10 hours of work a week. We need to cut down your responsibilities in the time budget and actually put the work that you're actually doing first. Make sure you're meeting your expectations. Then we can add back your additional 1.5 responsibilities. Okay. And then I also want to come in here, and I think everything should either be like an A or a so A would be like green. Whoops. I don't know what to do this. A would be like green that you're assigned. So these would all be assigned work for you, right? That all of these hours except for this one. So this one would be, let's say N would be not assigned. I don't know what, maybe there are other better terms. But anyways, the point is that it's red. So if you put hours in this one, it doesn't count towards your 1.5 hours because it's just anything hours. But all your general value, your training, your main sessions all count. And then for this, all of your budget and payroll work all counts because you're assigned that. You're also assigned recruitment follow-up time, right? Posting, NRT coordination, not assigned, right? So you're not assigned to do NRT coordination. So those hours would not count for you. ORC, you're not assigned. Documentations, you're not currently assigned. So basically all of this other work here, except for the showcase, you're not assigned. So then for some of these in the showcase, you are assigned. So let's just say some of the showcase things for now, we'll change that later. And then currently you're not assigned any of the other coordination work, etc. Okay. And then of course for the client work, you're not assigned to ACU. You're not assigned to the vortex. You are assigned to taxes. Everybody is assigned to taxes, right? So this just helps you kind of know what you are and are not assigned to so that you can
What to prioritize here.
you know what your priorities are, and okay, if you track hours here, you can track hours anywhere you want. You can work on anything you want, but it's not going to count towards your 1.5 hour responsibilities, right? So
Time to pause.
That's the difference.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yes, and so then in terms of this sheet, it would be all the sheets would be protected, and then this sheet would be we would allow a permission just with Jennifer. So I would custom add permissions to a second person. I would add Jennifer here, so only Jennifer would be able to edit her own spreadsheet. Or we would assign like a payroll worker or someone who has oversight to oversee the payroll process to make changes or update things as needed. But basically, there's so much going on in the spreadsheet that people can't be like messing around in whatever tab that they want to. You would only be able to mess around in your own tab. Okay?
I agree. Yeah.
So that is basically how it would work for a individual worker. And this is what, Jennifer's would look like. So Jennifer only has 10 lines in relationship to her assigned responsibilities. And this is what the old spreadsheet would look like. It was just the assigned responsibilities. But there's two things that create confusion with that. One is okay, where do I actually, what at the time am I spending the time on? Where do I put the work? And so now we don't have to worry about that anymore because everybody is assigned all the work and all the work is here. So, what session I'm in, this is the session that I'm in. This is my general communications and tracking hours. So you can just track your hours wherever you did it. And then it automatically adds it up into your 1.5 hour responsibilities. And then in relationship to your, your budget hours, your payroll hours, so you just know where you can track your hours. If there's anything missing, let us know. We'll add it in. And over time, we'll get it perfected. And obviously, there's the most client work and internal ops, and there's not as many options for general, but that will change over time. And there's 3 different types of training. There's your stage 5, stage 6, stage 7. There's your paid position training, and then there's their methodology and other roles training. Okay, great. So I think this is it for this topic. Any other questions on the topic? Otherwise, I think we
Yes,
are...
I have a question.
Yes, Lucy.
Okay, regarding tracking the hours the way you are doing for Jennifer, does that mean the only person that can update that is Jennifer, who is doing payroll, or is anyone else?
Only Jennifer and the person who's responsible for the spreadsheet and the moderator and or the person doing the payroll. Most payroll workers will only have access to basically the output and minor details of verification for the calculations and the such. So, unless there's something specifically necessary.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Yeah, for the payroll worker to actually have access in your spreadsheet, no one will have access except for basically you and the treasurer, right?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, stretching. Everyone's got to stretch. All right, any last questions before we on?
Yes, I have a
Yes,
question.
me too.
But Alberto had the question first, so go ahead,
Okay,
Alberto. I'm waiting.
Alberto.
I had the hand raised.
Oh,
Yes,
nice.
Jay. So, I would like to go into practical stuff, right? So so now we already have our tab. We can already start tracking there, or we need to do something. How do we start using the spreadsheet? Exactly.
So basically, as long as everyone wants to try this out and there's no objections, I believe we could just, the template is already set up. I'll finalize the template. We can duplicate this for all of the workers. And we already have Jennifer's. So I can have this ready basically by today, tomorrow. Everybody will have your work hour tracking spreadsheet and you'll have access to it. From there, no one should stop tracking their hours on their current spreadsheet because we don't actually know this is going to work until we actually verify that it worked, right? Because there's a lot of complicated things going on. And some things don't work. Like there's still errors in certain areas and there's problems that occur. So basically what I would want you to do is to continue to track your hours on your old spreadsheet. Either way, you have to continue to do your income coordination on Discord, right? And your policy tracking and everything. So just keep doing your old system, but then also start adding into the new system. I personally am starting to enjoy the new system. Like I think it's fun, like there's everything is here. So I can just go through and I can be like, oh, I spent a little time on this. I spent a little time on that. I worked on this a little bit. And it's just, I'm actually enjoying doing the tracking hours because it's all here already. And I don't actually have to think about it, whereas before I had to think about, okay, where do I track the hours and making a new section or doing whatever. It was just like complicated. So for me, this just feels easier. It's kind of fun. I can watch the things add up and I can see the totals. And that's going to be one of the cool things is that you'll be able to immediately, because the old system, it just gave you basically an estimate of your back pay, right? And it kind of estimated things, but they weren't actual calculated totals. In the new model, you're actually able to click on the calculations and you'll actually be able to see the exact amount of money you've made so far for the month, right? And this could even turn into weekly payrolls.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So the answer is continue to track your hours on the old system and then start transferring your hours into the new system. If you're transferring your hours in the new system, you can just use like the weekly totals. Like you don't have to do it by day at all. You can just do the weekly totals or even the monthly totals if you're just doing monthly estimates for equity value. And then in terms of people who like aren't tracking their hours, like I wasn't using the old system because it didn't really engage me and it was just not enough detail or whatever. I don't know. It just didn't really work for me. This is more exciting. I like it better. So if you just rather track your hours on this one, you can do that. You're not forced to use, if you're not using the old one already, just start using the new one and then that's that. Okay, that makes sense, Alberto?
Perfect sense, thank you. But so we wait for you to tell us that where our systems go with our tab, and we can use the tab.
Exactly, and I can do that. If everybody's ready to give it a try, I can have it set up. If someone wants to work with me during Sonic or COBOL, I could have it set up, in a couple hours, depending on when we finish the session. Otherwise, definitely by tomorrow, I will send out to everybody and get you your, because the template's pretty much done, and then we'll make everybody. Or we already did Jennifer, so I just have to. The only reason I didn't invite Jennifer is I didn't want the email to show up. So PII, Pinda. So yeah.
So viewer.
Oh no, Alex.
Oh no, Alex. Sorry, Alex. Yes. Alex.
Yeah, me too. I have a question.
Yes, my question here. My question is regarding the overtime. When you do overtime, that goes to back pay, right? But
no, overtime is upfront pay, bonus pay. So your overtime is upfront pay, bonus pay, and just to verify your overtime, the overtime model that we have is there's currently 3 daily overtimes. There are other equity overtimes that I'm not going to go into, but this is upfront pay. When you work between 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., that is what's called 1.5x normal overtime with upfront pay. So you get 1.5 pay. Then at nighttime between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m., you get double upfront pay. And in the budget, if we go to the budget, which is right here, this is represented under our overtime bonuses. So this is basically overtime nighttime bonuses, and we currently have $400 in the budget. So as long as all of the overtime bonuses add up to less than $400, everyone will get paid for all of
Time
their
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
based on the very important calculation that your overtime is tracked based on a portion of non-overtime hours. So I don't want to go into detail in the calculation, but the simplest way to think it is that if you work 2 hours of overtime and 10 hours of normal time, 10 hours normal time, you don't automatically get the 2 hours of overtime automatically, because like you don't know, like of those 10 hours, you don't necessarily know which time is part of the 1.5 hours that is your required work time and what time was the other 8 hours, right? Okay. So the way that we do it is that if you're working 5 hours in a week and 5 of those hours are overtime, then 100% of your value is automatic upfront pay. Right? But if it's going to be 5 hours of overtime and you work 10 hours total, which means only half of your time was overtime, right? So half overtime, then you would get 50% value of your upfront overtime. And that's simply just to make sure that people aren't abusing the system and just basically, working a bunch and then just stacking all of their overtime to just like maximize their money. So obviously, if we had unlimited money, we would pay people whatever they wanted, but we just have to make sure that people can't abuse the system. And the easiest way to do that is just saying that, all right, here's your total overtime hours, which is 15 hours in Jennifer's case, based on what I wrote, but she's going to get 10 hours of the overtime upfront pay because she also worked a few hours of normal hours. Well.
Yes, but my question was related onto the time.
What's related
on the time spent over hours? You do let's say 2 times 2 hours overtime, so that means you get that time. But are those time counted also for the work you made, like the 1.5 responsibility? That is my question.
Yes, absolutely. So if any work that you're doing at any time, if you do not take a break, like if you're in a buddy team session and your buddy team goes for 4 hours, right? And you don't stop to take a full 30-minute break, if you take a 29-minute break and then you get back to work, under our policies, you are now on overtime because you did not take a full
time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So this is a legal thing that you legally are required to stop working, go take a lunch, go take a break for a minimum of 30 minutes. Typically, it's more than 30 minutes, like an hour, which is why our octants are supposed to be an hour and a half to 2 hours long, and then you take an hour break in between, and then you continue. Typically, we do 2.5 hours, and then we get a half an hour break. But if you miss that half-hour break, which happens quite often, and then you go another 3 hours, that basically turns into a literally 6-7 hour non-stop work time. That is overtime hours. So for example, this session, we are now in 2.5 hours. We're going to 2.5 hours. And it's also good to note that Ateh started at 1.5 hours, but now she is in 2 hours, right? So for her, she would mark for today's session that for the first 2 hours, she did normal 1.5x, but now she's doing an hour of 2x, right? So she would do 2 hours for the first 2 hours, and then for 1.5 normal overtime, and then double overtime for now that it's after midnight. Okay.
Okay.
So, but the key thing here is that if this session continues for another 30 minutes and we don't stop, we'll take a 5-minute break, but then we continue. At that point, we should all be tracking, the entire team who got here on time would be now tracking overtime hours for more than 4 hours without stopping. And that is currently only equity value and token value. It is not part of your upfront pay value because we never approved that. Eventually, we would love that to be part of your upfront overtime, but currently it's just not part of our policies. But it's the only way to track this is daily. It's just not possible to track that particular type of overtime through automated calculations. So of the 10 plus different types of overtime calculations that we will be doing, these are the only 3 that are manual. Every single other overtime calculation will be automatic. For example, more than 30 hours in a week. So other overtime calcs, more than 30 hours in a week, more than 6 hours in a day, more than 40 hours in a week, more than 120 hours in a month. I don't know, whatever it is, there's all of these different overtime criteria that will automatically increase in relationship to your tokens and equity, but they will not affect your upfront pay. Okay.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
But now that we have everything that will be calculated automatically, it's now very easy to add in all of these actual existing policies on overtime. And we're going to be listing all the policies that affect all the calculations here in the policies tab. I'm going to try to keep a running list of every time I put a calculation in that relates to various policies. I'm going to make sure that we are documenting it. Okay. And then the other thing that you'll notice. Oh, Ateh, did you have a question? Or Alex, were you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you, Jay.
Ateh?
Yes, Jay. First of all, I want to thank you for the effort put in place. The 30 hours is really worth it.
I didn't quite understand. But keep going.
I said, first I want to thank you for the effort put in place to make sure payroll is easier for in the future, and the 30 hours is really worth it. So my question is, I have the tracking sheet in front of me at the Jennifer's on where we are having the example. So where exactly do we track the additional equity hours?
Well, that's the thing, is that you only track equity hours. So in the top part where you do not track hours below, it automatically takes all of the value that you track, what you track in the equity section. So under starting on line 22 in Jennifer's tab, you have what we call the established priorities for work priorities of the organization. And there's 119 of them currently. Okay. So these 119 work priorities are assigned to all workers, and they're assigned to the entire team. This is literally all the work that is assigned to be done. There is no additional work that exists. Everything is listed in this list as equity work. You do not automatically get paid to work on whatever you want to, but you are assigned, you can work on any of these responsibilities and priorities as long as you're not expecting to get paid, because everyone gets equity and value and bonuses and ownership for their time. When you track hours, for example, I go to the showcase, right? And let's say I do a segmentation and multimedia post on Facebook. And it takes me 1 hour. Right, and I put that on, line 63, it's number 42, just for the week. All right, let's do 5 hours. Let's say I do 5 full hours. Right, every day I do an hour. Right, so 1 hour every single day for 5 days. That's 5 hours. Okay, so let's say I do that. I come up here, and then that automatically updates every single day for 1 or 2 hours for my showcase work in line 16. See that? So it just like automatically adds the hours. So when you track your equity hours, down below, it automatically will add up your assigned 1.5 hour responsibility hours, and then it'll just mark in green when you've completed it, and then you no longer have to work on it anymore if you want to stop. Any additional time from that, that's equity value. Does that make sense? So you
Yes.
only
So
have to track your hours in one place, and then it automatically tracks the rest of it for you everywhere else, including in the work client work. So in the client work, it will automatically show up. I haven't added Jennifer, but we will, but it will automatically show up in Jennifer's time, which I'll do next. And then if you do efficient hours, you just need to manually add in the efficient hours, which you're still going to put on Discord. So we will do it for you. If you just put it on Discord, you don't have to worry about it at all. But then you just have to manually add the efficient hours, and that's it. So does that make sense? So as a worker, all you have to track is track all your hours below here, which is under the other equity time and work hours tracking. And this is where you track all of your hours for all 119 work priorities that we've assigned to the organization, into the team. And then it will automatically put the time into your actual 1.5 hour responsibilities, into your client work, and everywhere else in your calculations. I mean, you also have to manually track, obviously, your overtime. Okay?
yes. So for example, now if you look on line 12 on the Jennifer's, you will see it's a main session. So for example, we are already running like into 3 hours of this main session. So when she tracks 1.5 there, where does she track the remaining other hours?
Yeah. So for if you did it perfectly, so you come here, the contentious session was yesterday. So this is like, and for me it was October 3rd. So for her it might be different, 4 hours there. And then today we've got the core team session. Let's say we're doing 3 hours at least. That's 7 hours. So then you'll see up here 4 hours for yesterday, 3 hours for today for main sessions, which is a total of 7 hours, which meets her 1.5 hour base hour.
Okay, so we don't track from line. You don't do anything from line 9 right down to line 18.
It's all done automatically.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you track down, then you go
the old model where you used to just track your hours for your
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
You just completely ignore the old model. You don't do it at all. And so this is just here to keep you educated about your current base hours, your current totals for your overtime hours. And then you can see currently we've calculated 10.5 base hours for Jennifer based on the time we put in so far. And then on the bottom, you can see the equity hours, which is currently 121 because I duplicated this from my own hours. So it has all of my hours in here that we need to delete. But basically the point is the total equity hours adds up to your total hours of all your values for your ownership and your tokens and your equity, which is separate from your actual base pay. So no one's required to work a single minute more than their base pay. But if you do, it automatically adds up here. And then this is your equity hours, which goes into your back pay, which goes into your benefits and all of your other value that you get. And that all is added up automatically. But again, you only have to track your hours in relationship to the 119 assigned work, or not assigned, the overall work responsibilities and priorities for the team. So as long as you track your hours here, you just find whatever you worked on. Oh, I worked on ACU open session, and I don't know what I did during that session, so I'll just track it here, right? Or, oh, I worked on, the planetary session planning, and so I'll track it here. Or, oh, I worked on Innovate United Taxes last month, and so I'll track it here, right? So you don't have to really think about where to track your hours. You just need to find the priority that you're working on, and then track your hours not responsive for that priority. If you can't find the priority, then you need to let us know and we need to add it in. Because every single priority will be added into this list. And this list will probably grow from 119 to more like, 140, 150 or something like that over the next couple months.
Yeah, so in other words, you can just work like within a day you can cover your let's just say within a day you can cover your onboarding session hours for the week if you go like 5 hours?
No, you only have to do an hour and a half. You don't need to do 5 hours. It's just an hour and a half.
Okay, what if you go more than 5 hours?
The other rest of the
Like
value,
2, 3 hours.
yeah, the rest of the value goes into your total equity hours. Okay, so
By the way, we'll understand more. I'll understand more when I start the practicals. But at least at this level, it makes sense.
yeah,
Thank you.
so the key thing is to understand the policies and
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So just to remind you on the policies, let's say you're working on something that takes 5 hours, right? Our model and our goal for, actually let's use 6 hours because it's simpler, right, to calculate. So you have efficient work above the 1.5 hours per week. There's 2 ways to get full pay. If you have a priority that's going to take 6 hours of work to complete, in our model, we would prefer you to spend, it would be 4 weeks, so 1 month at 1.5 hours per week until the responsibility is completed. So we want you to plan ahead. Every week you do an hour and a half on that responsibility, and it takes 6 hours total. So then by the end of the month, you will have completed that responsibility and you get your full pay, even if you didn't complete it. But let's say you do 5 hours all in one day to complete the responsibility. As long as you've completed that responsibility, you can get that verified in the work verification, right? For, in this case, it would be like either internal ops or client work. Oh no, the deliverables bonus. It would be part of the deliverables bonus, and then it's completed, and we verify it, right? And then you can get all of the additional, in this case, 4.5 hours as upfront pay, as long as you verify that the work was completed. So again, you can work as many hours as you want in a single day, get paid for all of those hours if you complete the work. That is our policy. If you don't complete the work, it's equity value, right? You just need to complete the work. You can get paid however much you want. Like, we just don't care about how much money you want if you do the work. But unfortunately, as a team, we don't do the work. So all of these policies on the 1.5 hours a week and all this other stuff has nothing to do about not paying people. It has everything to do with making sure people follow through with the work before they get thousands and thousands of dollars that we have to pay to the team. Right? As long as you complete the work under our policies, you should get all of the pay. So that includes all your bonus pay for deliverables, all of your efficient hour work above 1.5 hours per week, and you can also just double your time, right? So if you're on a half pay stop, you will get paid the full amount of time if you simply, work more hours, right? Unfortunately, calculations didn't work. I don't know why. So if I do half pay stop, yeah, it just doesn't work. I don't know why it didn't.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
All right. So anyways, I think I see why the half pay stop didn't work. I think I did cover it for over here. So let's say you did 5 hours of overtime. I guess it doesn't matter. The overtime doesn't matter. But if you have half pay stop and you do, this is general hours work. So if you cut all these general hours work and you say you only did an hour and a half, it should come up. So let's say I do an hour and a half, like 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. An hour and a half for general hours work comes out to 0.75 because of the half pay stop. So all I have to do to get my full pay for this week, if we're on half pay stop, is I just do 3 hours of work instead of 1.5 hours work, and then you get your full stipend. It is extra hours, but you get the money, right? So I'm just making sure it's clear. If you're on half pay stop, it doesn't just mean that your pay is cut in half. It just means you just work double the time in this case, you know, an extra hour and a half. But let's say we're on quarter pay stop. So if you go to 0.75, which would represent a quarter pay stop, and it's yellow instead of orange, in this case, you don't actually have to work a full hour and a half longer. I think you'd only have to work a half hour longer. But let's see what the calculation is. So it says for 2 hours you get enough time. So if you do 1 hour, if you do an hour and a half, you're only getting 1.13. So you don't actually get your full 1.5 hours. So you just have to do 1/2 hour more, and it's 2 hours will equal your full 1.5 hours because you're on 3/4 pay instead of half pay, right? And for 0.75, which would no 0.25, which would be when you're on 3/4 pay stop, you're only getting a quarter of your pay. In that case, you're going to need to do like more like 5 hours of work or something ridiculous, right? So 3.5 hours of work only adds up to 0.88 value, right? So you're going to need to do significantly more hours of work. It says you have to do 7 hours of work to get 6 hours. 6 hours of work to get full pay. Let's make sure that's correct. Yeah, 6 hours. So we do not want to go on what a 3/4 pay stop. That would be really bad, right? But just
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Just make sure it's clear. If you do 6 hours work, you're still getting your full pay on that particular thing, even if we're on 3/4 pay stop and you're only getting 1/4 of your pay, right? Obviously, if you're on full pay stop, full upfront pay stop, it doesn't matter how many hours you work, you don't get any base pay. Okay, that makes sense? So when you're on full pay stop, the only way to get paid is to do the deliverable. As soon as you actually complete the work and you get the deliverable, then it goes into the deliverables work completion and verification, which will then add the value of the deliverable budget. And this is the deliverables budget. We have both upfront bonuses and back pay bonuses. There is currently $3,800 of upfront bonuses and $15,000 of back pay value that we put in. And so, this still needs a little bit of work, but the point is that if once you complete the work, you get the upfront pay bonus, plus you get all of the value for the hours that you worked above your 1.5 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we can make sure that's clear in the policies as well and put that in here. Okay, so hopefully that answers some of the questions. I know there's a lot of details in this whole process, but I think it makes sense, and it's just making sure people have the opportunity to get the pay, even if you were on a pay stop, right? So again, the pay stop is not about not getting money. The pay stop is all about actually completing the work. If people complete the work, get paid whatever you want. So anyways, I think it was worth it to miss the break to go over these really important questions that Ateh had. But we did miss the break, so we should get into the view up and get organized. But are there any other last questions? I know for me, this is very exciting. I've been working on this for literally like most of my life the last 3 weeks. And I'm excited that it's finally coming together. And I'm excited that everyone wants to give it a try and try to do it for this month. Once we get this month set up, and all the calculations are set up, we can just duplicate this and start using it for past months and use this template for automatic calculations for equity, base upfront, and base token pay. That'll all do it automatically by simply estimating weekly hours. That's all we have to do, just estimate the weekly hours. Even we can do you have to estimate the weekly hours to do the 1.5 hour responsibilities for base pay. And then for the equity and value, you can even estimate monthly hours.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
So unless there's any questions, I think we're ready for view up. And I think it's good to take a little extra time on that, but let's stretch. So who wants to do our view up?
So I would wrap it up, guys. I mean, we have about 8 minutes, or I don't know what you want to do, guys. I mean, we've been going for almost 3 hours now.
I mean, I'm down to keep going, but if anyone else wants to continue, we have so many priorities, and we've only gotten through one. I also would love to quickly vote on the new time schedule, because that is the new basis whole model that I set up. So it would just be helpful to get that finalized so that we're all talking the same vocabulary. And then we could get into more policies and training. I mean, this stuff is super duper important for the whole future of the Vortex. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd want to do in a buddy team or whatever, but
No, I mean, we can keep going, but let's not miss breaks.
oh yes, missing break is bad. So let's do a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, first, let's do the view up. Yes. So I'm okay with the vote is. I mean, the vote is necessary. Otherwise, the payroll system is missing a component. And then, I don't know, the policy for showing up on time depends how much we want to. Anyways, let's take a break. No, let's take a break. And then
I mean, I think that it's between the policy for showing up on time and the training models and systems. I think this is our next two topics.
I would go into the training model and system because it's also related now with this new.
Yes,
new
and it's our
model.
number 2 priority, so I think it makes sense that we would go right. So let's take a break, and then are there any disagreements with topic 4 and 5?
I agree totally with the
Jay,
topic.
I need to prioritize the back paper.
Okay, so that is a separate one. Currently, that is down here in number 16, so we can consider that. So why don't we, we have
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So we have 5 minutes right now that we can get agreement on this topic. Then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay. Start on that topic. So
I better. Is it like a fan or what? That's blowing.
It's my it's the ventilator. Sorry, I'm going to mute myself.
I think it is a fun.
Yeah.
I live in the jungle, so it's hot.
It's okay.
So the proposal currently is a quick vote on the new percentage time vortex schedule model, which is I mean, we basically already covered it. We just need to vote on it, and then going into the training system. So if we don't want to do the training system and instead we want to deal with the payroll and getting the payroll plan for paying everybody, we can do that. I also feel like the plan could just be using the new template model. We throw in everyone's hours, it automatically prints out the calculated equity base and token payrolls, and then we just run them, add it all up, run them, and then that's it. So maybe that's the plan, in that we already covered it in the new payroll system introduction, and that the next step is just a buddy team and doing work.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I mean,
yeah. It makes sense.
If you involve me in a buddy team, I think I have the situation kind of clear, and we can have something ready to get reviewed by Jay before proposing to the team. I don't think we need to spend it now a main session topic on that again. But let's do the training system that is so much important.
So as far as the new payroll system, I'm going to send everybody your work hours tracking spreadsheet on the new single spreadsheet model. Then I'll give everybody like 24 hours to kind of update this month, right? So you should be able to estimate your weekly hours for 155 degree west for the week of the new moon, the week of the first quarter moon, and then we have this week, which is the week of the full moon. And then everybody will be blank for the week of the last quarter moon. But at least I have enough data already to finalize all of the calculations for the base equity, base upfront, and base token calcs. So it would be really helpful if everyone could do that in 24 hours, and then I will have the entire model ready to duplicate and copy for using for the past payroll.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
For dinner or not? Yeah, we'll be here for dinner. Yes, we'll be here. So we were thinking about having fun with this. Okay, well maybe we just order something. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna take a break in just a minute.
Okay. Yes,
So-
Jay.
So are we in agreement doing the quick vote on the vortex schedule and then doing the training model, and then we're good? And then I'm gonna send out.
Yes.
I'm gonna send out everybody's work hours tracking spreadsheet. Give everyone 24 hours to basically input their value. Use the data that everyone gives me to finalize the calculations for base equity, base upfront. It would actually be helpful if someone can make sure that you give me the links to the most recent calculation spreadsheets for equity, base upfront, and base token calcs. So that would be a task that someone could do for me, right? Get J most recent base equity, base upfront, base token calc. So any objections to the proposal and the plan? And then after we get all of these calculations made, then we can duplicate this for previous payrolls and start just plugging in data from the old payrolls.
Yes, Jay.
No objections.
No objections.
No objections. No objection.
All right, so let's go into topic 4, right? We have agreement on topic 4?
Yes.
Great. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. After, at the top of the hour, we're going to come back and start topic 4. We're going to vote on this very simple proposal. The proposal is simply that we're changing the vocabulary from and colors from the old model, which was 33% communications, 33% internal ops, 30% client work, and we use the orange and the yellow. What was client work was always purple, right? Client work was always magenta. Anyway, so the new model, we're going to the new vocabulary. So we'll talk about this and vote on it when we get back. All right, 10-minute break.
Client work was green, Jay.
Oh yeah, client work used to be green. You're right.
Yeah.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes. Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
Oh no. Jeez. You're gonna come in the other room. They only open.
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right. Is anyone back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
Here also.
The proposal is to change our vocabulary from the old time tracking model to be in sync with our vortex schedule. I think that's the proposal. So basically the old model was 33% communications, 33% internal ops, and 33% client work, and the colors were different. And so the new model is going to be based on our vortex schedule. So one of the things, if we take a look at our vortex schedule real quick here, let's see if I can find the schedule. If anyone wants to link the schedule, they can. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jay can hear you. Yes,
Can hear
Jay.
you.
I hear you.
Okay.
Linked. It's linked.
You linked it? All right, here we go. Team schedule, perfect. So if you take a look at the team schedule, what you're gonna see is that we have showcase website in green, and we have showcase website over here, right? And then we got general teamwork in the blue, right? General teamwork. And then we have the client work on either side, ACU client work, Friday, Saturday, and Jurison client work, Monday, Tuesday, right? So basically with the new model, we do general teamwork in the middle of the week, and then we do internal ops and FQV showcase work at the beginning and end of the week, right? So it would be like, you know, the showcase website is going to also be evolving to all of our internal ops. So you do internal ops here, and then the general teamwork and the communications in the middle. And then we have the client work on either end. So it'll match, so our time tracking will match our schedule. Does that sort of make sense?
Yes.
So the only
Time to pause.
need to go.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I guess I'll just mention it here. It's not really, I don't think we need to vote on it, but basically the bottom line is that what we realized is that the prime trajectory is also the prime lineage. And the prime lineage means that in order to achieve the launch, we must be functional, and being functional is our internal ops. So the internal ops and the FQV showcase and the launch are the same thing. That's what we realized. Okay. And that's also why FQV Showcase is now its own section in our new model for tracking hours as part of our internal ops FQV Showcase. There's a whole showcase section. So number 39 to 47. Yeah. So any questions on the proposals or anything that I missed? Does this look pretty good? And this also relates, like Alberta's saying, in the functionality, that this is what we need to bring, you know, functionality. And this is our major issue here. So for functionality of the team. So it should just create alignment with everything, make sure that we're actually focusing time on getting functional. And that will be the number one thing that takes us on our prime lineage from functionality to the launch, from the launch to the coalition. We know where we're heading, we know where we're going. We just need to get focused and get functional. Okay. Any other questions on this proposal? Can you guys even hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
Jay.
We're here.
Yeah, we're here.
Is there anything I wanted to add? Otherwise, I think we're just looking at concerns, right? If there's no questions, then we go to concerns.
No questions.
No,
Any concerns?
no question.
No question.
No
No
question.
question.
Okay. If there's no concerns, then we can ask for objections. Any
None for me.
objections?
Neither.
No objection.
Jay,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes. Can we add the breakdown of the internal ops to the details, or it doesn't make sense?
You mean the new internal ops?
Yeah, because there would be a change, right? So this would be
Right. Right. But
line
internal ops
21.
is still sort of based on, the
Time
team.
for breath.
So,
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
like internal ops is still kind of based on the team or the leadership needs, right? So, but it's still fine, and we can have it listed here. So this is the new updated list of internal ops. Like we don't need a vote on that because it's not really. It's like whatever the internal ops is, this needs to be the internal ops. But we do understand that as part of our functionality, training and training coordination specifically is paid work. It is basically billable, right? If you're working on it as a coordinating the training, you are bringing money into the team as part of the internal ops. So any other questions? All right, any
None for
concerns,
me.
objections?
No.
Wait, concern is supportive consensus. This is a very huge, it's a needed evolution, but it's gonna be so beneficial that I would like to have supportive consensus. So I wanna vote.
Okay, request for supportive consensus is always a concern because if you don't vote, it's impossible to achieve supportive consensus. So let's go ahead and vote. Whatever his name. Lucy, Jennifer, Mamoon.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you copied me.
I'll
Right.
need 5 minutes, but I'll vote at 8.
Okay, Ateh votes at 8.
Yeah, I need 5 minutes, please.
I vote 7.
Lucy votes a 7. I will vote. I guess I'm an 8. See, everything seems correct to me. I think the only other detail I would want to add to vote an 8 is that note that this is not required for there to be alignment with the time tracking and the schedule, and can change at any time in the future. So this is definitely optional. We're choosing
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
but overall, it's an optional choice to do this. So, Mamoon, Alex.
I vote
8. Sorry. I vote 8.999999.
Alex.
I vote 8.5.
Okay, so it looks like we lost Mamoon, but we do just barely have supportive consensus. It's not a massive supportive consensus, but it technically is supportive consensus. All right, so I think we're ready for the next topic, right?
Yes, we are. Oh, let's vote. Let me create a tab. Where is it? Here it is. Topic. Let's see. 5. Topic 5. Training models and systems. There it is.
All right, so we're doing the training, right?
Yes, I'm logging the decision, so if somebody can do the tab and start.
We have the tab, but who's supposed to start? I guess I could try to start. I mean, for me, I can kind of start where we are now, like the current status of the training. Everyone is assigned 1.5 hours per week for training. This includes stage 5, leadership training. It includes the position training, leadership training, and it includes the methodology leadership training. So
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
All right, quick stretch. All right. Hopefully everyone stretched. So, basically, and after stage 5, you have stage 6, stage 7, et cetera, et cetera. Never ends, right? So there are some issues and concerns with the current model. One is that there is a not clarity between onboarding and then continued training. So that I feel like needs to be worked out, because there are certain onboarding components that are part of stage 5, and I think technically we call stage 5 part of our onboarding process, but I don't know. So that needs clarity, and whether or not we want to try to separate onboarding from our training to clarify it. We also have our new vocabulary where we have responsibility training, organizing, and then we have leadership training, which is why I'm using it here.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Joyce, I didn't hear your vote. You there,
Which
Joyce?
one?
Before, I didn't hear your vote.
I vote 8.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Jake.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, the vocabulary, I think it's very important to get clarity on the vocabulary so that we are all talking about the same thing, and that when people talk about training, so I mean, basically, if you want to get training to do work, you do your responsibility training, organizing, and that's how you get training to do the work. If you want to get training on being part of the organization and moving up and being leadership, you could do stage 5, 6, 7 in terms of getting prepared and ready and organized to transform the world. It also includes our VA training and things like that. So I don't know what we want to do with the onboarding vocabulary. Like, it's possible that maybe we want a separate, like a 4th training. Like, so we have an onboarding training, which would be neither leadership training nor responsibility training organizing. And that onboarding training is more like very basic
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
That could be separated out of the
So
leadership training, but I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
all right, so we have the methods training already, right?
We started on it.
Yeah. So then we have the where is the everyone is assigned methodology.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's make a list based on functionality, like the most important trainings for team functionality. Like for me, the most important thing, obviously, is responsibility training organizing, so you know how to do your work, right? For me, that's the most important thing. I think the second most important thing is the onboarding training, right? So that you are set up to do your work. And then the third most important training is stage 5, right? And then, well, I don't know. I would actually put your position training. I would put position training as the third most
Stage
important.
5 is your onboarding training.
I know, but I'm talking about possibly separating that out. And then methodology would be, so this would be the order for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in terms of the vocabulary, we might want to separate out onboarding training to be like, in essence, a separate process from your leadership training. Because I love the term leadership training, and the vast majority of all of the models for stage 5, stage 6, stage 7, it's all about leadership training. But there's a couple things like tax forms, right? Tax work hours tracking that are just not really related to leadership, you know?
But Jay, but the onboarding training needs to be stage 5 because it's an alignment with the recruitment process. So you get to stage 5 onboarding, you get your onboarding training, stage 5 onboarding.
All of these are part of stage 5.
What?
All of these are part of stage 5. During stage 5, you start doing your responsibility training organizing, you take on responsibilities, you do your onboarding, you take on your position, you do your leadership training for your position, and you start your stage 5, and you can do methodology training. All 5 of these happen simultaneously in relationship to your involvement.
I get that, but what needs to be called stage 5 onboarding training is the basic training, like how to create a tab, how to index a tab, how to get your email account, how to the missions of what we do, right? A little basic information.
Time
like
for breath.
very brief.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So I definitely agree that how to get your email account set up so that you have your official email account is exactly what stage 5 should be all about. It's leadership training. As a leader, you should have an official FQN email account, right? Or unofficial, whatever you want to call it. But the point is that how to create a tab is just part of responsibility organizing in relationship to, you know, your responsibilities for dealing with spreadsheets, right? So I don't think how to create a tab is really part of leadership training. But one question that could be asked is, where do you put work organizing methods? Like maybe work organizing methods should be part of onboarding, right? So work organizing.
It's a lot of confusion to have 2 different trainings. One is called onboarding training, and the other one is called stage 5 leadership training. It's too confusing.
Why is it confusing? But it's stage 5, stage 6, stage 7, stage 8. It never ends.
Because stage 5 is stage 5 in the recruitment. So it makes sense that your first training that you get is the stage 5 onboarding recruitment.
But if you go to stage 5 and you look at the most recent stage 5, the very first step of stage 5 is to make sure you get clarity on all of your training, which includes your position training as well as methodology training. So
yes, I'm not going into the detail. I'm saying it's confusing.
Okay, I do not disagree that it can be slightly confusing, right?
I don't understand why we cannot call the onboarding training stage 5, and then you have stage 6, stage 7, which are the leadership training. Because you complete your stage 5, then you're ready to do the leadership training. And the stage 5, as you said, the first thing is get your training for your position.
That's fine. If we want an onboarding training to be stage 5 onboarding training, and then you have stage 6 and stage 7 leadership training, that's fine.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
But the point is that there's 5 basically simultaneous,
Tasks,
Yes, absolutely.
activities.
team training that can happen, right?
Correct.
And I would say that you shouldn't probably start stage 6 until you finish stage 5, but if one is leadership training and the other is onboarding, I feel like you technically could simultaneously.
Time to
Currently,
pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Currently, Jay, you cannot go into stage 6 if you don't finish stage 5. What you do concurrently is your position training and the responsibility training organizing, right? So you do the first 3 and also the methodology leadership training. These 4 you can do all simultaneously, but stage 6 and stage 7 are in order. You need to finish stage 5. Basically, it's kind of like this, right? There's 3 main trainings. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to do that. So we have 1 here, and under this one we have the responsibility, or the position that you get through your stage 5 training. And then you have the stage. Then you have stage 6, leadership training. Then stage 7, central training. To be ready to take on your own network. Stage 7. Maybe one day you can retire. Somebody.
That's definitely not how it works.
But
that would be like stage 8 or 10 or something. I don't know. Anyways, but the point is that like I'm not necessarily like this is definitely I totally disagree with all of this. The idea that somehow onboarding would be massive, complicated methodology training and all this other stuff is just not like.
No, I'm not saying it's under them. I'm saying that those 4 you can do all at the same time, right? You get them.
Well, I think
onboarding. No,
I'm not against the idea that you could go into stage 6 as well.
I mean, the training we make very clear that you don't move forward before you get verified. I don't know. I don't even know what stage 6 is exactly. So
We're
makes sense to you.
We're co-creating it together. Onboarding did not like we didn't used to separate onboarding training from leadership training. I'm saying that we could separate it. We could make a separate onboarding training.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
That would be a very simplified version of our training stage 5, and then move the vast majority of stage 5 to stage 6. And then so stage 6 for me would be what I would call the basics. So currently stage 5 is the basics. And so what we're saying is that we would change stage 5, make stage 5 only onboarding, minimal onboarding stuff, and then move all of the basics for the leadership training into stage 6. So basically I'm saying changing stage 5 from leadership training to onboarding training as a, wait, is this stage 6 currently?
This is a mix. This is a mix that we need to. I think it would be good to put now the responsibilities under the various trainings.
But I could just quickly go through this and tell you what I feel is
Yes,
onboarding and what I feel would be leadership, right?
that's
So
exactly what I
training on
would
the
add.
training process. This would be
Can we take the break, please?
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Break.
Yeah.
5 minutes break. Break is good.
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right. Alberto, are you back?
I'm here, yes.
All right, so I updated this list here with the type of training. So some of them are onboarding, some of them are position leadership, some of them are, stage 6 leadership. Some of them are responsibility training, organizing.
Perfect, Jay. Let's see if there is other responsibility that you can think of. So then we can. I'm taking responsibility to get the responsibilities into the right spreadsheets.
But let's just go over definitions and vocabulary some more, because I think that'll help. Okay. So starting with onboarding training, right? And we're calling this stage 5. But for me, stage 5 is really, I would say stage 5 is different, right? For me, what stage 5 is, right? Stage 5 is, after you get approved into the budget, this is the beginning and introduction to your 5 training paths, right? So for me, it's like the stage 5 is the beginning of training overall, right? It's like the introduction and beginning of your training. Introduction and beginning of your training, right? So in stage 5, you should complete your onboarding training, and some people will complete their position leadership training, but some of these things will go into stage 6. Okay, does that make sense? So for me, stage 5 is basically the introduction, beginning of your training. It's not really onboarding. Onboarding is part of stage 5, but it isn't stage 5 itself. That's how I would define it. Anyways, onboarding training, for me, the definition of onboarding training is this is completely neutral, general, and basically what I call it stale information that new workers need to know or have access to. Right?
Okay.
So it's like the most boring stuff. It's like the training on the training process. Like you need to know how training works, or you're not going to be able to do any training. Right? Getting your main doc approved, right, or verified, or that you have it. Making sure your main buddy team is set up. Main session schedule and responses. Like there's just nothing to doing.
Time to pause. Please stop.
Schedule.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I mean, if you don't have your schedule set up, you can't really move on. Tax forms, I think, is another thing. It's just your tax forms.
Yes.
It's that you don't need your tax forms. The tax forms are not a priority for leadership training and changing the world. This is just an onboarding task. Okay?
Yes.
So boring stuff. Whereas the leadership training is where you start getting into new ideas, new information. I would say even beginning to understand the vortex model, the vortex scheduling, the vortex timing, and understanding how that all works. Getting organized, understanding responsibilities. I would say I'm sort of debating where work organizing methods go. I would say, by just thinking about it, the training for work organizing methods goes in at the very beginning of methodology training. Methodology leadership training is understanding the work methods is like the first step in understanding why we do responsibility training organizing, right? For me, it's a method. So it seems like it would be part of our methods leadership training. That would be like my initial reaction, but we could do a very simplified version in onboarding, which is like, okay, this is a task. Tasks are yellow, without even talking about the actual method,
Okay.
So it could be just vocabulary. Like there could be like an initial boring vocabulary training within the onboarding, which includes like, this is a task. This is, responsibility. This is a, position, etc. This is the definition of responsibility. This is the definition of a task. This is the definition of a process, right? So tasks are yellow, responsibilities are orange, processes should have a color too. Green? I don't know. Let's get everything organized. Why not? So anyways, we could do more on our work, organizing and vocabulary and all that.
Okay.
Yes. So I would like to propose some additions, if possible.
Of course. We want to add tons of stuff. I mean, this is not the whole list. This is just the list that you had. But if we go through all the other thing that we would do is like all training must be transferred.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
If we want to get organized, all training must be transferred to spreadsheets. Like if we want to have our training organized, it needs to be transferred to spreadsheets. We need a training organizing spreadsheet, et cetera, et cetera. Just like all of our training is so old, it's all based on documents.
Jay, we started that.
I know, but I'm just saying like that needs to be, like when I go to stage 5, I've never seen a stage 5 spreadsheet.
I know, that's missing, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that our actual training, like the primary training documents, if we want to get organized and have our training organized, it needs to be transferred to a spreadsheet. We know that spreadsheets work, documents don't.
Totally, yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the point is this, I want to say to the workers, I want to say to everybody, I'm sorry.
All training responsibilities must be organized like any other responsibility training organizing, right? So training responsibilities are just like any other normal responsibility training organizing. It's the same thing. It's just a different vocabulary.
But not really, Jay. Because, so maybe this doesn't make sense, but I want to say this.
I don't care if there's a single step. You always set up your training. You do if there's one step, you do the one step, and then you get it verified. If there's only 3 steps, that's fine. You set up, you do the actual training, and then you get it verified. 3 steps, that's fine. I want it to look exactly the same as a normal responsibility organizing would be organized. Does that make sense?
This makes perfect sense. But I want to add that if somebody prioritize schedules to be verified on a responsibility, review the verified on a responsibility of training. And that training, like for example, hasn't been transferred to a spreadsheet, or there's nothing that has been improved. I mean, maybe it doesn't need improving, but nothing has been improved or updated. To me, in training, I mean, for the other responsibilities, it's okay if you don't actually update or do anything to the responsibility organizing if there's some evolution or developments. But to the training, it's foundational that
Time
everybody
to pause.
makes sure that.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
That I mean, part of the responsibility is getting the training better for whoever comes next. That's foundation. To me, it's foundational.
That's part of all responsibilities, and that's literally one of the foundations to the trainings for why all training responsibilities must be organized like responsibility training organizing, so that people are learning how to update and work with responsibly organizing. That's one of the core components of all training, right? Is like just getting educated, understanding how responsibly training organizing looks, functions, feels, how updates are made. And yes, the primary goal of training responsibilities is that it's not about you getting trained. Most of us already know everything that will be in stage 5, certainly onboarding. and stage 6. Most people already know everything, right? The only difference is how do we set it up for the next person to learn it? That's the primary goal.
Yes, and also training is like any other process work. So if you work on your training, you don't update the team, you don't ask to review, and then you come at the end of the month and you log 30 hours of training, it's unacceptable.
It's only equity work, right? You can't get your 1.5 hours without communication and the team and getting verified one single training at a time. So you're assigned a specific training. You can't move on until it's been verified. And and if you move on, it's basically just equity work, right? If you move on and ignore us and you want to go watch 50 videos and spend 50 hours, you can do that all you want to, but you're not getting your upfront base pay for that because that's not what's assigned. And people do it all the time. They just go look at and watch, dozens of hours of videos, which is fine. It's just not our training process. It's just anything. Like if you want to go watch a bunch of videos and read a bunch of documents, that's fine, but you would track that in your anything hours, not under your training. Training hours, you are assigned to a specific training number, and then you have to work on that specific training.
Okay. But yeah, this document on training, I found it because
which document?
This no, where?
I'm on line 90.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Okay. Wow. Okay. These responsibilities, I found them by looking because they are not easy to find. I mean, they're not just like, okay.
What are you talking
What are
about?
you talking about? Line 90. Line 90.
1 second.
Are we all on the same page on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool.
Okay, cool. So to make sure. So I wanna synchronize our new tracking spreadsheet with these 5 of training. Well, there's really just 4. Responsibly training organizing is just part of your normal responsibility priority work. So there's really just 4.
Wait.
But anyways, the training obviously is nobody. I don't know why nobody cares, but when we create your main doc, Alex, right? I created your main doc, right? Yeah, in your main doc, you have the links to the train. Important links in your main doc.
Also, while we're at it, we're talking about training. The beginning of training starts with someone's main doc, and all main docs need to be annihilated, and we need to only be using main sheets. All main docs need to be turned into main sheets at the beginning of the training process so that everything is on a spreadsheet if we want it to be organized, okay? All main docs must become main sheets. Super duper important. So we need a template main sheet so that we just duplicate and create a main sheet for someone, and then that main sheet will be so much easier to organize all the links and to have the different tabs so they can easily find, like, here's your tab for training, and then it will list all of their training and information on their sheet. They will easily be able to find it, and it will help so much. Okay.
Okay, I'm stepping up on that. Take responsibility to create a template.
Yeah. So I just want basically, I want the entire training experience to be on spreadsheets. And I think that's the foundation to getting everything organized and having it clear for all the workers, is that everything's going to be on spreadsheets moving forward. It'll be so much more organized, so much more clear. Plus, you're learning how our notes work, how our main section.
Time to pause. Please stop, Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay. I think on my on what I've done, yeah, we need to organize the training now. That we are well, that Alberto is going to do a template, and we have to um well to translate all the document into spreadsheets. Um, well, it's
Alex, you just need to start your training. What do you need to do to start your training?
what did
What
you
is the
say?
first thing you do when you start your training?
Responsibility organizing.
Yeah, but what did Jay just say? Start your
We have
training. What is
to
the first
ask.
thing you do?
We have to ask for the training for the links to get verified, and
Jay
that.
just said it. So first, what you need to do is to listen carefully with attentiveness to what Jay is guiding us to do. First thing you want to do is take your big doc and transfer it to the spreadsheet. That's step -1.
No,
What you just
I want the template. I want the template main doc to be a spreadsheet. That's not all existing spreadsheets. I'm not concerned about all existing main docs. I want there to be a template for all future trainings need to be organized from the very beginning for the onboarding,
Yes.
right?
No, I get it, but you just said, sorry, then maybe I misunderstood. You just said, we need to get this set up, of course, like the template, right? You just said. But then everybody, as soon as they start the training, need to take their main doc and transfer it to the spreadsheet, or no, that is not what you want to say. Maybe
No, I don't think that's necessary. Like, we can use the main docs for now. It's fine. The point is that if we want to get organized and get the entire, I mean, it's going to take us weeks, if not many, many months to get the training system completely revamped. And for me, the starting point of that is the main sheet, because it's like when you ask for the responsibility training organizing link for your responsibility that you're working on, when you become a general worker, your primary link into the FQN culture is your main sheet. You send them their main sheet. From their main sheet comes everything else. It's like the link to everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's the portal to the work.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So in some ways, we want the main sheet to be more organized than any other possible document when we first give it to them. And so all of the existing workers, it's kind of like a loss. Like everyone will just have to update their own main sheet based on how they want it, like I do or whatever. But for future workers, we can have a nice template to get them started correctly. But that's not going to happen. Like I would want to verify that before we even start using it. So that could take weeks to get that set up properly. But I want all training to be on spreadsheets. I want all the main sheets and all the initial everything to be on a sheet, a spreadsheet instead of a doc. Okay, and that will help so much. As far as like the first thing you need to do for training, you need to understand what is your training. You need to schedule and prioritize it, which is kind of what we're doing now.
It makes sense because we are using sheets every day. So you can separate your all responsibilities into different tabs with their names and etc. I mean,
or we just have a tab for the responsibilities that you have. Here is your list of responsibilities, or your general worker responsibilities. You have a tab for responsibilities.
Correct.
Yeah. But anyways, my point. I feel like a lot of this is buddy teamwork. We don't need to get into super duper detail here.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. But if we wanted to, we could get more details on the onboarding training work that we want to do. But other than that, I think this is definitely looking good. We definitely have a better idea of what we're trying to do, for sure.
Alberto, I would like to work
I wanted to say, exactly, I want to say, Alex, if you want to schedule with me to work on the template.
Yes.
And I wanted to say something.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, because I mean, Jay mentioned it, but Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea to transfer everything on the spreadsheet, of course, they work much better, and this is like an upside. But the fact to transfer everything on the spreadsheet is because in the future we're looking forward to transfer everything on ledgers, to transfer everything on the blockchain. That's real accountability. Use the blockchain
Sure.
technology for the
Yeah,
vortex, right?
eventually spreadsheets will be easily integrated into.
That spreadsheet is how you
Well,
create
it's not even about
software.
blockchains. It's about automated decentralized file systems. Is really what we're talking about. And spreadsheets are much easier to coordinate in terms of databases and blockchains and automated ledgers and automated file systems than documents are. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that the core technology of the decentralized
Time to pause.
system is
Please
the
stop.
blockchain.
Close
Right?
your
So
eyes.
everything-
Count 1, 2,
No,
3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
the term is automated ledger technology, right? Automated ledger technology. Blockchain is a type of automated ledger technology, but it is not the only one, and it's not necessarily the best one.
Yes,
So,
thank you. Thank you.
automated ledger technology, yes. So, I mean, I feel like overall we're okay on this topic, but we could try to get a little bit more organized on the onboarding responsibility and the clarity between stage 5 and onboarding. If we want to try to do that a little bit, we could.
We can. I think we're good. The only thing I would like to ask today, but it comes later. I mean, let's work on what we have now. Then we can review it next week. Hopefully, there's gonna be or next week. I mean, during vacation, so maybe the week after. I mean, whatever is gonna be the time to do it. But I think let's start organizing what we have, which is already a lot. Then we can.
Okay.
Yes, totally.
So,
I think we're good.
can I present a little bit of how I would do it, just really quick, like my initial context here?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just pretend I'm talking to a brand new worker, brand new, and they would be like, "Four." Okay, and I'm gonna need after this. I need a 10-minute break. Okay, so stage 4, you just completed your budget approval, and you are now approved in the budget. Awesome, thank you so much. So now you go into stage 5. So stage 5 is your introduction to working with, basically your introduction to training and working with FQN/FQP, right? And so the beginning of stage 5 is like understanding the training model, right? So you go through the training on understanding the training model, and then the vocabulary of the multiple branches of training that you can engage in, right? So the first thing that they would understand is that food's here. Okay, so the main thing that they would understand is that you can work on the multiple branches of training simultaneously, but then within each branch, you must complete the trainings in order, one at a time.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
So then once they understand, okay, this is our training model, this is like how our training works, and that once you go into a training branch, you have to go in the correct order, then we list the trainings that they will be working on. And then the first one would be the onboarding training, right? And we say like X number of training responsibilities. Then you have your position training, right? Which would be X number of responsibilities. What's interesting about the position training is that both the onboarding training and the position training basically end, right? It's like once you complete onboarding training, you're done. Once you complete position training, you're done, right? You understand it, right? So it will end. Then you go on to your your methodology training, right? And then I believe that is there's 4 of them. Oh, and then you continue your stage 5. So then stage 5, so this will be the list of the trainings that they'll be working on, right? And then they continue with stage 5, for their work assignments and other components in addition to their training, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then so basically their continuation of stage 5 going into stage 6 would be what we call leadership training, and this is ongoing forever. And then your methodology training is ongoing forever, right? So does that make sense?
Yes.
And then leadership training will continue with stage 5, stage 6, etc. And then this is sort of like a separate stage 5, stage 6. So overall, a worker could have 4 separate trainings that they could all work on simultaneously, and 5 if you include their other responsibilities, and then they can't get more than that until they verified and completed a training, and then they can go on to the next training within that branch, right? So anyways, I don't know if branch is the correct, the right vocabulary term, but the idea is you'd have these 4 simultaneous branches of training that are happening at the same time. Anyways, I need a 10-minute break.
Okay, so 3 minutes, guys.
Guys,
Okay.
I would like to check out.
Oh yeah, do some checkouts. Checkouts are good. Anyone who needs to check out should definitely check out for sure.
Mahmoud, check out, please.
Yeah. I would give the session 7.5, and I'll be working on 1.5 goals, and definitely payrolls, and we have test of deadlines. Check. Thank you, everyone.
Mahmoud,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be watching you, eh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care, my
Take
friend.
care.
Are
God
you a
bless.
spirit?
God bless you.
Okay,
I'm very
Ateh.
happy you're back.
Okay.
Anyone else wants to check out?
I will see. My wife has
Yes.
a computer. Let me go check.
Ate?
Yes, I
Please.
want to check out.
Yes, I like to. I think we are pretty done with this session. I'd like to check out. Can I go ahead?
Please.
Yes, I think.
Okay, I'll give the session 6.5. Um, I'm happy we were able to reactivate Mammon. Hopefully, so many hands, so many work to be done, so many responsibilities to be covered as fast as possible. Um, I'm equally happy we were able to look into the new payroll system, which is really amazing. I love it. I just can't wait to start using it. I'll be focusing on the taxes and equally on the payroll, the back pay on putting everyone's value to each other. I'll equally be working on the budget and the VA, and I'll equally be working on ACU and other top priorities check.
So, Ate,
Hmm?
I'm gonna do after the session, and tonight I'm gonna definitely multiply fishes and bread. Let's see. So, if you wanna,
Multiply?
no, I'm kidding. Doing
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, Jesus.
Uh,
Okay.
no. The help of Jesus, I'm gonna try to make some cash. But anyways, if you wanna schedule Fulcrum H1.
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
I'm available.
Okay. For the payroll, I think Jay said we should.
For the
He
proposal.
will send out a simple. He will send out the new system. We track and
I'm
then
talking about the proposal to get
everything's
everybody
okay.
paid.
Yeah, the estimate.
Yeah.
Proposal.
Yes. Yes.
To make the proposal.
Okay. Okay. Let's do fulcrum then. Let me see. Fulcrum. How many? Let me see. Scheduling. Scheduling log. So fulcrum, what are going to be available?
H1.
Fulcrum H.
Fulcrum H1 is 9 a.m. Okay. We'll give it a try. Even if Daniel is talking behind, we'll be walking.
I don't. Daniel is just pleasure. Don't worry.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
get into reality. Let's get this
I mean,
proposal. It's fast, eh? 30 minutes,
yeah.
45 minutes. We have everything ready for review. G reviews. We make team agreement tomorrow. Everybody gets paid.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Alberto, we have agreement for fulcrum at R1, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank
Who
you.
else is gonna come? Just you and I. Let's have a backup. I'll take care of it.
Guys,
The fulcrum
Mama,
is what time in UTC?
Who
It's
told me 9
9,
a.m.?
8 a.m.,
two,
8 a.m., 8 a.m. UTC.
8
9,
a.m.
8 a.m. Yeah, 8
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. my
For you
time.
would be 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Okay.
For who?
For
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
No, I think it should be 10 a.m., right?
From each one
Plus
is
3, plus 3, 11 a.m. I believe so. 8,
Yeah, 11
11.
a.m. Plus-
is this the payroll
no.
estimate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, great estimate,
So
right? Ateh?
This is the
everybody's
this Joyce. Come to the wrap up. I show you. Yeah. So what we want to get is something that looks like this, right? Proposal, blah blah blah. I mean the wrap up, G. And then we have Ateh, $1,000. Joyce, $800. Uh, Jennifer, $500. Jay, sorry, Jay,
Jen top.
$1,200. Who else? Alex, $500. Lucy,
Time to pause. Please stop.
$300.
Close your
Moon,
eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4,
$300.
5. Open your eyes.
Alberto, sorry to interrupt you. Seeing that we are just going for the 36, because I believe Lucy and Alex just started, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing the
But
work
don't,
now. We want to do the work. We want to do the work and
Okay.
get a list that is
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just
realistic for the 3 months that we're missing the
Estimation,
pay, right? With bonuses and everything.
Oh.
Let's get paid. We have the cash in bank and let's use it to get paid. Let's do it, guys. Let's get paid. Jay, let's do it, right? I mean, Ateh has 5 children, so let's move forward.
This is for 4 months now.
Jennifer, Joyce has 2 children. Jennifer, I don't know, has 1 at least.
I have 3.
Alex has 2, 3. Alex, father of
Yeah.
2. So, guys, please think about the children. So let's do it. Okay, but we need to do work. So, but just get me in the session and we do it. We get it ready.
okay. Fulcrum, I'll definitely be there.
Full commitment. And who else? We have a backup.
1, 2,
In case
3,
there's
4.
some problems. You never know.
Mama, why are you so quiet?
What is the
Joyce.
time for that one, Mama?
Yeah, how are you, Mama?
What is the Mama number 2? What is the time for this one? Mama 2.
let's
What is the time for
let's
Lucy,
this?
meet Fulcrum.
Lucy,
J-Lo is Mama 3.
Lucy,
Fulcrum is
yes.
you were saying that you may make it. You are in, where are you, Lucy? In Cameroon as well? No.
no
No.
Kenya.
You're
No.
in Kenya.
It's in
Kenya.
Kenya.
Kenya. Kenya is Lomi, right? Lome? No, Nairobi. So Nairobi would
Nairobi
be,
Yes,
is
Nairobi,
Nairobi would
Kenya.
be
Yeah.
also 11 a.m.
It's
yes.
No,
4:01, okay?
no, yes,
I
11
think
a.m.
Kenya. Okay.
Anyways, guys, so I'm not working if I'm not in a session, right? So
I'm definitely going to be there soon.
yeah, but you
Yeah.
never know. You live in the jungle as well, Ateh. So maybe there is a tropical thunder. Let's have a backup. What I'm saying.
No,
So,
You're
I'm
funny,
prepared. I have a
Alberto.
But,
back.
but,
I have
you
an
know.
electricity backup. So yeah, but
okay,
you're
check
right.
in.
So
We'll
we need
check
a
in.
backup. We definitely need a backup. Someone can shoot backup.
Lucy, Jennifer, Joyce, some of you, 11 a.m.
Time
Yes,
Viva
they
for
Lucy
breath.
Whisper.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Okay, give a look at
So
11 a.m. Whisper.
yeah. So what if we will be 4 or 5? Oh, what will happen?
We can do a double team.
Double team.
That's
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Count me in.
All right,
Of
guys,
course,
looking forward.
Okay.
Mama. I've been
Let's
waiting
get
for that.
let's get paid. Let's get everybody paid.
Okay.
This is how it
Okay,
is.
talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later. God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you guys very
Thank you.
much.
Are we
Thanks,
are we,
Papa. See you tomorrow.
are we done? Not yet.
No,
No,
somebody,
I just
Okay.
checked out.
Ate checked out. I'm checked out. Lucy, you're checking out as well.
Lucy? Mm-mm.
Yes, I'm checking out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I'll
Keep
give
working out.
session
All right.
6.
Mm-mm.
The session was great. Look forward to learn on a new payroll system. I know it's a lot, but I'm sure I'll learn and get there.
Okay. Who else
Thank
will
you.
check out? Uh, thank you,
Thank
Lucy.
Yes, thank you.
Who else will check out? Nobody else.
No, I'm taking a break. 5 minutes break.
Okay, 5 minutes break.
Okay, bye guys.
See you later, Lucy.
Bye,
Bye.
Lucy.
Bye. Bye, Lucy.
All right. You guys on break?
Yes.
All right, so Mamoon, Ateh, and Lucy.
Mamu, Lucy, and Ateh just took out. Check
Cool. So if we go to the session value tracking, that would be, I believe,
Time to pause.
4 hours.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Mamoon disappeared for a little bit. We'll give Mamoon 3 hours.
He said that he had a internet problem at 4:40, at your 4:40, and he came back, yeah, approximately 1 hour after.
Yeah, so 1 hour less. Yes, cool. So that looks good. And then for Ateh, we can track Ateh's hour, her calculation of her hours based on the first 2 hours being 1.5 and the second 2 hours being 2 hours. So it's exactly 1.75x for Ateh. 1.75x.
All right.
Okay, but
You're doing kind of an average.
Yeah, an average. But it's like sometimes you start at 1x, then you go to 1.5, then you go to 2x. So just average the hours that they were involved.
But you can also add another line, right? Ateh at 1, Ateh at 1.5, Ateh at 2.
No, because we're gonna get the total power credits and the value credits. We just want it all to add up in one line to get it all over to.
Okay. Okay.
But you technically could. So if you did multiple lines and then added them up, you could do that as well. But it's not necessary. Yeah. Necessary.
It's like two ways to do the same.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So are we on view up, or are we still talking about the training, or what?
I think we're done with the topic on the training.
Yeah, I also think we're done.
Okay, sorry, I just noticed. For me and Joyce, it is like we started here from 12 midnight. Is it like it should be 4
What?
on the time schedule? Is
So
that
the
that's
rest
how it
of us,
works, right?
the rest of us are going into towards hour 5. Right, we're going towards 5 hours. So I just haven't put you and Joyce and you guys are 0 because we haven't finished yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have at least 4 hours, but it's going to be more than 4 hours. Right now we're already at 4 and like a bit.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Amazing, Joe. Thank you for having updated it. So view up.
Yeah. View up.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
I would stop here. Did enough. 4 hours. It's good. And let's take a break and meet Sonic to do some work. Sonic, if you want. Let's do the template maybe for the training. Let's start the training, or no. Let's work on the payroll system. Let's get the payroll system. So the A session.
Can we go 5 minutes on the storytelling?
The storytelling you
like
just do afterwards as part of the follow-up.
It's like a summary of all the things we're talking about.
Look at the channel. Look, I'm gonna ping you in the channel. So there's a storytelling channel, and you can see how it's done. It's very simple. Give a quick story. What we went over. What are the takeaways? Main takeaways. And okay. So Alex.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for.
Yeah. Look previous storytellings. The latest are really sad. So try to use a better example.
Go more and more. Oh.
Like a good example still is here from Jay. Perfect. Here there's a storytelling from Jay. Copy message link.
So in terms of some of these priorities, like obviously I wish you could go over the policy for showing up on time for work. I think like that is so important. For me today was like proof of how like starting your session on time and being on time as a team makes so much of a difference. Like it's just like yeah. And then Ateh is gone, so I don't really we have to deal with the contingency for the payroll process, but obviously that's something that we could go over as a team.
We scheduled Fulcrum H1.
Oh, you scheduled? Okay. And then also there's the taxes and real-time virtual assistant work. Yeah. Lots of other exciting things that we could go over. But I'm fine stopping as well. But I wouldn't mind just doing one last little topic maybe on the policy.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I would stop too. We did enough, and I would rest for the in the top of the hour to do work. Get it work.
Okay. But so does everyone wants to check out? Like, why don't we just check out before? When everyone else is checking out. Well, we just want to check out. We can't always want to do a wrap up first. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but if we're going, I'm gonna stay.
So if we want to do
The team decides to do another topic, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are related to wrap up on our topics. So one would be checking in on the status with Joyce. I would like to check in with about Joyce. And then there's other priorities. It's really interesting. That come up in terms of wrap up, which includes
We're doing wrap up.
If we want to do wrap up, I think it's fine.
Yes.
To do like an extended wrap up, you know.
Yeah.
So for me, the other thing that comes into wrap up is the normal voting form, which we could discuss during wrap up. Normal voting form, normal. Basically, we're just all the things that need to be followed up on. So you have normal voting form. You got the storytelling, which we kind of already talked about. Storytelling. Obviously, I'm going to be doing the session value tracking. And then we have the payroll next steps. Payroll next steps. So we have Sonic and Fulcrum, you said? Fulcrum?
Fulcrum H1.
Yeah. So I think that is everything I see. That's, you know, I mean, in terms of next steps, for me, the number one primary next step that needs to be prioritized is the real-time session policies.
I agree.
Because that is just like still outstanding.
We have a lot of things to do.
A lot of what?
As usual, we want to transform the world, Alex. There's no. We want to transform the world. There's no lack of work for sure.
Yes,
exactly.
We're always gonna have tons of work. There will always be more work than we could ever do. But the question is, what is the priority? And at any one time, we can have one single priority, and we just work on it and get it done. Right now, we have a few more than one, but yeah. And then just to remind you, Alex, like our entire vortex model is that we have
time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
We have a trajectory, then we have the prime trajectory that we are going towards, and then we have what's called the prime lineage. The prime lineage is all the steps that get us to where we're going. And right now, the number one primary component of this, you know, the full trajectory or sub trajectories that are moving us towards the prime trajectory is getting functional. We get functional, then we go to the prime trajectory, which is the launch and our FQV showcase. And then as we get through the launch, eventually that brings us to the coalition, to
coalition.
Yeah, the coalition to end
$1 billion valuation and coalition.
What was it again, Alberto?
In my mind, the plan is launch 1.
Well, for me, it's functionality. Functionality
is
zero.
That's zero. That's
Yeah,
zero. I mean, that's zero. We don't get functional, there's no launch. So
exactly.
Zero functionality. Get set up as for success functionality. Launch $1 billion valuation, coalition.
So you think before we do the coalition, we should focus...
While we start the coalition.
Oh, you think it's just part of it? So basically, the token value, and then you have the coalition. Is that so basically you're saying that's an additional one?
No, I'm saying that we launch, we get the coalition started, but the main focus should be $1 billion valuation. So that $1 billion valuation, then we already have the coalition robust. We take the coalition, and we go to Joe Biden or whoever is sitting in that White House and we say, here things need to change because our coalition is not joking, and let's find a solution together. We don't want to take away anything from anybody.
What do we call that? Do we call that our A token? Was that the A token, or what was it called?
Yeah, the A token.
The A token, yeah. So the A token is basically the idea of creating a token for the purpose of maximizing, not maximizing gains in value, but maximizing perceived value. So it's basically we want our image to be seen as extremely valuable. We're not even trying to make people money. We're just trying to be valuable.
That's gonna be the market. The importance for us is that we need to, in my opinion, we need to be labeled a unicorn. Because unicorns are very rare.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
It's not about being taken serious.
Yeah, but the A token in and of itself is where that would happen. So anyways, that sounds fine. So anyway, the point that we're trying to say, coming back to Alex, is simply that there is a lot going on. There will always be a lot going on, but there's one single trajectory lineage that we know where we're going. And it all starts with just taking a deep breath, relaxing, and just focusing on what's in front of us, which is just getting functional and dealing with. Right now, we need to deal with Joyce and our policies, normal voting forms, storytelling, session value tracking, and payrolls. And then there's a couple other things that we can't ignore, including the real-time session policies, the taxes, ACU session tomorrow. And I think that's the other things we can't ignore. But yeah.
Is there any spreadsheet or document that we can see the trajectory and maybe track it and say, look, this is the trajectory, this is where we are, we have to do whatever we have to do in order to get back on track, and etc.? There it is.
That's our leader, isn't that? That's our leadership organizing spreadsheet. Should be telling us everything we need to know to be on track, right? So there's two spreadsheets. There's the trajectory spreadsheet, which gives you the bigger picture of everything, right? But the leadership spreadsheet is just what we need to be focusing on now, which covers the details. And we updated the leadership spreadsheet yesterday with a new column on things that are higher priority than money. So we have our list of pay stops and timeline deadlines. Then we have other priorities that are important but are not deadlines. But then we basically at this point are like, okay, we are going on half pay stop tomorrow. In fact, today someone is supposed to be dealing with the Delaware phone bill to prevent pay stop. So I feel like that's something that we should take care of real quick because it's super simple. So upfront pay stop for Delaware bill, right? So from there, we all know we're going on half pay stop tomorrow. And basically what we're saying is it's okay to do that because we need to focus on getting functional, because there are things that are more important than the pay stop deadlines. And that's right there, higher priority than the pay stop deadlines, which means it's basically higher priority than getting paid, right? That makes sense?
Yes.
And you can see the list. This is the list of
okay, I verified the payment of the bill. I'm putting information.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
You did verify the bill?
Yeah.
Cool.
20 seconds.
Perfect. So under our list of priorities and things that are higher priority than money, we have compliance and taxes, retention, income, payroll, policies, and training. Yes, let's take a break and then continue the wrap up.
Yes.
Whoa, what is all this? Only the finest game that food that you can eat. With standard stuffed tacos, yummy taco bowls, and enchiladas. Tacos today! That's a high quality taco. Let's run that back. I like tacos very much, and now you know that. Old El Paso, there's always so many possibilities. Amazon Music's main stage returns. The only place to see your favorite artists perform new music live for the first time. This week we got Chicago's own Lil Durk taking stage. Stream it on Prime Video tonight after the game. TCL, the official TV partner of the NFL, brings Game Day greatness into your living room on the biggest screens in the industry. This Game Day greatness big screen moment features the Bills, whose Week 4 victory was highlighted in part by Stephon Diggs. Diggs caught a pass from quarterback Josh Allen and daily tackles from Dolphins defenders Kader Kozu and Brandon Jones, and sprinted to the end zone, increasing the Bills' lead en route to a 48-20 victory. TCL, inspire greatness.
There they are with apologies to the Michigan basketball team, the Fab Five. Ferguson has rounded up the troops. And we can hear these guys out already. And on the night when you thought, Chicago's coming in, or they dead or whatever, it's all Chicago. 20-3. State Farm halftime show coming up in a couple of minutes. Rush. From the 33-yard line on third down and 7. Herbert finds his way inside the 25. Look at this. Cody Whitehair leading the way. So Moore's having a fabulous night. Meanwhile, here's Herbert. 8 carries, 72 yards, and 9 yards a carry.
But watch Whitehair and also the right guard, Nate Davis. Both of them able to climb up to that second level. No interior defensive lineman made it very easy for that interior to be able to get up and impact again those linebackers. No one there.
17. Herbert again behind last man. To the outside, he goes. Heavy rushing, tough going to the point. Herbert, third year at Virginia Tech, a 6th round pick, 21.
He's averaging almost 9 yards a carry. And if the Bears get this going, the way they like their structure, their offense, the field with the threat of play action and here and run on the outside, it's a game changer. And anybody wants to run game, I could especially this system and their quarterback.
They let David Montgomery out the door. He's out in Detroit, saw him last week. And Herbert's not the man. 5 wide here, Fields hanging in. Goes the way, Fields in for the first half, gets it, and slides to a stop inside the 5. The official for the moment looked like he was going to reach out the back, but he did not.
They're in Florida, so now Terrio knows. They are getting coverage coming back in. And this is an athletic quarterback. But just don't forget, no one's left there to account for the most dangerous weapon the Bears have. And that's Justin Fields. So far, to try to get out of the way, but the first down and goal.
Okay, I am back.
Me too.
So there's 7 things here that are kind of outstanding. Maybe we could just kind of go through.
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
So for number 1 with Joyce, I think it would be good to go over that quickly now. Normal voting form, I don't know who's responsible for that. Like Lucy did it last time, I don't know. I also would want to schedule for this because I think this is the key to the real-time session policies. Storytelling, Alex said he's going to do it. Session value tracking, I'm going to do that. If anyone wants to stay with me to do it, it'll be fun. Payroll, next steps is Alberto, myself. You said Ateh's working on that as well? Vote on whether or not we are on pay stop for payroll. So I think maybe we should do this now because that needs to be on, or it goes on the voting form, or on voting form. So remember we had that vote on the payroll stop that we didn't address? Upfront pay stops for the Delaware bill. This is already taken care of. Alberto, you just did it. We are good, right?
Yes. Yes.
That one's
Good. We're not on quarter pay stop for today or half pay stop.
I didn't really understand what you're saying.
Nothing. That we are on pay stop for another reason, not for the Delaware bill.
No, Delaware bill would be an upfront pay stop, but yeah, we're talking. It's the vote on whether we're pay stop for the payroll process or the payroll responsibilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So so the question is, do we want to do these now? Real quick for Joyce, the normal voting form is kind of concerning. These ones are fine. That one's fine. And then there's this. So there's usually just 2 to 3 things that I think we might want to address briefly. There's check in with Joyce about her situation, which I would do first, then check in on the voting form. And if we want to vote on this thing or if we want to add it to the voting form, either way is fine. All right. So I don't know. Is there anything else we need to go over in the wrap up, or we get kind of a little sub agenda?
I mean, the fact that we are on pay stop I don't understand why we need to vote.
Because that's not how our policy works. We treat everybody like human beings, and we have the power to decide our own fate.
Then they would take a topic.
Well, we could agree to go back and do a topic if we want to do a topic on it. I have no problem. Or otherwise, I think it needs to get voted on in the normal voting form. But
let's put in the voting form.
Address.
Yeah, let's put in the voting form.
Okay, but then someone needs to do the voting form. So let's cover that next. So who wants to do the voting form?
I want to do it.
Alex wants to work on it.
I have an idea, but
time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Has anyone done a voting? Have you ever done a voting before?
I think I have an idea, but
what do you mean an idea? There's Alex. You need to ask for the responsibility organized. There's the responsibility organizing to do the voting.
Jay, please give me the responsibility organizing.
Okay, so we did start updating the responsibility organizing. I wouldn't mind going over it with you in more detail, so I could definitely do some responsibility training on that if you are interested. I love this new vocabulary. So again, for me, this is follow-up. So if we want to schedule that for Sonic as well, that might be good. Or we could do it as part of like the session value tracking, normal voting form follow-up, right?
You mean after a while, Jay, right?
I don't know. We could take like a half an hour, and then and then do some follow-up later.
May I join? I would like to learn also the voting form.
Okay, so Alex, Jennifer, Lucy, and Jay. Okay, great. All right, so then we have Joyce. Is Joyce still here?
Yes.
Great. So Joyce, generally just worried about you. I want to make sure you're doing okay.
So,
but Alberto?
Yeah, so yesterday I got very worried. So when we finished working, first I listened the recording of your session to try to understand what happened. And then I called Joyce on the mobile. We didn't talk about work, just checked on her well-being, and she had, if you wanna, I'm not gonna say this on Facebook. Just want to do for the team, right? But we didn't do the policy tracking because we didn't go into the work at all. We just called there to check on her health, let's say, right? In case I wanted to help
Would
her.
that still be policy tracking or not?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I think it was like a personal phone call. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, a personal phone call in FQN would be recorded.
Personal phone call? What? Personal.
Because you don't have personal relationships. If you want to establish a personal relationship, then I'm proposing that it will be addressed on people's POPs and everything for their personal relationships, right?
We're talking about our health.
That's life support.
I know, but I mean,
Time
it can
for
be
breath.
it can be
Please
recorded,
stop
but it
and
can
get
stay
ready.
private, right?
Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Anyways, I agree with you, Jay. Let's do policy tracking then.
I mean, the point is that it's just about empowerment. So Joyce, do you want Alberto calling you whenever he wants to and having personal private relationships with him?
Actually, it's okay for me. It's okay with me.
Okay, so you guys should document that as a personal private relationship, and it should go on your top, right?
It should go where?
I mean, basically, the policy needs to be we can make a proposal because policy proposal is to document all external relationships for FQN on your POP.
External relationships.
Yeah, like include. Can you show an example? What would we include in the POP? What would you write in the POP?
List of people and why you have external relationships with them. So, for example, for Jay, I would have James, husband, right? I have Mel, colleague from college, and 15 years of working together, right? Heather, met at 2 years old, basically family, right? So these are relationships with people who have decision-making power in the organization that I have personal relationships with, right? So in that context, I would need to disclose those for the organization so that if any decisions are happening that I'm involved in that affect James or Heather or Mel or vice versa, that everybody understands that I have a conflict of interest, right? These are potential conflicts of interest.
Perfect. Yes. Perfect.
Right. So overall, under our policies, the policy is that anything and everything related to FQN and any communication or anything is always publicly transparent, publicly accountable in the organization as being a worker. So if you guys just don't care about that, you guys want to do something else, that's your own prerogative.
Time to pause. Please stop.
Makes perfect
Close
sense.
your
Yes,
eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
No, it's not about health issues. It's about doing personal, private phone calls as needed, right? It's like if you guys have personal, private communications, you have a personal relationship that is external. It doesn't matter what you talk about. It's irrelevant. You have a personal, private relationship.
Well, it's the first time because I was worried and I called, because I believe that I could, if it was some serious health issues, I would have tried to help her, given the fact that I believe that I would be able to do that eventually, but it wasn't. In the end, it was okay. So
anyways, you've also stated verbally, Alberto, that you want friendship with with Mel, right? Friendship and other conversations with Mel, right?
No, I
Then you
never
have,
said that.
well, you said something about Mel that you want to do.
I said that within the FQN team, she was the one that I felt a more a relationship that was closest to kind of a friendship, which I'm not feeling really anymore. Instead, I want to say that I kind of feel this kind of feeling with you, Jay. You're my mentor, of course, and you're my mentee, so there's always this very important.
Okay. Anyways,
Yes, but anyways, yes, I would put Matt there.
A potential conflict of interest, it doesn't go away just because you want it to go away.
I agree with you.
We decide whether or not it goes away. So also you have, various communications and quote, I don't know what they are, unofficial loans that you've been involved with. I think possibly even with Ateh, possibly even with Mamoon and others. I don't know who else,
No, only Ateh and Joyce.
Ateh and Joyce. Okay. So for me, it's like, it's important to understand, like if we had people who came in and like gave a bunch of loans to all of our workers, and then all of our workers had individual obligations in relationship to that one person, it would be an obvious conflict of interest if everybody owes something to a single person across the organization. It puts the entire organization in a situation where you have a direct
time to stretch. Please stop.
Yeah, but everything is
Stand up
recorded during
and
the
stretch and
DT,
move around for 30 seconds.
About the monetary.
Yeah, but if the point is that if someone owes you money, then there is a relationship that is personal and external from the organization. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally, Jay. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about something else.
So anyways, like I personally feel like under our policies, it's still breaking policy. It's just like if you guys choose to do that, you can, but it's certainly not encouraged. So that's just my personal perspective on it. We can obviously discuss it as an organization as needed, but that hopefully makes sense. Like, so basically, my understanding of the policy, so Jay's understanding of policy, is that if we have two FQN workers who meet for work as colleagues, right? And then they choose to do private communications, that would be against policy. When you do policy tracking, and then if you choose to declare a personal relationship, you can do that, but it doesn't change the fact that the initial framework of the organization is being broken. Does that make sense?
Jay, may I share my personal insight as well for this one?
Sir, but I just want to make sure the policy is clear. Does the policy make sense in terms of FQN workers should not be engaging in private communications? Does everyone understand that policy?
Okay, so it's a existing policy already, Jay, you mean this one?
Absolutely. Yeah. The policy is that nobody in FQN is allowed to go in private communications ever, period. That's the policy. Does that make everyone understands that policy, right? Like this is one of the primary policies that people break the most often, especially at the beginning. It is extremely important policy, and it obviously is crucial for transparency, because without it, transparency doesn't exist, and our fundamental core value of transparency and accountability isn't possible. So, right, we all understand that, right? So if you choose to do private communications against the policy, I feel like there's policy tracking. And then if you choose to declare a personal relationship for whatever reason, you can do that. But it doesn't change the fact that you did break the policy at least once. And then you choose to set up a personal relationship, which then means that for further communications, we all know you have a conflict of interest, which then basically
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. To very big sense, and I just want to make sure that we're not having any sort of personal relationship. It was a one-time thing because I was very, very worried. That's
But again, it's not about like, I mean, you guys can choose whatever you want to do. It's fine. But I don't. For me, there's never a one-time things just.
Okay,
Don't,
I get it. I get it, Jay. Yeah. How much policy tracking you think we should do?
I don't know. I mean, whatever it is, people have done policy tracking on this many times. Like, what is it, like an hour for the first time? Whatever. It's like just normal policy tracking for doing private communications. Typically, you would bring those private communications into the public sphere. So under this policy, if you do this policy, you're required to bring the communications to copy and paste or whatever, or explain it. But in your case, you guys are saying that you're not doing that, and instead you're declaring a personal relationship as, well, you still have to do the policy tracking, but you don't have to make the details public.
We talked about the health. So if Joyce wants to talk about her health, it's not my place to talk. I talked about the fact that I believe that today I am in a situation that I can do something for people that are suffering. So this is what I was proposing to her. Then
It's perfectly
if she
fine.
wants to make public what she said about her health, it's not my place to say. I don't have no problem in saying whatever my life is.
I mean, I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. The point is just the policy. The policy in and of itself is the same for everybody. It has nothing to do with Joyce. It has nothing to do with Alberto. It has everything to do with the organization and our transparency and our core values, right? So
But you're saying that
engage in private communications. If you do, it's policy tracking and everything's required to be made public. You guys instead are choosing to declare a personal relationship and a conflict of interest, which is perfectly fine, as an alternative, so you don't need to make it public. And then we just move on. We just log it as a potential conflict of interest. It's pretty simple.
yeah, I mean, yes.
But it doesn't change our policy. Our policy is still the same, and it's very simple. Nobody's engaging in private communications on. If we are all here as professional workers, if we have life support, we should be doing life support to support each other in our lives and our health and everything. And then from the life support, we do have policies and procedures on how to address individual.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
But the key is within the infrastructure of the life support, everybody has access to that equally. Right? No individual has to go out of their way to give someone access through the life support. Everybody has direct access to it equally as a worker and as a involved participant. So it's just important in terms of the infrastructural model that everybody's treated equally. Yeah.
I mean, the fact is that if I get the feeling that a person is needing urgent help because I am on the assumptions that there's something with their health going on that can be life and death, like I was thinking, right? Joyce is the mother of 2 children, whatever. I'm not thinking about life support. I'm not thinking about policies. I'm taking my phone and I'm calling Joyce. That's what happened. But I agree with you with the policy tracking. But I was having a strong feeling that Joyce may.
That's fine. I mean,
yeah, so that's the point. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, I'm not thinking about policies, life support, nothing. If I had to say, I take my phone and I call until I manage. I call 2 numbers as well.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. But the point is that under our model, Joyce is empowered as well as you. It's not just about you wanting to call someone. They have to agree to you wanting to call them, right? And Joyce has made it clear that she agreed to it and that she wants to continue the private communication as needed. So it's fine. Yeah. But it's still against policy to initiate that process. It's still obviously against policy, but
Yes.
you have addressed it by is establishing a personal private relationship that you can't basically remove. It's up to the organization to decide how that is evolved in the future and addressed.
Correct. I did policy tracking 1 hour.
So then Joyce would also do that too. Right, Joyce?
I will do that too. Okay.
Yes.
And then also, so this would go to Alberto's pop, and then also you would add this to Joyce's pop as well. Another interesting example is that we discussed Jennifer and Joyce's relationship, but we agreed that overall that their relationship is not personal and how it started and all that stuff. So it's like
Time to pause.
they don't
Please stop.
personal.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
But it's good to know that they know of each other in person, right? All right, so anything else you need to say about that, Alberto? Otherwise, can I continue or with Joyce or?
No, I want to say something.
Okay.
So, I mean, I heard the registration of the session. Right? So, I don't understand what happened. Right? I don't understand what happened. Maybe I didn't hear the right one, but it was the Andromeda H2 of Tuesday, right? 2 days ago.
It was actually the Discord.
It was just the payment on the. No, it was the training on the real-time virtual assistant work. There was about an hour, a little over an hour and a half or whatever, and then.
Yeah, that's the one that I watched.
And then but the communications and the problems happened during Cobalt Hour 2 in relationship to Cobalt Hour 2 getting canceled and people not being available to do work. So everything happened on Discord.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I thought it was something that happened during this session, and I watched the communication. I said, okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, nothing happened during the session. Everything was just related to the Discord stuff.
Okay, no more check.
Okay, so can I go now? Is it my turn? Okay, cool. So all I had to say is, Joyce, I just wanted to check in, of course, on your health and how you're doing. Obviously, that always comes first, and wanted to make sure that you're doing okay, and then we can just address the next steps in relationship to that particular instance or whatever. But
Yeah. If I would answer that, Jay. After that one that when we parted ways, I suddenly had like I don't know. I felt hypertension. I don't know what you call that because I suddenly had a pain from the eye up to the head. So until 2 days after, until only a while ago, 3 hours ago, it stopped only. It only stopped 3 hours ago.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it stopped. Should we take a break? Shall we
Yes.
Yeah. So quick break, and then I think we're almost done here. But I do have a couple more questions, and we can just address this, and then we're good. But I'm glad you're feeling better. My goodness, that's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I will explain later maybe why. Yeah, later when we come back.
Yeah, 5-minute break. Yeah.
Okay.
Jennifer, you there?
Here.
Yeah. So we are so cool, right? Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are so cool. FQB. We're so cool that our business card is a full program. That's our. That's
I
our.
didn't understand that. Sorry to be so.
Yes. So the Life Support
We lost
Ah,
Alliance,
Jay.
life support, life support.
the Life Support Alliance, which is our the co-op social program, right? When we
Mm-hmm.
go there, we're volunteering. Whenever we work there, and this is we're volunteering. So it's our business card,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is what we now we have the evolution, which is pretty cool. I put it in line 49, right? The coalition to end the cycle of societal abuse. It's just mind blowing. And this is how we are gonna really make an impact. Right? So, but we need to people to take us seriously first. But the Life Support Alliance is like our I don't know, our baby. It's our core. Like it's it's our business card, right? It's our business card. So we are so cool to be that our business card is a full social program.
All right, I'm
Yeah, I
back.
saw you posted or shared something in line 95, right? This is what you're pointing the Life Support Alliance.
Yeah, this is there because Jay mentioned the life
Yeah.
support, and the next tomorrow we have organizational support, and so but the
But we're
life
not really doing organizational support tomorrow, right? No one's doing any responses, reminders, any sending out anything, right? There's nothing happening, right?
well now that I checked, I wanna follow I wanna see with the Jordim and
I
Cantato.
don't, but I don't
The reminders, I'm gonna do reminders. Yes, I'm gonna do
End
It's
of
reminders.
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
I don't like the idea that only one person's personal contact gets
No,
invited. It's
no.
like you either do the work for the life support session to
Yes,
invite
yes.
everybody in our entire network, or it should be canceled because it's just like it's not happening if we don't actually do the work, right? The work still
No,
needs to
yes,
be done.
yes. I'm gonna
Yeah.
do the work.
So we should send a notification out. Make sure you invite Eternity. Make sure you invite
Yes,
the Cardine and anyone else is on the email list or whatever. Also, you could mention to Mamoon that if he wants to take on, he wants to do the showcase role. If he was, this would be part of the showcase, right? It's our business card, as you say. All right. Was that everything, Jennifer? Should I get back to what I was talking about before? Or?
Actually, I didn't quite get what Alberto is pointing. I just heard like the business card. Then you came in, so I don't know, but particularly what is like. Is he like? Are you pointing out the session for tomorrow? You mean, Alberto? That you're inviting us to join? Is that if I understood it correctly? For the life support, Covalt, right?
I know we should go back focusing on Joyce. Maybe we can talk about that.
Okay. Well, overall, in my
Unless Jay
assumption,
wants to say something.
October 6th, I don't see anything on this list for October 6th, though. It says the next one is Saturday, October 14th.
That's only life support.
Oh, this is just life support, yeah. So for tomorrow, I'm not sure I'll be able to make it either way, but it's just good to know. Let's just note that on our schedule. It's also part of wrap up is checking in on our schedule. And we have life org support. So did that answer your question, Jennifer?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, going back to Joyce, I have a couple things. But did you want to finish, or should I respond? Or
I just maybe I will forget later. What will it be our you will question you will ask me questions, or I will just talk first, or
I mean, you can go first. I just wanted to respond. So if you're not done, you can go continue.
yeah. It never happened before to me, and because I don't know, I seldom get angry. Okay, maybe I got angry, I got fed up, I got because I did my best to support you, Jay. You know that, and I've been trying
Time to
to
pause.
get this
Please
VA.
stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I've been trying to get this VA happen. Okay, and then the truth also is that my sister was here, and we were in the for 1 week, and we were in the hotel because she was assigned to do work here in Egypt. So we were in the hotel, and I'm always left in the hotel every evenings because I have sessions. Okay, so at the time I was left again. So I said, okay. And then I don't know, I feel like you complicated the situation, you complicated the things, the rules or whatever. And we just have to have the BVA session, right? So okay, I just went with the flow and everything. And then after that, after we left you came back from your dinner, okay, and then you said something like I did the policy tracking, and then because I think Alberto was the one who replied to Jennifer, he did not reply to me. So you thought that it was mixed up. I don't know how you understood it. Um, I don't know. I felt I'm also human, so I got fed up. So I said, okay, that's enough. So that's it. I said, I'm giving up. I don't want anymore. I want to continue. So I said, okay, Jay, I'm done. What did I say? What did I
Got
say?
fed up.
No. I said in the Discord. What did I say, Jay? Okay, Jay. I'm done for today. See you tomorrow. That's the thing I said, and then I turned off everything. I did not look at everything until the day after.
Yeah, it's all perfectly fine.
Because I want to relax. I want to think about it. I want I want to reflect. I want to what will I do? What will so many things came after in my mind. But yeah, But it's okay. I said it happens. Even in family, we do fight. We do, you know. So I do understand what happened. You know, we're just human. So after all, then I realized that no, it's the most important is the team's success, the team's where the team's going. So I said, oh, okay. I'm okay now. I
Time for breath.
relaxed.
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I said the most important is relax, and then I get back to Discord, and then I saw your sorry and everything, and then I said it really happens, it's like something like a fight in a family or something, but it really
So,
do happen,
So,
right? So
um,
conflicts and yes.
very important here, guys. Can you check this communication 115?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Jay is answering to a communication of Jennifer, but is pinging Joyce. So I think it's here where it's got a bit out of hand, maybe.
so I
Jennifer.
mean, either way, what I would just say is that it's just like deep breath. I am not going to respond because I don't feel like this is an appropriate time to do a contentious situation.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
And it's perfectly fine if you want to continue to speak, Joyce. I think it's fine. You can take as long as you want. I don't feel like I can respond because we just don't have agreement on it, right? This is the wrap up of our session. We did not agree on any topic. We did not agree to go into any of this. If you want to continue, you're welcome to say whatever you need to say. But I just want to make sure we're reminded that the current topic is just wrapping up and addressing loose ends and making sure we know where and when things are going to be addressed. Check. Because this is a rabbit hole, right? It's a rabbit hole.
I want to make a question. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So did I do wrong that I told my what I feel?
No,
Alberto, I mean, I this again, I'm confused because it's like Alberto said you wanted to talk. We don't really have any structure. Joyce is now asking a question. I don't know who Joyce is asking the question to. Alberto, what were you going to say? Should I answer the question? What are we doing?
no, I want to ask something.
You want to
So,
ask something separate than Joyce. Okay, so
no, I want to ask something to the team.
I
The
want to say
team.
something before
I
we
want to
take
ask
a
something to
break.
the team, guys.
again, I just want to make sure, just take a step back here. We opened a can of worms here, and now we're going into contentious situation. Everybody wants to say.
Do we have a contentious? That's my question. Do we have a contentious situation?
Absolutely, we have
No,
a situation that needs
So
to
let's
be
schedule contentious.
scheduled and addressed. And
for me, Jay, for me,
it's not about you, Joyce. It's about the team.
Time
yeah,
to pause. Please stop.
what I
Close
mean,
your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I don't know, but I don't consider it as contentious. It was just like I don't. I can
But
dismiss
again, it doesn't.
contentious.
It's irrelevant what you personally consider it, Joyce. It's all about the team.
I
Okay.
think vibes.
You can consider it however you want to. I can consider it however I want to. Other people can consider it however you want to. As a team, anything that gets in the way of achieving our goals is a potential contentious situation that needs to be addressed. Right?
Okay.
So, and it doesn't matter if it is or is not going to prevent us from doing our goals. If it has any potential to cause problems, it needs to be addressed.
Okay.
Right? So, let's go to, like, I want to, all right, let's just take a step back here. We have Alberto, we've got Jennifer, and then we have Jay. So I want to obviously respond to Joyce and address moving forward. We need to have Alberto and Jennifer speak, and then obviously Joyce should be able to finish whatever she wants to do. All right, so we have 4 people
Still
in
have
fact.
Alex also here.
Alex.
I don't know if Alex wants to say anything. Alex, do you have anything you need to say?
Sorry, I was mute. And no, I'm not. I
So
mean, I'm
Alberto,
listening, but I'm not a spectator. Can I say that? I'm a listener.
that's fine. Like if you have nothing you need to say right now, it's fine. So we're going to Alberto, and then we're going to go to Jennifer. Then we're going to go to Grace.
Yeah, so I am not
Okay.
gonna I'm not gonna comment anything. I just want to understand, to the policy. So the policies, in my understanding, is that this is a contentious. I feel the vibes. So to me, is a team. It's on the table of the team, and since it's a new contentious, in my understanding of the policy, this becomes the top priority of the whole team. So I would wanna do a proposal for scheduling within the next 24 hours. Or yes, 24 hours from now. It's probably called by Sonic tomorrow. So it's a question to Jay. Then
What's the question? Whether or not I mean, I would agree. In my personal perspective, I agree that
correct.
that the contentious situation session was on Wednesday. Joyce was not able to attend, which is perfectly fine. But under our policies, Joyce is required to schedule. That's
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
So let's go to Jennifer next. So stretch and then Jennifer.
Yeah, Jay. I was not
Wait.
trying to say. Yes.
Stretch first.
You're done, Alberto?
Sorry.
Stretch.
Stretch. Yeah.
Yes, please. May I?
I wanna get clarity on one last component of the policy.
I can repeat the general policy, right? So
No. I get the policy, okay, Jay. I get the policy. Everything is clear, but I mean, the team takes responsibility. Is the top priority to make a schedule where Joyce and you, Jay, are going to be there, correct?
I mean, everybody was there yesterday except for Joyce. So yeah, I would say yes, but it's not just Joyce. It's the whole team. The contention is not just for Joyce. It's for everybody.
But Joyce is required to attend.
Well, Joyce is required to attend. Everybody's required to attend contentious situation sessions to address team issues and problems.
Everybody. Okay, got it.
Well, everybody who needs to be involved, but it's like the fact that Joyce wasn't able to attend Wednesday means that we have to address that in our policies, right? So it's perfect. It's fine if someone can't attend, it's perfectly fine, but then they're required to schedule a separate time and suggest a different time that they're available, right? That makes sense?
Yes, but nothing move forward until this happens, right? I mean, top priority for needs to be scheduled immediately.
I mean, we can prioritize it however we want to.
I'm asking what's the policy.
Agreement is the policy. Whatever we can agree to would be the policy, right?
Okay.
So we could say, like, if someone says, oh, I can't schedule until tomorrow, oh, I can't schedule till that week, oh, I can't schedule till the next week after that. I mean, at some point as a team, we're like, okay, if this person's refusing to schedule, we set a deadline, like you either schedule by 3 days from now, otherwise it kicks in and escalates to the next level, which would go into removal and probation or whatever, because like basically under our policies, if you refuse to schedule and do contentious situation, it's required. So, but you give someone a chance to
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
But obviously, we're just not there yet, right? I mean, we're not worried at all about Joyce scheduling, right? At some point, we'll interact with a worker, a member who just obviously does not want to schedule, and then eventually you would kick into the policy on another level. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Jay. I'm done.
But I do think it's a team priority, but it's just not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to overtake all of our other priorities. Jennifer, let's
Yes, Jay.
check
Yeah,
in.
I was just reading the messages on worker issues because I believe Joyce informed us that she have a hypertension. Then you have here a message that doesn't really like it's not considered as a contentious about Joyce, but she's required to attend. However, because she was sick, as she informed us, that is what I was recalling before we took a break, that you asked her help. That's why she is just explaining what she's been through. That is what just I understood, sharing my insight about the situation.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah, I agree for sure. So let's go back to, are you done, Jennifer?
Yes, thank you. Check.
So let's go back to Joyce. Let Joyce finish up, and then I'll respond, and then we can move on.
I think I said already what I wanted to say. Just, Jay, this is not personal, but I think sometimes that moment you complicated the, I don't know, the rules or of having a VA, where we wanna where we only wanna do is to support you. That's it. We just want to be there with you in the session, you know. So I don't know. So that's what I I feel.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so my turn. So first of all, everything's very minor. I'm not worried about any of it. Like this is
Yes.
minor compared to the bigger picture of things. It doesn't change the fact that it's still an issue that we need to address. And as far as moving forward with it, under our policy, you're just required to schedule and make sure there's a time, or make sure you're going to show up at the next contentious session, whatever. Our own health and our families come first always. So that is not a problem. As far as just very quickly responding to the actual issues, like every time you say, quote, only want to do is support
Time
you.
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So every time you say, only want to do is support you, for me, it triggers me because I'll answer this with a question of why. As the primary executive responsible for the entirety of the organization and the team and moving everything forward, and not to mention my family and all the funds, everything is just insanity. What is my number one priority for COBOL Hour 2? Every single day, except for Sundays. Can anyone answer that? Anybody? Alberto, Jennifer, Alex?
I'm here.
Right?
Maybe dinner. Is it the dinner?
No. Our priority for Global Hour 2 is
To get
Monday,
work done.
Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday is Jurosan post support VA.
He's paying for every day.
Yeah, you're saying.
But what do we call that? What is it? What is the structure?
Client
That's the
work.
client work.
No, client work is a priority. What is the structure of
Functionality?
Work schedule.
Executive support.
It's a buddy
Functionality?
team work session.
Buddy team.
Work session.
And specifically, it is a real-time, regular scheduled Vortex buddy team work session. Right?
We didn't get the answer.
Or Monday, Tuesday. Yes. Monday.
The other one are Sonic, right?
There's nothing Sonic. There's no regularly scheduled session for Sonic.
No, not regular schedule session. I'm talking about the real-time VA schedule. That's for Sonic, right?
Yeah,
I mean, whatever. I'm going to talk with the deputy later.
That for me, the whole idea is that's a separate thing. Like you have to understand that the real-time virtual assistant is a 6-hour quarter-day time frame. So everything under that 6 hours needs to be understood and prioritized. Monday, Tuesday, COBOL Hour 2, for the real-time, regularly scheduled Vortex Buddy Team work session, at that time, that is, as the executive, that's my number one top possible priority at that time. It is my responsibility to make sure that session happens. I am the lead for Cobalt for the whole week. So when you say you only want to do is support me, what that makes me
Time
feel,
to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
when you say only want to do is support you, it makes me feel like you're completely missing what I do and what the responsibilities are, because it has nothing to do with me.
Can I say
Yeah, Alberto.
yes? It's nothing to do with J, guys. It's all to do with FQN and FQV because the real-time sessions is where the value that is produced when the sessions happen efficiently is exponential because 1 hour of J focused on his work and his responsibilities, it's like the same value as we can all together produce in a 2-3 weeks
But
efficient.
that's not really
It's
what I'm.
about the organization moving forward. The fact
But
that
that's
we're
not
all
really what.
hired to be.
But that's not really what I'm talking about, though, Alberto.
No, it's not about
What
supporting
I'm-
J. It's about supporting the organization
Exactly. It's
in
about
the highest level.
Yeah, it's irrelevant about me whether I show up or not. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether there's going to be a VA session or not. 99% of the time, Monday, Tuesday, Cobalt Hour 2, we do not do VA sessions. It's very, very rare that we actually do a VA session Monday, Tuesday, Cobalt Hour 2. At least 85, 90% of the time, we do not do a VA session.
Can I write
And
that
the
on the
only way to
schedule?
do VA session is to have agreement with the people who show up who want to do it.
Mm,
And we almost never, ever, ever do it.
okay.
Yeah, but now we have a very good and clear responsibility organization. Very good.
But for me, the training was a disaster. Obviously, Joyce did not understand what I was trying to train, and the responsibility organizing still, I don't think, is enough. And in some ways, I feel like it's too much. That it needs to be simplified and just made even simpler and clearer. Like, if we're scheduling for a VA session, the only options is Hydra and Sonic. There is no other place because we already have regularly scheduled buddy team work sessions for Andromeda and Cobalt.
Cobalt.
Yes, that
And I thought
complicated.
that made that clear, but obviously it wasn't clear. Instead, you tried to schedule a VA session just between me and you in the middle of a regularly scheduled Vortex buddy team work session. Right? So that made everyone else think that everything else was canceled except for that.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
Anyways, we could talk more and more about this. It's fine, and we can certainly continue with it if you want to. But overall, I'm not worried about it, concerned about it. It just obviously needs to be addressed. Since we're on the topic, I also am perfectly open to the idea that maybe the real-time virtual assistant deadline for recruitment, maybe we need to postpone that until I get back from leave based on what's happened this week, that, everything basically fell apart. I'd like to continue it, but it's like, I just don't know if we're going to be able to. I just have no idea. I just don't know. It's just confusing to me. I don't really want to worry about it. Maybe we should postpone it until after.
I don't know. Can I
leave? I just don't check.
ask a question?
Yeah.
So the way that I understood, so about the responsibility organizing, okay, Jay, I'm in step 1 at the moment. So as I move forward, I'm gonna make sure to update that, including what you just said, but it's written on the responsibility organizing. So the way that I am understanding this is that we communicate with the deputy in order to to coordinate priorities.
No. You coordinate with the deputy to organize the calendar.
Okay, just the calendar, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, the calendar, and then
with me about the VA priority. Yeah.
Okay, but so it's the deputy that then. So I suggest a calendar. So I log myself into Friday, Saturday. So tomorrow. Okay, let's make an example tomorrow. So tomorrow I go and I say to the deputy, Alex, so I would like to schedule real-time this session tomorrow within the 6 hours Sonic H1 or Sonic H2. So then he goes to you and asks if it's okay, right? So he's the one responsible to make the schedule with you, right? Then once I have a schedule,
it's not a schedule. I want to take it off of the approved schedule spreadsheet.
It's not a schedule yet. I understand.
I want to remove both the RTVA as well as the commitment. Both of those are not actually, that's not the appropriate place for the schedule. Both of those should be on the scheduling spreadsheet, but we don't use the scheduling spreadsheet.
Yeah, we should have a different spreadsheet. I agree. I'm going to do that. I'm going to write the task. But my question is the following. I understand the fact that it needs to be scheduled, right? So now I'm logged in.
The VA session needs to be scheduled. Everyone takes a slot in the calendar for agreeing to communicate and work towards that schedule, right? So it's you're agreeing to do priorities and scheduling for that particular quarter day.
But, yeah, I understand that. That is clear to me now. But my question is, I communicate with the deputy. So I have the intention to have a schedule for tomorrow, Sonic Age 1 or 2, okay, to do real-time VA session with you. So I communicate with the deputy about this, or can I go and communicate directly with you?
Yeah, I would say it's the other way around, that the deputy is supposed to be coordinating the scheduling for everybody, and then once you have interest and intention to schedule, you just go to the schedule, you add your name, and then you move forward with communicating with me on the responsibilities, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5.
Yeah, okay, but what the deputy does or doesn't do is not in my control, right? So if the deputy, great. But if he doesn't do it, I cannot be stuck depending on somebody to do the work, right? So my question is,
but ideally the deputy would be very helpful and help that person learn and, ask questions and understand what the current priorities are and see how they may change or not. Like, the deputy can certainly step up to support the worker in that process so that they're just not alone, that it's not just them by themselves and me, right? That there's another person that's there to help mediate the communication and improve it, so that they're not
I'm talking about myself. I have 30 minutes to make the proposal. Otherwise, it's
30 minutes. What are you talking about?
I want to schedule Sonic H2 tomorrow, real time. I have 30 minutes to make the proposal and to try to get the schedule.
30 minutes? No, that's not. There's nothing. That's nothing to do. Like everything should be done in advance. Like, for me, as far as I'm concerned, you're already under the 24-hour window, and you've already missed
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So for tomorrow, we're already within the 24 hours. There's already policy tracking.
Yeah, it's already policy tracking.
Yeah. So you started communicating today, if not earlier, yesterday, about the priorities and getting organized for tomorrow. But either way, just so you know, I basically am going to not be able to do that. Like, basically, I would say that my partial leave is starting Cobalt Sonic. No, really just Sonic tomorrow. So, but my partial leave is probably going to prevent me from being able to do anything during Sonic tomorrow. Yeah.
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
I thank you for the information, but my question is still unanswered. I'm asking. In order to schedule, there is no requirement or part of the work process that I need to go through the deputy.
No, the deputy does not control this process. Every single worker and myself are directly empowered. The deputy has no power to prevent anyone from working with me. Absolutely not. The deputy is not a gatekeeper in any way whatsoever. They are just there to support and assist in the process of scheduling. Currently, Alex is doing like 1% of the work, and I'm doing 99% of the work that he should be doing. Joyce is doing the rest. I'm doing 95, Joyce is doing 4%, and Alex is doing 1%. So me and Joyce together completed the entire calendar, got it all started, and I've been notifying, communicating with the team about it. Alex has done little to nothing. So Alex should be the person working on the calendar, updating and communicating with the team, but he's just not doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. So we finished answering your question. So I think we're good on this, right? So so back to the question. So I don't know, we might want to postpone this real-time VA deadline on the recruitment, because I don't know, I'm doing the leave, and I don't know, maybe it's just better to wait until I get back and just postpone it for my leave, which would just be, if I'm on leave for a week, we just postpone by like a week or week and a half. We just postpone it just a week and a week and a half, right? So that would be my proposal, is to just postpone by exactly the amount of the time, right? So proposal to postpone the deadline for the recruitment on RTVA exact days of Jay's leave. I think it's about, let's just say 2 weeks, right? 14 days, I don't know, whatever it is. Okay, that would be my proposal on that, and I would vote yes on that if people want to do that. And also the commitment. So also move commitment, Awesome. So then in relationship to Joyce, I don't know if you want to try to schedule for tomorrow. I think overall we would just prioritize trying to do the contentious situation like next Wednesday if it works out. I don't know, but it just depends. And then obviously your health is highest priority. I did also have one other thing I wanted to respond in terms of just vocabulary. In English, hypertension means high blood pressure. Sometimes people get migraines, like when they have,
Yes.
and then sometimes people have headaches that are like, a migraine is a really bad type of a headache. Yeah. So that's just some of the vocabulary to help you out with communication. But yes, if you're having headaches, migraines, all that, you just need to take care of yourself, rest, relax.
It's the first time that happened to me like that, Jay.
Well, it sounds awful. I can't imagine.
It's more complicated than high blood pressure.
It's more like I was tense, I was pressured, all at the same time. With what happened?
We also have the term anxiety, which is related to a lot of things. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, but anyways, I'm not sure, but you didn't take leave, right? So you still should do policy tracking for not communicated about not coming to the contentious session.
I said that I will not come to the session.
You said sorry, okay. I didn't.
Yeah. So for me, the only policy tracking I saw was just the incorrect information regarding this session that was never agreed upon between me and Joyce, just the two of us at the bottom of the hour for assets. It just was never agreed upon. That for me is just misinformation, but it's pretty minor. It's not, I don't know, 0.25 hour, 0.1 hour, whatever. It's 0.1 hour, I think is all it is. It's like a minor little fault thing,
What is that called, Jay? 0.1 for miscommunication.
It's just incorrect information, right? So incorrect information is against policy.
Incorrect information.
I mean, I've done incorrect information policy tracking many times. It's like you accidentally say something that is not verified, and you didn't actually agree to it, and then it's against policy, even if you didn't intend to do it. It has nothing to do about intention or trying to, lie to people. It's just like, oh, I accidentally gave people the wrong information. We're responsible for it because it was, even if it was an accident.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's pretty minor. Cool. So I think we're good on all of that. So everyone's fine just trying to shoot for Wednesday next week. Joyce, that works for you?
Yeah, yeah, sure. Even tomorrow, if you like. You just quick.
Yeah. I mean, we can try to finish up tomorrow. I feel like we took care of like 90% of it just now.
Yes, just
Um,
quick.
yeah. So, but either way, the point is that I feel like we do need to adjust.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
I do feel like we need to address it as a team. Not
So-
necessarily this particular issue. I think it's the bigger issue of the current contentious situation. And so I'm fine just waiting until next Wednesday. And then
Yeah,
also,
okay.
I mean, for me, there's so many more higher priorities, like the real-time session policies and the payroll and all these other things are obviously just higher priority.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Cool. So I think we are good to go. So should we go into our tech outs now or what?
No.
Alberto.
Can we vote on the proposal to postpone the deadline for the equipment on real-time exact days of Jay's leave? So you're going on. You're saying that tomorrow already starts. Doesn't start the 8th anymore. It's tomorrow already.
Well, that's debatable because, you know, in our moon calendar, things, you know, it's not exact days and everything. So, I mean, for me, in my perspective, my leave starts Saturday, Sunday, my partial leave. But technically speaking, tomorrow, Sonic, I'm not available. So it doesn't mean I don't have to be available for Sonic tomorrow. I'm still going to be working Hydra, Andromeda, and Cobalt, and we'll be putting in a full day of work tomorrow, so I don't consider it partial leave, but it's just good to note that Sonic is when I will no longer be available for my regular scheduling. Okay? Even though tomorrow I'm not on partial leave, I'll be working a full day tomorrow. I'm just not going to be working during Sonic. All right?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, if we can make the deadline is tomorrow. So I don't see how we can have.
The deadline is not tomorrow. Tomorrow's deadline is.
The team is required to attempt a minimum of 2 VA sessions Friday, October 6th.
Yes, so that's a separate deadline.
Attempt. It's
Yes.
attempt.
So for me, you guys should still be attempting twice a week. So every week the attempt is 2 VA sessions, right? Every week, right? But but once you do not achieve the 2 VA attempted sessions, the deadline is, I think it's October 14th.
It was October 14th.
Yeah, October 14th. So the October 14th deadline is for.
No, wait. I'm sorry. We had the first deadline on tomorrow, October 6th.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes.
20th.
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
October 20th. So the current deadline is October 20th. Is the current deadline. So again, these are two separate deadlines. The October 6th deadline is for the 2 VA sessions by October 6th, but the October 20th deadline is 6 VA sessions by October 20th. So what I'm saying is that we postpone this deadline and instead we look at the exact number of days. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days. Wonderful. All right. So
12.
12 days.
Please.
All right, we can do 12 days. So the 20th plus that 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. November 1st.
November 1st.
So we're proposing November 1st. So we would change from October 20th to November 1st as the new deadline. As the new deadline for 6 attempted VA sessions. So that's the proposal, is instead of October 20th, you would have until October on November 1st to do the 6 VA sessions.
So what that means is that what we all have been doing, trying to schedule, we keep on doing it for at
Absolutely.
minimum until November 1st.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we're missing the deadline tomorrow. I mean, unless we do 2 VA sessions magically in the next like 24, 12.
No, we don't have 24 hours.
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, the possibility of doing 2 VA sessions magically in the next 20 hours is not going to happen. It's technically possible, but I doubt it's going to happen. So it's not necessarily the priority for the team right now, right? The priority is payroll, right? So in the context of missing this deadline, it now engages the 14 days until doing 6 VA sessions. And so instead of giving only 14 days, we're going to add an additional 12 days to that. So it's going to be November 1st. So just giving it extra time because of my partial leave. Okay. So we just have to do, you basically have, instead of 2 weeks, you have 3.5 weeks to do 6 VA sessions. Like, we should be able to do this. This is not difficult. 6 attempted VA sessions in 3.5 weeks. And you can do them all in 1 week, or you could do them all like 1 to 2 a week. Yeah. Okay.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Stretch, and then let's go. I mean, set this proposal class. So, proposal. Is everybody back?
I'm back.
So, proposal. Right. Proposal is to postpone the deadline for the recruitment on real-time virtual assistant to November 1st. Details: 6 VA session by October 20th was the old is current deadline. Half pay stop, right?
No, it's not. It's actually, I don't think it's a half pay stop or a full pay stop. I think
it's got the recruitment.
It engages the recruitment. So it is, it's the half pay stop deadline continues based on the 2 VA sessions by October 6th. So you still have to do 2 VA sessions a week, and then you have 6 VA sessions to do to get off half pay stop. So the half pay stop continues. The half pay stop doesn't go away. You still have the half pay stop, but on top of the half pay stop, now you have a deadline to engage a recruitment round that would then affect the budget, which affects people's pay.
Yes. So the details is the 6 VA sessions of October 20th is current deadline that triggers the engagement of a recruitment. Details, so to November 1st, new deadline for 6 attempted VA session. Now for 6 VA session happened.
Right? Well, no, they're just attempted. I mean, this policy is so easy, Alberto. No VA session is required. It is only required to have a valid attempted effort.
Okay.
No VA session is required to achieve this policy. And I also document the exact percentage effort. And so far, Joyce has gotten the closest at 25%. So Joyce got 25% the way to doing an actual attempt. And nobody else has even got closer than 0%.
Okay. So, guys, any questions? Any other questions on this proposal?
Yes, one later we ask. But
time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Yeah, let's continue.
Any question on the proposal?
No question on the proposal for me.
Okay, so any concerns on the proposal?
No concerns.
No concerns 1, no concerns 2, no concerns 3. Any objections?
No.
No objection.
Great, man. So we have consensus. Is who's gonna update the deadlines? This goes into the voting form, Alex.
In the what?
The voting form.
The voting form.
So Jay, how much is? Can we schedule Hydra tomorrow? VA session, real time VA session. Hydra H2.
We could, yeah. But,
Can we do it? Can we schedule?
I mean, we could. So, you know, we have to go through the process. Like, I don't know if we want to do that right now, or maybe we could do that on Discord. But if you want to do it right now, you can. But again,
I want to take the opportunity right now. Yes.
it requires having agreement.
Yeah.
Already updated.
In or whatever, and it's also policy tracking. I
know.
I already updated the schedule, although we might move it. But I already updated the schedule that we might move it to somewhere to another spreadsheet, but I completed until Thursday, Friday, November 9 and 10.
No, we're not talking about that, Alex.
Great. Good.
So, can we do it now, Jay? I don't want to lose the opportunity because Hydra is not going to have any session anymore now. And I don't know. I mean, I want to make sure that that is scheduled for Hydra, if possible. You said you're going to be working on Hydra. I'm going to be working.
Okay, so your intention, I mean, you want to schedule it. So
I'm proposing.
As I always, what are you proposing?
I'm proposing to schedule now real time. We're human beings, right? In real time, I'm proposing to schedule with Jay real time this session tomorrow. Hydra. Priorities. I mean, government debt, GLN support, or the payroll system, right?
Okay, so the government debt is done. That already happened. We met the deadline, so we can.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So JLN support on the dentist would be amazing. Dentist, let's get that done out of the way, and then we get into payroll. It sounds great, right? I love it. But again, it's not about wanting to schedule. It's all about the priorities. I'm always available to schedule, even sometimes in the middle of the night. The only question is it a big enough priority for me to do so? A quick topic on the dentist with some silent work I could call. I mean, I have the phone number now. I did all the research, so that's all ready to go. Maybe 10 to 20 minutes. And then we can jump into payroll for 30 to 50 minutes, right? We're organized. This is like what I want to see. What I want to see, right? As opposed to just being like, oh, maybe Hydra hour 2, like Hydra tomorrow, maybe we'll do a VA session. That's not acceptable, right? So this is exactly what we would expect to see. And also, if we're doing a VA session during this payroll round, we're not working on payroll for the organization. We're working on Jay's payroll work. You see the difference? There's a big difference between working on payroll together, but in a VA session, it's Jay's VA payroll work. Different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, as SDR, I'm bringing the finance half-year report and for admin fees, but admin fees I don't think there's enough for 1.5 hours.
Great. Okay. So now I would go to our schedule, right? So right now you are not scheduled for tomorrow, but we could add you in. But either way, I'm just, even though it's a blank for tomorrow, I'm going to say that this is basically like 55, 57% complete. We have agreement on priorities. The priorities are clear. We know what the next steps are. So how to make it 100% attempt? So I'm going to go, so you're at 57%. I want to make sure it's clear what needs to happen to do 100%. Quite so. Currently, this meets 57% of completed RTVA. So to get to 100%, you would check at the beginning of Hydra. You would communicate and make a list of all VA priorities that Jay has. So you want to communicate with me and
Time
know.
to pause.
So we
Please
have
stop.
2 of them.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So I would say overall there's probably like 6, and this is just the VA priorities for Hydra and Andromeda. So probably going to be ACU, right? And other priorities. So then from there, we would communicate to the entire team by the end of Hydra what the what Jay's VA priorities are. And that would be pretty much good. I would say if we show up and do the session, basically automatically like 85% or so, which is green. But to get the full 100%, you really do need to know what the VA priorities are and communicate with those with the team. Okay, but it's only the VA priorities for just that those 2 sessions.
Okay, so we are in step 3. Propose the focus and priority topic is responsibility for an exact time they want to try to schedule. Okay, try to get agreement. So we have agreement
Yes,
on a potential real-time VA session. Don't stop just because there is an agreement. Ask questions like, do we need priority? Okay.
And
so
then you would also add to the list of one-time sessions, right? Because this is
Yes.
a one-time session. So you'd add that.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna put it also in the responsibility agreement. So okay, perfect, Jay. So one last question: how much policy tracking?
Point. Are we within 12 hours? I believe it's.
No,
Point
that's
five.
No, it's we have
0.5.
14 hours, so it's 0.25, right? 0.25 hours policy tracking for scheduling within the 24-hour framework.
Amazing.
I have a proposal, and the proposal is that if you also schedule with 24 hours notice or more, your policy tracking goes down to 0.1 hour. The policy tracking. So this is another proposal that I want to get passed that basically like, yes, you get policy tracking for scheduling within 24 hours, but if you schedule 2 sessions, the one within 24 hours and an additional one with 24-hour notice, it's you get less policy tracking, right? So it encourages people to not stop and only schedule one session. They schedule another one, they get less policy tracking. Anyways.
The important is that we have a schedule now, step 4, 5, 6, 7.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
6.
Right. So shall we take a break and then do checkouts? Are we ready for checkouts?
Yeah, I need a break.
Yeah, I'm going to check out also.
Break.
Okay, I updated the schedule with Alberto's intention tomorrow.
So if we get this one done tomorrow with Alberto, then we'll just be 5 left.
Well, 5 is better than 6.
5 is better than 6. All right, 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
I will break.
For everyone who's been at the ACU, the Lexus TX, Evo luxury that treats every seat like the best seat. Now AWS runs a trillion combinations to find the perfect season in a fraction of the time. The NFL analyzes millions of simulations with AI to help predict and prevent injury. And machine learning to take things deep inside the most incredible plays. AWS is helping to transform the NFL. Imagine what it can do for your business.
Ooh, is there any new shows on tonight? Did you get any updates? Okay, I am back. So, Alex, one thing to note here is that
Yes.
let's say me and Alberto have a session tomorrow, and then at the beginning of the session, it's like, oh my God, we have agreement on the new payroll. We could run the payroll right now. It's like that's the number one priority. Like, if we decide at that session to prioritize non-VA work and instead work on whatever the team priorities are that are not VA sessions, because it's just a higher priority than dealing with my work, because everything can change between now and tomorrow. We would, as long as we make the list of all the VA priorities and announce that to the team so everybody knows what they are, we would have completed the attempt, because we did the session, we didn't prioritize the VA work, but we attempted to, and then we communicated with the team about all the VA priorities. The attempt is still completed, even though we didn't do any VA work at all. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you can say, or if Alberto comes and disrupts the whole session, and don't worry, and just brings us on tangents over time. And
yeah. But there is one there is one small problem with this particular situation. Oh, Alberto did sign up. Okay, good. So Alberto, you added your name.
I added it.
You added it. So for me, that is against policy. It would be 0.1 hours because Alex, you can't just randomly add people to the calendar without agreement. They're the ones who have to
Yes,
schedule.
please don't add.
You can't
But
just
wait.
Without asking me.
You just had agreement. So
But you don't make assumptions. You had my name
RTVA
somewhere. You asked me
There's a
before.
Wait, Alberto, wait,
There's a difference.
Alberto.
No, but there's
Wait.
a difference, Alex. There's a difference between a scheduled session and taking on the RTVA deputy role for the full 6 hours.
Okay.
So someone could still take on the role for the full 6 hours and help make sure and coordinate that that session is going to happen and support both of us to actually follow through with it or help out with it. So Alberto did not necessarily agree to take on the role in that particular slot for all of Hydra and all of Andromeda. He just scheduled a session with me, which is perfectly fine. It happens to be on VA work. For me, it counts to one of the 6 VA sessions, but it doesn't change the fact that he did not, like you do not have to sign up for an RTVA role in order to schedule with me. Does that make sense?
Yes. So that makes me remind the question I was going to ask. We should, I think, I feel it's positive to have a schedule for attempted sessions or intentions of session, VA sessions, and real VA sessions that are scheduled and
That's just the list of one-time buddy team sessions. The list of one-time buddy team sessions now includes it. So Tuesday, Wednesday, October 3rd, 4th can be deleted. That's already passed. Thursday, Friday, October 6th, 7th, Sonic Hour 2. Oh yeah, this is when Moon. We canceled that because we already addressed it during the main session. So now we just have the one listed one-time buddy team real-time session that's agreed upon. And in the future, this will be the only thing that's actually listed on the team schedule approved and agreed sessions because the real-time deputy calendar, right? This is actually the calendar is not a schedule. Calendar.
Correct.
Because it's not a schedule, it's just a calendar. It's like a slot for scheduling to communicate, understand the priorities, and try to do the scheduling for a VA session.
For the VA session, right? Okay, good.
So there's a slight difference. So I would just remove Alberto unless Alberto agrees to take that on. But for me, that's the only thing missing here is Alberto not having agreed to the whole role and not having led up to the communication. But you can do a lot more during a real-time session. So the fact that he prioritized great.
Can you take away my name from there, please?
Yeah, Alex, you need to take away Alberto's name and do 0.1 hour policy tracking. It's minor, but you just can't sign people up for things. Everyone's empowered and controls their own.
I'm ready. By the way, I'm scheduling Hydra because I'm already signed up for Cobalt Sonic.
Yeah.
Yes, but since you said that Cobalt Sonic, you're already taking leave. Yes. Hydra. Anyways, Alex, check. Please don't add people's name on official spreadsheets without their agreement. Right? Otherwise, it's a mess because then. For example, I go here and I see Alberto. Hi, Alberto. Okay, and then I how do you say I do what I do, right? So I would cobrare. Alex, how do you say cobrare?
You charge, you yes, you make the receipt, the invoice.
No, I would I would demand that the person, if it's not doing the work, I would go there and stress the person, right? Stress Alberto and say, Alberto, what's going on? Cider, why are you not making sure that the team is attempting to have a session or the priorities are clear?
You could harass them. You could harass somebody who didn't even know that they were scheduled. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then the person said, what are you talking about? It starts a big fight. I would go head to head. big confusion
It
because
could derail the entire launch.
I know it's serious
Go
stuff, guys.
ahead.
When you put something in the official spreadsheet, it becomes real. So if it's not the truth, don't put it. If you have
You get
if you
people
have
into
any
trouble
if you have any no, if
because
you have
of
any
misinformation.
make a question more. Alberto, is okay if I
Yeah.
no, because it's
So
not
technically, that would come under our incorrect information policy. Any information that you give that is incorrect, whether on purpose or not, is technically against
It's policy track.
policy track.
Okay.
All right. I think we are good. Are we good to go into checkouts?
Yes. Yes.
One thing, please, Alberto.
Yes.
We still have the Fulcrum H2
which one?
you proposed earlier. Fulcrum
Which
H2.
one?
So you should add that to the list of one-time buddy team sessions as well.
H1.
And this is partly why
H1.
the
Okay.
one-time buddy team sessions is so important, is it actually makes it verifiable that the session is happening.
Yes, because if it's not verifiable, it's not the truth. The truth is only one.
Even Discord can get sometimes difficult. Plus, everyone else can see it. So if other people are scheduling for that time, we'll be able to see the session. Right now, there's only 1-2 sessions, but ideally, sometimes in the past, we've had 5, 6, even 10 one-time sessions scheduled for a week.
Yeah, but Discord is communication. The spreadsheets is the verification spreadsheet.
Exactly, it's a
So
verification.
I don't trust what I see on Discord unless there is a link to verification.
All right, cool. So I think we're ready to check out.
Are we?
Any other last questions? Any other issues? Anything?
Yeah, I want to ask you, Jay,
Yeah.
because I would like to schedule more, but I'm not understanding during your leave. Your Cobalt and Sonic, you're not going to be available.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the best thing for the leave either until I travel and get there and just kind of feel it out, But overall, I'll try to make as many sessions as I can for the regular schedule, and I'll communicate about my schedule once I'm there. And once I'm there, I'll have a better idea of what is going to happen. And I mean, the time change, all of it. So it just all affects your kind of ability to know when and how things work and what sessions, and is it Zuri, is it Hydra, is it Cobalt, is it Fulcrum? I don't know. Anyway, so the point is that I'll let you know all this.
One more question then. Sorry guys, but it's important. So I saw that in the real-time relay schedule, there is also Sunday, Monday, right? So I would be okay in scheduling real-time these sessions on Sunday, Monday, Sonic H2, because to me it's already Monday, and so I'm okay to work.
How is
I
Sunday
usually do work.
already Monday? Oh, because it's Sunday night?
Yeah, to me it's after midnight, so it's Monday.
Well, so that would be like Andromeda, right? Or Cobalt.
Sonic H2.
Sonic. Oh, it'd be Sonic. Wow. Okay.
No, I just want to understand from you, because you also take usually Sunday off. But does this mean that
again, it's all about priorities. What would be scheduled for priority on a Sunday? Is this going to be a higher priority than what would be scheduled on a Saturday or Monday? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So if it's a high enough priority, I'm always available. It just depends on how high a priority it is.
Okay.
If it's if it's going to affect our A token $1 billion valuation, I'm scheduling for Sonic Hour 2 on Sunday, no problem. Okay.
No, I would schedule on Sunday when it's my Sunday, only if you make a proposal.
Only if I make the proposal?
I don't even enter my office on Sunday.
Yeah, good luck. All right, so let's go into
I know.
anything else. Are we good?
I think we're good.
I wanted to check the list. Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, checkouts. Who wants to start?
Please go first.
Ooh,
Please, Jay.
Another task is that someone could verify Mamoon's 155 goals. Could someone take on that task?
Yeah, I'm taking Mamoon under my wing, so I'm gonna do that. I told him I'm gonna be watching him. So
All right, so Alberto, you're gonna do that.
yeah.
While we're on the topic of tasks and work, really quick, I want all the new people here, like Jennifer, Alex, really quick. I don't know if you can see my screen. Looks like my screen's not sharing, so let me share
not
my
sure.
screen really quick. All right, so every time you see a task or a responsibility with orange, at the end of I don't know if anyone took on the position. Let's check out the roles.
I did.
Alberto was the work priorities master, and he's supposed to copy and paste all of the priority work and put it in the priority work tab. It looks like he did. Vote on the options, all training spreadsheet. Look at that. This is beautiful, Alberto. Beautiful.
So,
So
then if you go, I also go and say done.
And then you say done.
Verification.
Yeah. So for me, this alone, like this would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points right there. So I come to session value tracking. I'd say Alberto gets 7 points because he did 7 times correct priority work updating. And that is just super duper important. So you can make sure we verify all of our priority work. And then at the end of the session, he copies and pastes all of the priority work from the session into our normal work priority list.
Right. This is how it becomes real.
Yeah, and then it becomes real. So then it's just like
it goes into the
documenting all the work from the session, all the priorities, all the responsibilities, all the processes that come up during the session, and putting it into one single list with ideally the names of the people who are going to be taking on that work. All right.
Yeah. So I wanna say something to the new work. So when I copy and paste this, also the worker priority master copy and paste this and puts it on in the Discord channel, it becomes real, which means that since our let's say core backbone infrastructures are working perfectly since March, and they are working perfectly, but they're evolving, they're developing. So the point is that it becomes real, but in order to make sure it becomes real, it means that the vortex, the infrastructures within the vortex take control. Okay, it's going to happen, but in order to make it really happening in a timely manner, let's say, or in an organized manner, it needs to go into verification spreadsheets. So, for example, when we do work very high level, Jade sometimes says, so the fact of the task is that we're focused on the topic, so whatever comes up that's not related to the topic, we create it. So when we take it and we put it into a verification spreadsheet, that's like it's going to happen. And the thing is that our backbone infrastructures work so perfectly, and there's such a splendid work of art that it doesn't depend on any individual anymore. It's if either that work will or will not happen, but it will happen. So it's amazing. And you will see with your experience, but I want to just say this because I had experienced this very many times.
Especially if you add a pay stop deadline, then it's guaranteed to happen eventually, even if you're on.
No way. Of course.
Yeah, my God, these happen. Okay, so are we ready for checkouts? Or are there other questions on that? Or, anyway, we just want to mention it because it's part of our roles for the session. So we learn the roles over time. All right, so I'm going to give this session a 7.5. It was too long, but possibly the best wrap up we have had in years. Very impressive wrap up. We addressed so much very quickly, really. I mean, yes, it was an hour and a half wrap up, whatever it was, hour wrap up, but we addressed like 20 things. So very impressive. I enjoyed the session. Again, very long. We even missed a few breaks. And I'm still giving it 7.5. So we hadn't missed all those breaks, then maybe an 8, you know? It's a very good session. I'm so glad that Joyce was here. My goodness, we were worried about you. We're glad you're feeling better. Take all the time you need. Try to relax. Try to take care of yourself. Super, super key. I'm just delighted and happy about the new payroll system. I see, you know, the visions and the light of everyone being paid and then some. I see the vision and the light of our token going up, up, up in value once we get all of our new deadlines for our token valuations. So the functionality plan is like, you know, I mean, after we deal with payroll and after we deal with just our basic stuff, I want to work on the functionality plan. Functionality plan. So I have this whole plan. It's going to address anything and everything we ever could need to be functional. And then that's going to take us straight to the launch. And then, yeah, so all very, very exciting. Everything's coming together. And then after this session, I'm immediately going to start working on the session value tracking. And I believe we are also planning on working on the normal voting form, responsibility organizing, and planning for that. Check.
Good. Good.
Thank you, Jay.
Just very quickly, do
So
you think we have time tomorrow to kind of go over on the normal voting forms?
I mean, if you can't do it now, I don't know. We'll have to see. But I'm available now. I committed to doing it now.
Okay. Okay. I can.
For Sonic. I don't know. I thought that's what we said. If we want to change that, we can. But that's what I remember.
No. I can stay a little while longer. I'll take a couple of minutes to check on everybody here and come back.
Yes.
Okay.
So since it's live stream, Alex, can we show some manners and have ladies go first?
No, I have to take advantage that everybody's sleeping. So I want to go check that everybody's okay. My wife remember the other day I was feeling bad. Today is my wife's turn. So I want to check on
What are you
her.
doing?
Okay. I'll give the session also a 7, but 7.2. Although it was kind of long, but very productive, very nutritive. Um, the new payroll
Nice words.
seems the new payroll seems very complete. Also glad that Mamoon is back. I look forward into improving the training for everybody, for all the news, and also me and well everybody. And well, I think I also I like the trajectory. Like I said in almost all sessions, I learn on every session. If it's not a bit, it's a bunch. So I like it. I thank you for your patience, Jay. Really, really, really.
Thank you, Alex. So
I may go next.
ladies.
Jennifer?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'm giving the session 8. I was totally amazed to see the payroll spreadsheet, the new system. Plus, I am so glad that we are getting more organized. Everybody is like, even I can feel the good vibes that they are so excited and getting to be more functional and engaged. Check.
Thank you. Joyce, I'm taking notes.
Did we get what Jennifer was going to be working on?
Sorry. Yeah, I am still working on what the payroll, and I believe Jay the voting form after this. We can do that with Alex.
Joyce, you want to go next? Are you still there?
Very
Give the session 7, and I really admire Jay for your super workaholic. You know, this payroll system is really. I see that it took you a long time to much time to do it, and you're really Superman, as Alberto is saying, and
No, no.
also,
Say, say that Jay is just the best.
huh?
I don't say that he's Superman. I say that Jay is just the best.
Just what?
Simple. Jay is the best. It's just the
Ah,
best. Okay.
yeah,
Simple,
Superman.
clear, the best. Superman. I don't say Superman. So don't put in my mouth words that I say. I say
Oh, you said
I'm not.
Superman.
I don't know if Superman is the best. Superman has also a dark side, right? So I'm not
Well,
sure.
anyway, okay. So,
Yeah.
and then also, I'm glad also that I was able to voice out what, explain what happened, my side, what happened to me that time, and also, what else? Yeah, and it's long, but we really don't notice the time because we had breaks and just enjoying the session. And also, I'll be working on taxes and payroll budget. Yeah, it's near. Okay, check. Thank you, everyone. Alberto, I will check take note.
Thank you. So I'm going to give it session 7.9.
Mhm.
7.9. So I'm not giving it an 8 because we missed that break. That was really a bit heavy, but then. So what can I say? I mean, guys, you say you admire a lot Jay with the pair system, and this is what happens when the session happens. Right? So this is what we want to have an example of why it's so foundational to everything if we really want to have a good probability or increase our probability of success the way that we mean success, right? So this is what happens if we as a team compact professionally to have constant everyday VA sessions, real-time VA sessions. This is this is value, right? This is value, not cash or whatever the whatever most of the planet sees as the ultimate value, right? This is value. Right? So let's make sure that keeps stays in our mind very well written in the stone. So it's a very good example of what the goals are for making sure that the sessions happen constantly every day with this new uh, organizing. Very good, very good. And I'm going to be working on the pair proposal fulcrum and yeah, GLN support later with the real-time session, and then ACU tomorrow, later Andromeda, and the finance report deadline is tomorrow as well. So let's see about that, and um, trading. I'm going to do at least 3-4 hours of real-time trading, and yeah, I mean. I am I'm feeling good. This is actually what we needed. I think we're compacted, and I mean, things I never. It's probably the first time that I see 7.5 from Jay, even though we had a 5 plus our session with missing one break. So this is very it's a very strong signal that we are on the right path. God willing, let's stay focused and let's keep going, guys. Thank you, everybody. God bless.
Thank you.
Okay, are we done? Jay just want to remind you the transfers of one of the 1,500 for the for profit and 2,500 for the non-profit.
Okay, keep reminding me, and let's even schedule whatever we
Discord,
gotta
yeah.
do to get it happen. Right now, not the best time to meet or time for that.
Yes, Jay, I will just remind in Discord.
Perfect. Well, all right. So why don't we take a 4-minute break, and then for those who can, we can continue with the session value tracking, and then the
Boom.
voting form.
Yes.
And I believe the session
Okay.
was 5.5 hours, right?
5.5.
Six
Rather
and a half.
6.5,
Six,
Jay,
Six
six
and
and
a
a half.
half.
6.5.
6.5.
6.5.
Also, we can track our overtime. We did
6.5.
2.5 hours of overtime. Well, and we're not done yet. We're going to continue. All right. So
Sounds
we're
good.
going to
Okay,
take a
thank
3-minute
you.
break, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Like
bye.
like Alberto says, breaks good. Yeah.
Break.
No, no, no.
I
Okay.
agree.
Alex.
Those are your words.
Roberto, you're
No,
always, you're
no,
always
no,
so.
no, 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 no. This
No, no, no.
this word, this exact word, I learned them from Jay. That's what Jay
Okay.
says. I'm just,
How about
I'm
the no
just saying
silly
it more
question?
often. Yeah, I'm just saying more often. But this
Okay,
is
How
okay.
about the no silly question, Alberto?
the
It's from
quote. The
you, right?
quote is from Jay. Make sure
Good.
give the right credit here.
Okay, bye
Anyways,
bye.
guys, I mean, if you're gonna be
Tomorrow.
working, I'm in a very good spirit, so I'm gonna be joining you guys. Take a
We
break.
could also do buddy teams. Anyways, we'll figure it out in 2 minutes.
Yes, great.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank
Bye.
you,
Take care,
Joyce.
bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce. Bye,
Bye
Joyce.
bye.
No, I'm excited. I mean, we almost didn't go. All right. I'm back. So we have 4 of us.
Yes, Jay.
Anyway, so now I'm not going to worry about it, but eventually we can do policy tracking if we're doing, or not, yeah, we do double team, right? All right, so the next thing is Alex and Alberto. I want to verify your day-night levels. And also for me, it's still day. Okay, it's day 1x.
For me, it's 1x. Well, sorry, no.
What, Alberto?
For me, we started 1x, the first 3 hours. Then
The first 2 hours?
First 3.
First 3 hours, okay. And then it went into 1.5?
Down is, now is 2x.
Or now it's 2x.
Now it's half an hour change.
I'm back.
So I get 1.357. Interesting. So how
As
about
here, Jay, is from 12 midnight to 6 a.m. at 6:30. So I believe it's times 2.
Yeah, for you it's all times 2. That's okay. So Alberto is 1.36. And then what about Alex?
I am not in 2. I am in 1.5 now from 2.5 hours.
So for 2,
I think I'm 1 hour
so
behind
you're
Alberto.
1.21. Alex is 1.21. Excellent. Awesome. So then the point, so basically we have the time. The time's pretty simple based on much time people are here, right? So does anyone have any question on time?
No.
Then the day, the night, right, is obviously Lucy, Joyce, Mamoon, Jennifer, all 2x. I'm still 1x for another 20 minutes, 30 minutes, right? And then Ateh is 1.75, which we did the estimation. You just use this little calculator to average out if there's multiple hours. And then for Alberto and Alex, you guys are there. The participation level, basically the leadership decides the participation level. As long as you're active, you're participating, you're communicating, you talk, say things during your turn, you get a 3. If you are not particularly participating and you're pretty quiet, you're not particularly active, or you just pass all the time, then you would be like a 1, right? You don't typically give people less than a 1 participation unless it's like really bad or like they're negatively affecting the meeting or acting out or something. But I put Lucy at a 2 and Ateh at a 2.5. It felt like, Ateh, but we could give them both 2.5. I don't know. Either way, I think everyone else was like full participation. So any question on participation levels?
No.
No, Jay, thank you.
All right. So then the points are the most
Yeah,
complicated.
I mean, sorry, Dave.
Alberto,
you,
yeah.
You didn't mention that the only way to get 3.5, which is the maximum, is if you are with the video.
Yes. So to get 3.5 points, you actually have to have video sharing. So if you share a video, you can get 3.5 points. But that is typically reserved for planetary sessions. So if you're doing a planetary session, there's no way I wouldn't do video because it's so valuable that it's just like that extra 0.5 is just like everything.
Video, like turning on the camera?
Yes.
Okay.
So the difference between 3 and 3.5 is video sharing.
Okay.
Is that good, Alberto? Anything else?
Yeah, interesting to know this.
All right, so lastly is the points. The points are basically, the hardest part. It's like you can calculate exactly how many points someone has. Obviously, we're just estimating at this point. So everything someone does is a point. So for example, if you don't show up to the session, you communicate on Discord and say you can't make the session, that's a point. Does that make sense? So if you don't even show up to the session, but you communicate and you interact with the session in some way, you get a point. Right? So then you have our attendance, showing up on time, would be a point. Right? So everyone who showed up on time would get a point. And we didn't actually do our attendance, so I'm gonna skip that. Everyone who signed up for a role, even if they didn't do a role, gets a point. So this one's already very easy to do. So we come in here, session value tracking. I'll just list all the people. So Ateh gets a point. I get a point. Joyce gets a point. Alberto gets another point. Alberto gets another point. Jennifer gets a point. Joyce gets another point. Alberto gets another point. Alex gets a point. Jay gets another point. And Alberto gets another point. All right, so are you understanding so far how the points work?
Yes.
So then the next part, like everyone who did a check-in gets a point. So basically everybody gets a check-in, gets a point for checking in automatically, right? So unless someone didn't check in, that's the only reason they didn't get a point. Everyone checked in, everyone checked out. I don't think anyone didn't check in, check out. That's 2 points for everybody. So basically if you participate in the session, you typically get like automatically 5 points. So I would give everyone an extra additional 2 points. It would be 7, 2. Tay gets 3, 3, 5, 2. Oh no, Moon checked out. Yeah, 3 and 13. Right. So then the rest of the points really have to happen during real time. There's not really any way to do it, but I can just list all the other things. Like,
Sorry, Jay.
yeah.
I took that proposal. Remember, can I put 14 or?
I don't care. 13, 14. You're gonna have many more points than 14. You did a lot.
Yeah, just need to.
So let's just kind of review. So list of what gets a point. So you get a point to message during the session, even if you can't come. So basically interacting in any way gets you a point. Then being on time gets you a point. Being what was it? Checking in, checking out, taking a position, even if you did not do anything. So just taking a position gets you a point, right? Then every time you vote, you get a point, right? So everyone voted like 3, 4 times. Some people voted 3, some people voted 4, depending on when they left. So you get a point for voting. You don't have to vote. Voting's not required. If you do vote, you get a point. And then every time you do something for your position, you get a point. All right. So, and then anytime you do a task, or take on a responsibility. Anytime you take on a task or responsibility, you get a point. So basically, anytime you interact with the team, you get a point. So we're not going to go through all the notes. Like you would track that in real time to really be tracking perfectly the points during the session. So for now, we're just going to do estimate. We'll say, okay, I got 10 points because I did tons of stuff. I did all the facilitation. I did all that stuff. So just concept points. Lucy, I'll give Lucy 5 points. Ateh, 5 points. Alex, 7, 8 points. Joyce, 10, 11 points, 12 points. Mamoon, give Mamoon 4 points, 5 points. Jennifer, 7, 8 points. Alberto, we'll give Alberto 20 points or whatever, right? Okay. that make sense?
So the idea of this session, not the idea, the ideal way to take the points or take a follow up with a
All
point
real
is
time.
to do it in real time.
Yes.
So you should have another role for that session value tracking, right?
Well, yeah, the person who takes on the value tracking role could do that if they wanted to. And like during the session, you would just start adding up points and giving people points. But you could also do a much better estimate right now by going through every single topic, finding the votes, calculating how many votes each person did, looking at what people are communicating and saying. Like every time basically someone interacts and is talking and giving good input, you could give them a point. So I don't feel like doing that right now. It's not important.
No.
We just estimate the points based on people's like activity and
interaction.
Good. All right. So any other questions on the points?
No. Good.
Cool. And Alberto got a lot of points for
I was gonna say like 38.
doing all of that work hour. That work tracking was big time, dude. Big.
So in general, I've been doing this a lot before. In general, as Jay said, I mean, if you don't do it real time at the end of the session, going through all the notes and stuff, but in general, you give kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, an estimate on the value that you perceive the person has contributed with to the session. Right?
Well, I mean, it's not just their value; it's the how many times did they contribute value. So it's not about the value of their contribution; it's how many times did someone contribute value. That's a point. So a point has nothing to do with the actual value of their contribution. That is separate. It has to do with the fact that every time you contribute value, you get a point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's a big distinction. Right?
It's a big distinction. Absolutely. So your value comes from your time. So everyone gets equal value based on their time and their jurisdiction and their overall contribution. When we're talking about the value of your contribution, that's a separate type of value that network equity doesn't really track.
Yeah, because
track that in other places, and we can explain that later. But it's more complicated because as soon as you talked about the value of someone's contribution, you're now talking about opinions instead of just facts. Because everybody opinions someone's contribution as how valuable it is differently.
thank you, Jay, to make this distinction because this it's a big clarity because thank you.
Yeah. So another example is like let's say you're the timekeeper, right? So you sign up for the timekeeper, you get a point. The timekeeper, every time they say, time is up, et cetera, they would get a point. So let's say like Jennifer did that 3 or 4 times. So maybe Jennifer would get
Time to pause.
3 points, right? So you could actually add up in people's positions how many times they actually do their position. So for me, you could easily give me another 10 points or whatever, because I mean, I did tons of facilitation. I helped create proposals. I did presentations. I mean, you give me 10 more points. Obviously, I'm being modest for myself, and I'm fine with my 17 points. But the point is that you like anytime someone contributes, they get a point, and their contribution is equal to anyone else's contribution. The fact that they just do a contribution, you get a point. So the points are very neutral. Okay, it's like anything that your position, your task, your vote, anything that you do, you get a point. But it's neutral. It's not saying that, oh, one person's point is worth more than another person's point. It doesn't matter what you do. Just the fact that you do something, you get a point for it. Okay?
In general, and I say also for this session, it doesn't flow to give Jay less points than anybody.
Yeah, well, I was being modest.
That's what it is.
I was being modest with my
pause.
Yeah,
I didn't want to overpoint
Close your
myself.
eyes. Count.
Yeah, it makes sense that
1,
you
2, 3, 4,
I'll make sure
5. Open
Yeah,
your eyes.
thank you, Alberto. All right, so I think we're ready to move on. So next, you have the top average. Oh, any of the last questions on the points? Everyone good on the points? So we did 93 points per session. We should shoot for 100 points. That would be huge to get 100 points in a session. I'm sure we can do it one day. All right, so top average cost per worker for your pay. So again, everybody's pay is based on their actual pay, not based on your budget or your minimum wage or whatever it is. It's based on how much money you actually have gotten paid on average. Obviously, new worker, we just stick with your, your initial budget until you start getting paid and everything. We actually calculate your actual pay. So then you have we use the family jurisdiction. We used to use the individual jurisdiction, but I mean, everybody basically hates the individual jurisdiction because it's never enough money. So it's like, okay, let's just use the family jurisdiction. Ignore it for network equity, for vortex equity. We don't need to address the individual jurisdiction. And then you have your basically value is calculated based on how much money you're paid, how much money is value for your family jurisdiction, and their total number of hours and your contributions, everything. This is the overall value, right? And then you have your overall time, which is the total time you have contributed overall in relationship to just this session, right? Because basically it was a 6.5 hour session times your day, night, and your participation level. This is your overall time. And then you have all your points that are added up. And every point is considered basically like 5 minutes. So when you're thinking about, every point's considered 1 minute. So when you're thinking about the points in relationship to value of money and time, it's the calculation is 5 points, like 60 points an hour. Okay. So so then you get the power credits, which everybody is equal. You remove everything related to time, actual value and money is the power credits, and then the value credits is as everything related to the money and the actual value. Okay. The monetary value. Alberto, what were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that you go to the notes and it wasn't flowing. The 23.
The 23. All right, 30.
Well, it wasn't true. It's not flowing. It's not true.
Oh, because you wanted to hit 100 now. Wonderful.
No. I wasn't thinking about that. No. But I mean, only the topic. The topic about the lineage is 20 points. So
the topic on the lineage. I would give it myself a 25. I think that's good. 25.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
27. Can we bring 27?
27. Fine. All right. So after are there any questions on this session value tracking? So after you do the session value tracking, let me share my full screen. You come over here into the, oops, there you go. You come over here into the new spreadsheet for all of our tracking hours, and this would go to what's called the Vortex Sessions tab. And then this would be for the core team session here, column F. I think we have this is core team goals, core team review. So this would technically be core team review. So I'm gonna put it in the G column. And then I just go ahead and copy and paste. So actually, I'm gonna put this over here. So I just copy and paste my power credits, although I do want to just get that number. Yeah, and this goes here. And then I copy and paste my value credits. And then we have Alex. So then I do Alex, copy, and Alex, paste. And Jennifer, got Jennifer's, copy, paste, copy, paste. So you're manually entering them, but then everything else is done automatically. So it's pretty cool. Copy, paste, Joyce, copy and paste. And then we have Lucy, copy and paste.
So this is something that, Jay, if you want, I can automate.
How would you automate this?
I will automate that you just put the link of the session and the script that I would write would immediately understand what Not even the script. No, I don't need the script. I just need a function. The function would immediately take the the two columns, D and F, and check with the names next to it, and put there the values automatically.
Yeah. All right. So I'm sure there's a way you could figure out how to
Do it
automate that.
more
But
easy.
the key thing is, how do we train someone how to do that? That's the main thing.
Time to pause.
So,
Please stop.
Eh,
Close your eyes.
Well, we can-
Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
The way
But
that
overall-
I would do it, Jay, is that we already have there the fact that people need to put the link index the session into the session value tracking input spreadsheet, right? So
I don't know. I don't understand not following you. So anyways, but overall, the point is that it's very easy. It took me like 30 seconds to do it manually. Like, sure, we can create some complicated system to do it automatically. We can put in the training, but we don't need to do that now.
no. I'm just that's why I'm saying, do you want me to create this function or not?
I mean, you can do whatever you want with your spreadsheets, that if you want to do it and just try it out, we can look at it, see how it works, understand how we train other people how to do it, how it scales, and then we can add it in or whatever. For now, I'm perfectly fine with the 30-second manual method. I have no problem with it.
Okay.
As far as like responsibly organizing, very easy to scale, very easy to train someone to do it, not worried about it.
Okay.
And the biggest problem, obviously, is that it is opposite formatting. So we could actually save a little time by just formatting this spreadsheet to change all the formats to be the opposite direction. So instead of columns going up and down, the columns would go sideways. So it would list like Jay twice, Lucy twice, right? To have everything, or then you just copy and paste it, and you could do one copy and paste for the whole thing. And the reason why I did everything the opposite way around, where the people were on the top, and it would have been more like copy and paste like this, except it would be very difficult to add people. So right now we want to be able to add more people very easily, and it's just very important that the list of names is on the left, not on the top. So that's why it's structured this way. So we could easily update this to basically print out all the list of all the people in the correct order, like right here. And then we just copy and paste that here, just like one time. It would be super fast. It would take 5 seconds instead of 30 seconds, you know? Yeah. But I'm also fine doing the automated model, doing crazy calculations. The problem, of course, with that is that then you lose the ability to fix problems in the future. Like if you duplicate it and you have a new person, you don't know how you did that, and then Alberto's not around, you don't know how to fix it. It's like you kind of go back to the manual model anyways. You know?
I agree with you. You know when exactly what you said is perfect. Yeah. So the way to do it,
5 seconds is not very long time to worry about, you know?
Yeah, but we should have the template should already have the names. I mean, in the template session value track.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
Here already does have all of the names. This is all the template. This is the template already.
The template, so the names were already in the template.
Yeah, I already did this whole template. The whole template already exists. Yeah. What I'm saying is that you could change it to be like, you just copy and paste this into the template like this, right? Like boom. And then you put the information into this format from here. So it basically change the format, you know, one at a time, like this. You put the format into this format, and so then I just copy and paste like that. It would literally take me like 1 and 2. It would be like 3 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds to copy it from here onto here. If you just
I can do that. Yeah. I can do that if you want. Yeah. So where is that?
So yeah, we need to update the template. I want to add this calculation between the 1x, 1.5x, and then also we want to list what gets a point. This listing of what gets a point should technically go under the roles responsibilities sheet, right? So that should be moved. This is not the correct place for having the list of what gets a point. All right. So, and then also technically speaking, contribution value does matter. If someone contributes value at a session, so for example, if it's a big planetary event, you know, like Saturn session, I would just like give as much money as I can. It just gives you more value. And then it's multiplied. Oh, I want to talk about the multiplier real quick. So for the New World sessions and just like Half World sessions, we're going to do like a practice multiplier. This session happens once a week, so we give it a 7. And then all this value that we just calculated gets multiplied by 7 because it is a important session that happens once a week, right? Like a normal sessions are valued at 1. So for 1 hour of a normal session, you get 1 value. But for this 6 hours for a weekly session, you get 7.
No, but Jay, sorry.
Yeah. So it would be 7 times 6.5 hours. The value would be 45 hours of value. But it's just for the half world network equity. It's not related to the global network. The global network equity is the real network equity, and we get 0 for that. But we're just practicing. It's the practice.
Okay. But the multiplier is very important. The multiplier is related to the natural cycles, right?
For the planetary session. So the global network equity multiplier is the important one, which is why it's in bold, right? This is just practice. This is just practice to train how the multiplier works, because we're not using it for, because the sessions are not natural time sessions, right? So these sessions get 0 for the global network equity multiplier, and then global network equity multiplier doesn't start until you go into the moon sessions. So like a quarter moon is worth 6.37. A full moon's worth 13.75. A new moon is worth 28.5, right? And then when you get into the planetary sessions is where you start getting some real value. So for example, I was talking about the Saturn session. For a Saturn session, 1 hour of a Saturn session is worth 5,378 hours of a normal session.
Sorry, the new moon is 30, no?
The new moon is 28.5. I could verify that. Usually it's not an exact number like that. So Wikipedia. So this would be the Sidonal cycle, but we'll just say the Sidonal moon cycle. Let's see if it comes up here. Moon list of cycles. It's sidereal, Sidonic, 29.530589. That's the correct number. And then you subtract 1. So every 6 cycles subtracts 1 hour. So it's actually 28.5306. That's the correct number. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. So basically the point that I'm trying to mention here is that for all of this value in the network equity, it gets multiplied by 7 when you get your tokens. So instead of 1,305, you're going to get 7,000 times everything like that. You get
9,000 and something.
Yeah, you just get way more value. But again, we get 0 global network equity tokens. All we're going to get for this practice round is to just get us in the habit of understanding how this process works is going to be the half world network equity multiplier. So we'll track it on a spreadsheet. I don't even know if we'll make tokens for it. We can create tokens for it, but they basically will have no value. The global network equity tokens start for the Selenium calendar and then get big for the planetary sessions. This is where you get the real value. But either way, all the global network equity value is irrelevant unless the session is public. So only a public session will actually create value. All of our private sessions are still practice, and we will issue tokens. We have the tokens to issue for them, but the value of those tokens will be based on the value of the actual tokens. So they have no value unless the real tokens are created value. So you're still required to do the real public sessions, public planetary sessions, alignments are required. So anyways, that's just how the session value tracking works and how it relates to the network and vortex equity. Okay.
Okay.
And this is all considered like bonus value, but in reality, it's not really bonus value. It's beyond your bonus. This is your power. This is the power that you have to make decisions. It has nothing to do with your ownership. It's like your actual power of your contribution. Like someone can't take it away from you, right? It's like someone can take your money. You can't give away your power. Like your power is your power. You know, I guess you could have like someone stand in for your vote. Like what is it called when you have a surrogate voter? I don't know. There's a term for it, where you have someone vote for you, but it's still your power. It's your vote. The value credits, technically, you could sell if the tokens became valuable. You could see that a little bit more like a bonus, you know. But it's just it's a separate component. It's all about the vortex. It's not about your job or your work. It's about your contribution towards changing the world and actually doing the whole vortex model. And this is where the planetary sessions come in, and we also have galactic sessions. The next galactic session isn't until 2024. So, and there won't be another one until 2025. So they happen very rarely. Along with some of the big, like planetary sessions, will only happen like once every. Jupiter, I think, is once every 6 years. Saturn's once every 12 years. Uranus and Neptune is like once every 40 years or something ridiculous. 20 or 40 years. So they happen very, very rare, which is why there's so much value in attending them. All right, so I think we're done with this. Does anyone want to go into, and hopefully we can index this. I would also put that as a task to index this training on value session tracking into the roles responsibility sheet. So as we basically did a training on how to do the value. It's pretty simple. Okay, so let's go into the sheet. Do we want to do the voting form?
Yes.
Probably take a break.
Yes,
So
please.
5 minute break, and then let's do the voting
End
form.
It's
of
4:00.
break. Time to start.
Yeah, we missed the break. Sorry, the rhythm was.
And Alberto,
Get
you're
to
saying
learn that today.
double team.
Please get focused.
So there's going to be a double team.
Well, yes, guys, if you want.
So I mean, I think we technically should do policy tracking. I'm not too worried about it. I guess we could say, policy keeping over here. I'll start here for now. Doing a double team. I think it's 0.25 hours. 0.25 hours. And then the topic for this double team is going to be the normal voting form. All right, so I don't know if anyone has the link to the responsibility organizing, but let's take a break. We'll get the link, we'll get everything organized, and then we're good to go. Okay.
Great.
Right, Jay, can you check the template?
What do you mean the template?
You wanted the, the thing to copy and paste quickly,
I don't know. I can't find it. I'm just looking for the new
922,
what line 22.
the template.
I'm in the new tab. Double team Jen, Jay, Alex, Alberto.
The bottom.
Time for breath. Please stop and get
Here
ready.
it comes.
Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
No, I'm saying I did that thing so that you copy and paste quickly the
Where is it? Oh, you did it in the template.
I linked it, yeah, 922.
Cool. Did you also add in the counting between 1x, 1.5x, 2x values? Did you do that?
In the table, you want
In
that
the template. I want this in the template.
it's already there, or is there a difference? I get it. You want this to go into the template. This, Jay? Let's see.
All right. So overall, I'm just like definitely think I might just be. It just might be too much. You know, we're going 7 hours nonstop. I don't know. Maybe we should just stop and be done because I can't even find the spreadsheet. I don't know where it is.
Which spreadsheet?
The responsive organizing for the normal voting form. What do we call it?
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I think we put it. I think we put it into the. I remember where it is. So if you go to the roles, we put it into the new session role spreadsheet. That's where we put it. So this will be part of the follow-up, and we have the normal voting form. And the follow-up, and we have the normal voting form responsibility organizing right here. Okay. And then I also said we wanted to add in the session value tracking this right here, the actual what goes into a point. This would go into the value session tracking position. Put that in there. Boom. And then also we can add, if we open up the doc version, whoops, roles, and here's the old doc. There should be a section on value tracking, session value tracker. Here we go. There's not much information though. So just copy that and then add that here as well. Not a lot, but it's adding. All right, cool. Okay. So normal voting form, this is the responsibility organizing. I'm also going to copy and make sure this is linked to the old responsibility organizing here. So for me, the main step that we're adding that wasn't there before was that you want to get the list of all the proposals that were voted on and the list of proposals that were not voted on, including the proposals from the proposals Discord channel. And that is where we need more focus, is actually getting the list of the proposals from the Discord channel and making sure that everything we're not voting on that's still getting into the voting form.
Okay, but who is responsible for the voting form? The note keeper?
This is a follow-up role.
Exactly, the storytelling. Or
And
the
the
work.
storytelling also is a follow-up role. So the session value tracker is not necessarily required to do the session value tracking that we just did. We made it a lot easier, so a lot of it's automated now, so it's easier to do and faster. So maybe we'll do it more, but technically the value session tracking, you do your best real time during the session to get as much data as you can tracked, but then the actual
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
All right, stretch.
But can you verify quickly the template if it's what you wanted to?
All right, guys, give me 30 seconds stretch.
Yeah.
All right, what were you saying?
If you can verify the template is what you wanted.
The template for the voting form?
Now the template for the value tracking in the spreadsheet. And I would add a tab for the proposals so that there's a tab where whoever the role is responsible or create the role, voting form role.
I mean, I personally feel like it's slightly separate. So let me just kind of go over. So what we're talking about follow-up roles from a session, right? So we want to update the new payroll single spreadsheet, right? So this task is a follow-up task. It's not a real-time position. Does that make sense? So the follow-up roles are not real-time positions. Not real-time positions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you don't have to do the follow-up work immediately at the end or during the session. Like we don't have to do this now. We can easily do this tomorrow. Technically speaking, under the policies, we have 48 hours to complete the voting form and for multiple sessions. So for this voting form, we are going to include both the contentious session and the main session. Right? Main session and any other proposals from proposals channel or other buddy teams that need to be voted on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's really not about the real-time session. It's a follow-up responsibility. So this is the normal voting form responsibility.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right. So from there, there was one other one I wanted to cover. But overall, it's just like, and then you just want to stop. So you have policy facilitator, note taker, timekeeping,
Yeah,
work.
the responsibility organizing is there. So
Storytelling. Yeah, storytelling was the other one. Right? So the storytelling, it should happen ideally right after the session, but technically speaking, it is also a follow-up role. I think it's a little bit more real time because it should just be this quick storytelling. So it's not. It's sort of in between. So I won't worry about that. Let's just leave these two. Okay.
Okay.
So really quickly, in terms of the normal voting form, can we talk about just the normal voting form now, or do you have questions about the overall positions and other stuff?
Nope.
So I'd say the other one that's follow up is coordination, tasks, tactical ops, like all of like when Alberto says that you copy and paste the list of the work priorities from the session into the Discord channel, that's just the very beginning of the process of coordination and overseeing all of the tasks that need to happen out of the session, right? So these 3 follow-up roles are not real time, whereas everything else is basically real time. Okay. So I want to kind of skip the responsibility organizing. I want to make sure that the responsibility organizing was linked. What's this? Oh, you linked it. Good. Sorry, I found it. I just forgot to link it. All right. So the point here is that for the normal voting form, I just kind of want to go over just the basic steps that need to happen without going through all of the details of the responsibility organizing. But you can use the old responsibility organizing that we did link to the normal voting form. But let's just go over like the brief version. Okay. So the goal. So the goal is to list all proposals from the main session. We'll put sessions and proposals that were not voted on from the session or the pound proposals channel.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
Okay, so that's the whole thing here. It's also good to note that the other goal, of course, is to make sure that the results are reviewed, tallied, and certified. Okay. And we also have another deadline for doing that. I think it's only quarter pay stop now. So that's the goal. Any questions on the goal of doing the voting form?
No. Anyways, Jay, the responsibility organizing is very, very clear. I think we can stop. No.
Well, I just want to cover just the basic steps to make sure what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So step 0 is setup. Step 1 would be basically, well, I'm not going to go over the responsibility organizing in detail. I just want to get the things that I think need to happen for this situation, right? Like make a list of all the proposals, right? And then, basically you can copy and paste them all into one tab or spreadsheet, right? And then you want to also list all of the proposals that did not get voted on. Typically, you might do separate sections of that. And you also probably want to make sure you have the links to the notes, right? Links to notes you are using. So you need the contentious situation, right? And then for me, the problem, of course, is that this is the first time we're doing this. So the question is what proposals we want to include into the voting form that did not get voted on. And for me, the main ones obviously are the real-time session policies. So I don't know, I'm pretty tired right now. I don't really feel like going through it in detail, but we certainly have some good policies here that can be voted on. For example, we have votes ready to go from the buddy team session. I think, Alex, you were there. Jay
on
and
yeah,
Alex.
the body team
This
session.
was on the
Uh,
real-time session policy for, let's just get the exact term. This one, the policy for showing up on time.
yes.
So that's also an easy proposal that's basically ready to go. But you might also be able to find some other proposals from the proposals channel. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this one.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
We're also supposed to set a deadline for the automated budget cuts for the for-profit. We haven't done that yet, so I don't know if anyone wants to work on that, but that's something that's not really ready to vote on yet without having an actual date. And then also I want to do double policy tracking for doing a for canceling a session because of policy tracking. It's like out of control. Anyway, and then I also want to do a functionality plan, but we need to set a date for that. So overall, some of these need a little bit of work to just add a date or do whatever, but I think you get the general idea. So then after you kind of build that all of that, you can start putting it into the voting form. Lucy can help you with that too. Put all the proposals into the voting form. And then typically you can get it like verified or review and verify. I wouldn't mind scheduling again to try to get all the proposals updated, especially for the real-time session policies. If we could do more with the real-time session policies and get some of those approved, would be amazing. Because a lot of the proposals are ready to go, we just haven't voted on them. All right, so I think we're good here. Any other questions?
Just one question that always seems little, but it can send 5 hours on. No, but the ideal is to every time we finish a session, make the voting form for all the proposals that were in the session, right? But if we have, for example, this session that was 2 sessions long, I can take all the proposals voted and not voted from today and maybe yesterday that also could have been forgotten or left out and do one voting form with all of that.
Yeah, that's the goal. Is just taking all of the proposals that have we been voted on and not been voted upon, put them all into a voting form, and like allow the voting to move forward and start making some decisions. Because there's some of the proposals have been around for months, and it's like we just don't have the time to prioritize talking about them. But under our policies, is not required to discuss and talk about a proposal. It is required to vote on it. Right? This is how our model works. You just like anyone makes a proposal, and then the proposal goes in the voting form and is voted on. If you put this, like let's say you put this into a proposal, into the voting form, right? So this proposal goes, whoops. Let's say you put this proposal into a voting form.
These are the policies.
It says require
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
So require a functionality plan with income and all pay stops and completion for regular review by X deadline. There's no deadline set. So if I saw this in a voting form and I was voting on it, I would vote like a 1 or a 2. Like I would not pass this because it doesn't make any sense. It's not complete. It's not a complete proposal. It doesn't make any sense. I would say I'm not passing it. I'm not approving it. So then it would get certified as not approved, but we would put it aside and we would improve it again, and then we would improve the proposal and then put it back out later, right? So if you accidentally put a proposal in that doesn't make any sense and we vote no on it, it's not a big deal, okay?
Right, okay.
One clarity check. Very quick question.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the voting form, as I understood, there is one that, for example, already voted and agreed upon, and the second category that we need to vote on, which is took place in this session. So the voting form that we will be creating here is just only particularly on not for the category that we didn't vote it on. Is this like separated form on the one that we already voted in the session, or it will be all together in one form? What's
I mean,
it?
you guys can do however many forms you want to do. You got a
Oh,
phone for every category, but technically you could just do all in one form. You could do a separate form for contentious session. You could do a separate form for main session. You could do a separate form for proposals that
okay.
were not voted on, and organize it all into separate forms. But it can all just be in one single form and have a big, huge, long form with all the proposals. Right now, we don't even know how many proposals we're talking about. It's probably somewhere between 10 and 20 proposals in my estimate. But if we tried to get all the proposals together, including all the proposals for the real-time session policy, we could have as many as 30, 40 proposals, right? So the question is how much work do we want to do? But what I'm trying to say is that under the policy, our goal is to meet the policy. And right now we're not doing it. And the policy is that every single proposal that is either voted on or proposed is supposed to go into the voting form, which means that all proposals that are proposed, including the proposals channel, even if they haven't been voted on, should be added. That's the policy. So if we don't do that, we're not meeting the policy. That make sense?
Yes, true.
So for now, I mean, we need to catch up a little bit because we've never ever included all the proposals that have not been voted on. But it's the only way to catch up. Like if we have 20 proposals and we don't have time to do 20 topics for the 20 proposals, we literally spend 20 minutes putting all the proposals into a voting form, sending it out. Everyone votes for like 10, 15 minutes. And then we look at the results. The proposals that just easily pass they don't need discussion. They may need a little follow-up. If there's concerns, then they'll get prioritized and they'll be discussed eventually. But the key is to empower the group to decide what happens to the proposals, even if we haven't talked about them. It's called direct democracy, and it's part of our democratic trilogy. It's very important. Direct democracy can be dangerous because it allows for mob rule and mistakes because you don't actually discuss things. But it's also very powerful because it allows everybody to participate, including the public, in all our voting, and allows for accountability, verifiability, and it allows you to move things forward quicker when there's not time, because participatory democracy, aka main sessions, takes a lot of time. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And under our policies, everything needs to be approved in main session and in the direct democracy. So it's about a balance between both. So when it goes in the direct democracy voting form, you vote on it, and then it has to be certified in a main session. So no proposal that we don't agree on in a main session for certification will have the full power of the network because we haven't agreed on it in a real session, right? So it takes both. And anything that's an issue or contention will automatically get addressed within our eval system. So it's the most important thing is that we're not stuck, that we're not stalled, and that we can't make decisions. The most important thing is to make a decision, even if that decision is no, or even if the proposal is not perfect. It's more important to move the organization forward and start making decisions quickly with direct democracy than it is to just constantly be stuck and stalled and not ever be able to make a decision. That is the worst possible outcome. It's better to make a bad decision than to make no decision at all.
No decision at all.
So this is why this is so important, especially at this moment in time, that we move this voting form forward and we get it organized and we start doing it. We already created the policy in terms of updating the responsibility organizing. We do need to update the responsibility organizing with the new policy. Wait, it looks like you, yeah, you need to update responsibility organizing with new policy. So the new policy, you'd have to copy and paste it from like the decisions, but the new policy gives you 48 hours to do a normal voting form. Okay. And then I think you get 2 weeks to certify.
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Any other last questions?
No, not
No more
really.
Jay for me.
And again, my personal recommendation is to first copy and paste the list of all the proposals, into the spreadsheet or whatever, right? The document or whatever. then put all the proposals into the voting form. So if you do it this way, then you can already start verification before even dealing with the voting form. And then, I can help with the verification and the voting form, um, simultaneously, right? Instead of if you do it and you wait for the voting form, it just limits the amount of verification and collaborative work that you can do. Because if it's on a spreadsheet, it's easier to share and it's easier to just everybody work on all the proposals, and you can update the proposals on the spreadsheet, then add them to the voting form, and it's just easier to edit. Okay, you get them in the right order and organize it all correctly. It's just always like if you have a complicated voting form, I always organize it on a spreadsheet or document first, then copy and paste it into the actual voting form. It's just much more organized, much more professional. But if you just want to throw it right into the voting form right away, it's perfectly within policy, and then we can just review and verify the voting form itself before sending it out. Okay, and we have 48 hours. So it doesn't need to happen tonight or today. It doesn't need to happen tomorrow. We have all the way until Saturday, Sunday to do it. And either way, it doesn't even matter because it's only a quarter pay stop, and it's like, we need to add the 1 quarter pay stop. 1 quarter pay stop. And we're already going on half pay stop, so it really doesn't matter in terms of the timing. For me, it's more important getting the voting form correct and organized and have the proposals be as good as possible, and updating them and making the proposals clear and organized so that we can move the organization forward than hurrying it. And again, the most important proposals are the proposals we didn't vote on. The proposals we already voted on, we're required to include them, but we already voted on them. In fact, if we don't send this out to the public, because everyone was there at all of our sessions, some people missed some votes, but overall everyone was there for the majority of the votes. If we just send it out to our own team, the actual proposals that we already voted on really don't matter. If you send it to the public in social media and get it out there, which is a requirement, when we start doing actual voting forms, it goes out to everybody, including the public. This is part of our public accountability, that the public can review and even vote on every single decision that—
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right. So again, it's the list of proposals, since it's probably only going out to our own team. The ones that we didn't vote on are actually significantly more important than the proposals that we did vote on. Does that make sense?
Yes, Jay.
Yeah. So that's not always the case. It just depends how many people showed up for the session. All right. I am good. Any other last question?
I think not.
Yeah, and normally this should take 30 minutes to 1 hour with the amount of proposals that we have from the regular sessions. If it's not a lot of proposals, it could be as fast as like 15 minutes to do it. Because this time we've never done proposals that we haven't voted on. So the list of proposals we haven't voted on, especially in relationship to the real-time session policies, could be like 10 to 20 proposals. So this could add, and plus we need to organize all these proposals and maybe update them. This could be an additional 1 to 2 hours instead of 30 minutes to an hour. So it might add an extra hour onto it if we did it all correctly. Obviously, it's going to take even longer because you're doing training and you're learning and doing it for your first time. Talk to Lucy, get help from Lucy. She already knows how to do it. So does Ateh, so does Alberto. Everybody's here to help you. And they can do it a lot faster. But the first time you do it always takes a little longer, but then you'll get faster and faster and easier on it. But the fact that we've never done the past proposals means that the first time we do the past proposal is going to take a little bit longer. But then once we catch up with all of our past proposals, then for future voting forms, it'll be very simple because there'll be very few new proposals to vote on. Does that make sense?
Yes, Jay.
Yeah.
And again, I want to help with this too. So what I'm looking for is like the first list on a spreadsheet or the first draft of the voting form. Send it over to me. I want to look through it. I'll start editing it, making the proposals that haven't been voted on yet organized and clear so that the proposals are more helpful, like adding, for example, dates for deadlines and things like that, and making sure that they're clear, making sure the details are there, all that kind of stuff. Awesome. Good work. I'm excited. This is, for me, the most important thing that the organization could be working on right now, except for, obviously, the payroll. And this is also part of training and segmentation. So I'm not going to get into that right now. But the next step, now that we've finished covering the voting form, this directly relates to segmentation and
Time
training.
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So I don't want to go into all of the details, but the bottom line is that maybe it might take 6 months, maybe it might take a year, it might take 2, 3 years. I don't know how long it's going to take. But eventually, every single individual policy that we have ever created or have ever had or that we do have or will have will be in a voting form. Every single policy, and they'll be organized based on topic or category or project. And then every single worker will have the opportunity, for example, some of the most important policies we have will be the HR policies that affect all of the worker pay, right? Worker pay and involvement. We'll have a voting form with all of the HR policies on it. And then that will be the segmentation model in the training, where a worker opens up the voting form on the HR policies. They're voting on the HR policies, they're reading about the HR policies, and then they're also understanding why the HR policies exist, because in the segmentation model, you don't only include the proposal, you also include why you're voting on the proposal and the education about the reason why that policy exists. Then you vote yes or no whether you support the policy, and then in either reinforcing or just getting rid of policies that are bad, the new workers are learning, getting training, building value, and strengthening the organization. So the voting forms are extremely important, and they're never ending. And Alberto knows very well how the whole system works of the bigger vortex, that every single decision that's made, it never ends. It's just about levels of review and verification and evaluation. So a normal voting form is like the lowest level, and then it
You
goes
know
up.
why?
Alberto?
Okay, sorry. You know why it's like these guys? Maybe I'm
Why?
wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong, Jake. Because the system is, and the infrastructures are built to be corruptible,
Yeah.
or set up to be corruptible.
Yeah.
So everything, any decision can always be from can always be rediscussed and reviewed. And, right, Jay?
It's beyond that. It's beyond just being discussed and just being evaluated. Our model is all about
Time
empowerment.
to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So our model, every 2.5 years, the entire value structure of the entire system resets. So that comes up in 6 months, right? So 6 months it's going to be 9 months from now will be the start of the new leap year era.
4 months, 3 months.
It's in 4 months, 3 months. Yeah, so it's happening very, very soon. So when that happens, the entire value structures of the ownership of that particular 2.5 year era resets. And that means that everybody's equal. So starting at the beginning of the next half year, which is the beginning of the next leap year era, which lasts 2.5 years, every single worker starts as equals, which means I have no additional ownership or control or value than you do, Alex. So I've been involved for 20 years. You've been involved for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever. Starting in 4 months, it all resets and we're all equals again. And all of the value that's distributed and the tokens that are distributed are starting fresh anew. And in the same way, the decision making allows for what's called forking. And in the forking process, automatically is supposed to happen. I think it's like every, I don't know exactly what the time frame is, but you could sort of think about it in relationship to like a 19 year, like some sort of like multiplying year model, like 10 years or whatever. Or you could look at the Saturn cycle, like the planetary sessions. Anyways, whenever the organization decides that it's time, you do what's called like an automated fork, where the old trajectories and policies would become what's called the old model. And then all of the current people who are empowered and actively involved get to recreate the entire system from scratch based on their decision making. And that would be a fork. And when it forks, the existing structures don't go away, right? And the trust structures and all of the existing trajectories don't go away, but they're what they would be called like the classic fork. Whereas the new fork is fully empowered with the current people involved that are fully empowered without the pressures and forced implementation of past policies. Okay, that makes sense? So we literally design everything to be recreated in real time in the moment. Yeah, Alberto.
No. So, what did you just say, Jay? So when there is the new era starting, also the fork process is per policy.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Quick stretch. So I definitely need to get going here, but Alberto, what were you saying?
You just said something that the new with the new era starting, there is the fork process is automatically.
Well, no, nothing's automatic, right? It's all about
The
agreement.
policy.
Yeah, everything's about agreement and decision making. So at any time, anyone can fork anything whenever they want to based on agreement, right? But under our models, there is a time that will come, or that does come, and it's in relationship to our evaluation process and our review, where you get so many old policies and so much, information, so much stuff from potentially 20 years ago, or potentially from like people who don't even exist or not even involved anymore. The models and the structures empower the current generation, the current people, to co-create a new fresh fork, to evolve it based on what they want it to be. In essence, it's their trajectory, it's their group. It doesn't get rid of the old trajectory and the old models. That would still be there and be part of the classic structure, and could even relate to the trusts and some of the funding. But then they're encouraged to create their own new structures as well within the vortex. Does that make sense? This is a very important component, that when we talk about full empowerment, that's not just empowerment in decision-making real time, it's full empowerment to exist and co-create your own reality in all time, not just, based on what someone in past generations told you you're allowed to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the leap year. Sorry, guys. It's December.
Time to
December
pause.
30th.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
What, Alberto?
The leap
Oh,
year.
yeah. So the date of this is but again, remember that this is, oh, whoops, sorry, I messed it up. Oh my God, I'm messing everything up.
No problem. Don't worry. 2024.
So this date is a 2.5 year era. This is our lowest era cycle. 2.5 years is nothing. So we have a 9 year or 19 year, and then we have like the 6 years, and we have the 14 years and the 20 years. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's all these other eras and cycles. So the bigger cycles are where we start talking about these bigger, more important forks and transitions and transformations, where we have a process that all of the current people basically recreate the organization in their image, right? In their interest, not what all of the millions or the thousands of policies that came before them. You could evaluate every single policy. This all stems from the segmentation model, right? The segmentation model is all about real-time evaluation, real-time voting, real-time engagement and involvement. Every single policy will be on a voting form, organized, and for every single topic. For example, one of the most important will be the HR policies. And then everyone just vote on them, and they can say, well, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, we're changing it, we're evolving it. And then you basically are not only forking the value, you're forking the infrastructure as well. Okay, that makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
But typically you wouldn't even consider forking the infrastructure every 2.5 years. That would be ridiculous. I mean, it's just too small of a time period. But eventually it's inevitable. It has to. You have to evaluate every single policy that possibly exists, and every single decision that was ever made, and reconsider all of it in a very organized way. It's not like you just like, oh, we're going to start from scratch as if there's nothing. You review everything and you say, this is good, this is bad, this we're going to reconsider, this we're going to edit, this we're going to change. You prioritize it all and you just evolve it all. But you have to do it as one integrated system, because the model, like as you learn more and more about this, Alex and Jennifer, you'll see that when I talk about policies, when I talk about systems, I'm actually not talking about separate things. In my mind, every single system.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
All right, so in my mind, every single system, every single responsibility, every single policy, every single component in the structures, it's the same thing. Every token, all of it, it's one thing. And it all fits together. That's the vortex, right? For me, in the way that I think and the way my mind works, it's not all these separate things. When I think about a policy, in that moment that I'm thinking about whether I'm voting yes or no on this policy, and if that's the correct policy, I'm thinking about how that policy affects hundreds of other policies simultaneously, and how those hundreds of other policies are going to affect all of the responsibility organizing and how everything fits together, because it literally is one interconnected model. So every time we vote on a single policy, it actually changes the whole vortex and how everything fits together. Like this new updated system that we have for our payroll is massive. Like this is going to have major effects on probably 40 policies and about 20 responsibilities at least. So, and it's going to take many, many months, if not a year, for it to fully be integrated throughout the entire vortex. It's that dramatic of a change, but it's worth it because our payroll is a disaster. But it's a massive undertaking. Anyways, I thought Alberto would appreciate going into that a little bit.
Yeah, I would love to go into it a lot more, but
yeah. So, anyways, I need to get going. But the point here is that the normal voting form is very important, and it's very simple, and it's just for like our main sessions and some of these proposals we haven't voted on. But the concept behind the voting form and what it means, there's no difference between a normal voting form and organizing the policies in the votes that we took in relationship to all decisions. It's just a minor step. to go from a normal voting form to like, okay, these are all the HR policies voting form. Right? That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So it's a very
to
important responsibility. In fact, not only is it very important, I want to also make sure you understand HR voting policy. Under the new model for our pay structure, this comes into the green section, and the green section is what we call our internal operations and our
Time
functionality.
to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So it's our functionality or internal operations, our showcase, right? And so this particular section, the internal voting form, comes under staffing. And it's our internal staffing for our own team. And staffing relates directly to two places in client work. You have staffing for sponsorship, and you also have staffing for the entire vortex. So voting forms are one of the core components of staffing and decision-making for decision-making bodies. So staffing support decision-making bodies. And so when you are learning how to do these voting forms, you're learning about our own internal staffing for our own team. You're also learning about client work on how to set up and organize decision-making for other decision-making bodies that we get paid to support. Okay? So just to let you know that the actual vocabulary of what you're working on right now is called staff. Very important.
Mm.
That would be your category of work.
Yeah. To finish up, if I make a quick comment, we learn, guys, that the infrastructures, and the methods that build the infrastructures, they, even if we don't know what we want to do or how we want to develop or we want to evolve, I call it personally, I named it the 7 steps ahead, right? So the fact is that the following the process, following the policies, this then Jay, maybe one day you will finally tell us from which planet you came from, whenever you feel safe enough. But the point is that the message systems are like magic because you follow the process and it will bring you, they will bring you to. It's like 7 steps. I call it 7 steps ahead because following the process, even you don't know, but you trust the process. You stay focused in the moment. You plan. You do the work. Follow the policies, and you get there. It's crazy. And I mean, here we're just scratching the ice here. Once we're functional, once we launch, we really see what there is. Real planetary sessions and life support.
Time to take a break. Please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
Coalition to end societal abuse. End societal abuse. Right? That's what we're gonna go.
The whole model was created and intended to be, fully interactive and fully public at every level. So it's just like, if we're not interacting and engaging the public with possibly, hundreds, if not thousands of people, it's just, we're just barely even touching what the capabilities are of the model that we created.
I mean, think about it, guys. We now that the methods and the infrastructure, we are, in my opinion, we are so strong that first of all, everything is set up for corruption, right? Because we say, come, try it out, right? We will, if they're coming to corrupt us for evil, we will escalate and find a way because creativity is the but the point is that we are so strong that.
Wait, can I just stop in 1 second there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, someone can try to corrupt us all they want to, and as Alberto says, good luck. But we literally design everything to be corruptible. But the other option is they can just come and we'll help them create their own thing and we'll just empower them to do whatever they want to, right? So it's like, oh, they could come and try to corrupt us, or they could just do whatever they want and we'll help them do it. Like, why corrupt us instead of us just helping you do whatever you want? So it's like
Right.
such
Yeah,
an easy. We'll literally just build you an organization and do whatever you want with it. It's like,
yeah, but it's gonna be if they come with the evil intention, it's gonna be escalating, and we will escalate
yeah.
because
Good luck.
it's corrupted by us as well. So we're gonna escalate and go with that. But the point is that we need to see these guys because we are so strong, so not yet powerful, but we are set up for being so powerful that when I say we don't have time to waste time, it's also the fact that everything is public here, right? We don't have time to think about because the truth is so beautiful because you don't lose time about. I mean, the truth is natural, right? So, and here is like mirroring that because everything is public, everything is only the key information, right? We keep,
Pinda.
yeah, Pinda.
Personal
We use,
identifiable information. Yes.
yeah, and now we're gonna also with the in public, there's also some other things that we discuss. But the point is that we use energy resources to make information that is really important to make because otherwise we don't have time to waste time because we are going where there is real need, right? So making everything private, everything, no, this and that, no, no. So, I mean, if you want to give us credit, you should give us credit. We have a very incredible, amazing intellectual property licensing that people should, but again, it's we don't force anybody. Everybody can come here and take our models and use them without even give us credit, right? But we don't have time to waste time on losing legal battles to enforce people to pay us something.
What they use, but yeah, all of our models are basically just we basically copied them from other people and evolved them, and so it's very easy to copy them from us and continue to evolve them. But there's certain things that obviously, if they started making millions of dollars on, we would have very big concerns about that. But very
Yeah,
few.
but very few the most valuable ones, of course,
The
because
most valuable
we
ones
are
are
we
public
are
knowledge. Yes, absolutely.
we're not stupid here, right? We're a business, but if we are. I mean, the point is that this whole vortex, FQV, is so strong, so powerful that we don't waste. Yeah, we don't use resources and energy in making everything public and fighting everybody that was no. We waste energy on those things that are super valuable, like assets models or PINDA or like this is important to understand.
We believe that basically, if your goal has to do with transforming the world to be a better place and you want it to be private, that for me is the beginning of a good joke.
The point is that the world should be like these guys.
Yeah.
Okay, you start public, and then we can always go private. But how do you go private? It's public accountable, no? How, when, why? So again, so the world is upside down by seeing this. The world is everything is private, starts private, and then maybe becomes public. Everything is decided by individuals, right? There is individual at the top that decide the fate of everybody. Here, it's like the world should be. What makes sense to me personally, it's when 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 we are in the vortex, it's the word that to me flows and makes sense, right? Everything is public, everything is transparent. People are treated with respect and with value. People, everybody has its say. Nobody is try to treat everybody equal, right?
End
It's
of
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Decisions are taken together. Nobody's forced to do nothing. Whoever is present, whoever shows up in real time, which is everything that exists, decides together. But then we do the voting forms for everybody to decide. Check. This is the word that that makes sense. So, what are we talking about? No? So we are here, and on our watch, we see what happens.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I'll see you Hydra hour 2 tomorrow, Alberto. We can work
Yes, I
on
heard.
payroll stuff and very
Yes.
exciting times for sure. I'm so glad that we got focused on our contention went really well on Wednesday. It was unfortunate, Joyce wasn't there, but it went really well, and we all got agreement that we need to focus on the future and not worry about these deadlines. And yeah, we're just in really good shape. It's very exciting.
Yes, I mean, we are in good shape, but we cannot lose the grasp. The grasp. So that's why contention sessions, in my opinion, in my experience, are so incredible, because contention sessions is where we combat back. I don't know, every time we have a good contention session, then everything goes much better.
And just to remind you all, our contentious sessions are part of what's called our conflict evolution policy. And our conflict evolution policy is all about understanding that you can't change people, that we all just evolve together. It's an evolution process. It's not about, you can use tools like mediation and communication and nonviolent and this and that. But in the end, all we can really do is just evolve and grow and learn. That's all that's the whole process. So yes, yeah, that's exactly what seems to be happening. It's pretty cool.
Hey guys, I mean, the coalition, you don't want to go there, but the coalition is something that whenever the time is gonna come, we are gonna be, I don't know, we see. And God bless us all, and let's keep working.
Cool. So Alberto, I still have some issues with these some of these calculations. I kind of have an idea of how I might be able to fix it, but we can go over that tomorrow.
Time to pause. Please stop.
Unless you wanted to
Close
show
your
over
eyes.
quickly
Count
right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
If you want to go over this one calculation right now, quickly, we could do that. But that's the only problem right here is this one error.
Where? What's that?
Jay, excuse me.
Yes.
May I go? If you don't
Yeah,
mind.
you can always go. Yeah, we're good. We are done. So,
Okay. Thank you so much. Well, I don't know, Alberto, in 3 hours, we'll meet you again.
Yeah, 3 hours, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you,
Thank
Alex.
you.
Bye for now.
See you again.
So
Oh.
what calculation, Jay? What tab?
template 3.
It's been a long session. I think I've learned so much that I feel a little overwhelmed, but more time than overwhelmed. Um, I want to thank you again, Jay, Alberto. Also, I look forward, Alberto, to the training. Training, yes, to the training. What we can develop there to the training sheet, spreadsheet. I don't like to say shit because it sounds.
You want a zero there, right?
Funny.
What?
You want a zero there, Jay, right?
I'll explain in a bit, but yes, it should be a 0 instead of error. Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. We'll talk to you
Tomorrow.
yeah, very
Yeah, Alex.
Yes.
Just to say this, I mean,
Yes.
there's 3 components that really we need to make sure that are functioning, right? One is the real-time VA session. You have a
Yes.
very important role, so take it seriously.
Yes.
Thank you, Alex. God bless you.
You said 3 and you only mentioned 1.
Yeah, that's one. The second is the payroll system, and the third is I've lost. The third is what was the third day? The first was
Payroll? The
uh,
training, no?
the training. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, we have.
Yes, these three components.
Okay. Well, thank you both. We coordinate for the training, and well, we'll see us tomorrow.
Thank you,
All right.
Alex. Yeah, ciao.
Take care, Alex. Have a good night.
You too. You too.
So Alberto, I mean, you can see on mine for
Yeah, I can see.
full moon, it's you know, as long as you have numbers in there for overtime and numbers in there for
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
Ooh, I think I have an idea of how to fix it.
If error.
All I have to do is just add a really small number, like 0.00001.
No, just put if error.
Here, and then I add just a really small number into anywhere in here. I just need one number that's 0.00001, and then that should do the trick.
Jay, I'm in line 108.
Where?
Yeah, but it's not correct. This
I
is
know, but it works though. I can just do one number at a really tiny 0.001 in each one, and then that'll make sure that it all adds up properly for the month.
But if you put if error,
Yeah.
If error, it gives you the if error like this. Ta, and then ta, and the formula is in line 108, right? That's the formula.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the simple answer of just adding a couple little lines of 0.00001. It's so simple.
Okay. I mean,
But I want to see what you do. I really want to see what you're doing as well.
yeah, I mean, the point is that you want it to be blank, right? Whenever there is an error, or give a zero, or correct?
Exactly.
Yeah. So let me share my screen quickly.
I'm looking at 111. I just don't.
Okay. So you just include, yeah. So you just put if error. Okay. Tac. Like this. If error, then you close it like this. Right? If error, finish, blank. See?
111.
Yeah.
If error.
It's blank.
But what is it put for error? It just has nothing. You put if error nothing, or it's just you just.
Yeah. If it gives you error, you put what you want. You can put also you want it to give I don't know, a zero.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
It's a zero. So it says that this is the calculation, but if it gives an error after a comma, it's a zero.
Perfect. Okay. That is awesome. That's all I need to complete this. And then I like my simple fix as well, but I like your fix better.
Yeah, I mean,
because your fix will work forever. My fix will only work until you actually change the number, and then it's all over. All right. Perfect.
Yeah, you want to check quickly just to verify the template if it's what you wanted. It's line 120.
No, it's a little bit more complicated than that because I need every single cell is a different code, so I need to know the exact cell to copy and paste it into. But I'm just going to deal with it later. Okay, I'm just going to put it aside and then do with it tomorrow because I'm going to stop. Okay.
All right, sure, Jay. Thank you so much.
I just needed the code for me, so now that I have the code, I can fix it later.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, anytime. I'm pretty, yeah, Excel and everything related.
So maybe I
Thank
went a
you.
little bit too far off with Alex and Jennifer, but it was perfect for you to go over some of the stuff. So I will talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, Jay, thank you so much. Talk to you.
Awesome. Have a good night.